Oh, you are now live. But in it's a new link, I think.
All right, let's get that link out there.
And I have it on reward challenge, so I'm going to change that to starting soon. Send to live.
Okay. All right.
And the health is good.
The health is good. The health is right.
How do I get this link?
Where's our link? Let me see if there's like a new one on your YouTube.
It should be. Stream options. Oh, we got Darth Run and we're rolling. All right, I gotta.
Oh, I see the starting soon, so you all can probably hear us.
They can hear us, I hope.
Ooh.
I hope they hear us.
Or is this the where's the chat? There's the chat. That's live chat replay. Where's our new one?
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, there's like a 3.5 minute video on the YouTube.
Oh, wonderful.
Well, enjoy that one while it lasts, kids. All right.
Excuse our dust, folks. I got to get this out to all of our social medias.
All right. And we're rolling. We can hear you. I can hear you guys.
All right. Woo!
This has voted themselves off the island.
Yep. We're out of here. We've already been voted out. We're on Ponderosa.
We're eating burgers.
All right, let me edit. Oh shoot. That means I got to edit the live page. I hope this is entertaining for folks. In fact, I'm gonna change from starting soon to so you can see our beautiful faces as we do this. I'm sending that to live right now. So hopefully people see that. I have to update the show page real quick. Do you like that?
We are here.
Hold on, guys. Just sorry for this.
Darth Ren is enjoying this, so thank you, Darth Ren.
Oh, good. I'm glad someone is because I'm having a panic attack. Shoot.
We're here.
How's everyone? How's everyone
doing?
How's everyone doing?
How's everyone's night? Tell us in the chat. Who are you rooting for?
Before we get official, so
yeah, this is the casual stuff, you know.
This
you're
is
you're the insiders getting the good stuff.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I just gotta upload the page, insert into post. Make sure that's going. The quality is excellent, though, which is great.
I love this framing we got going on. Got our buffs ready.
Oh, just wait till you see some of the frames that I've got.
It took me a really long time to do, Aaron, but thank you for
just wait till you see those frames. These are going to be like the hottest frames.
So hot right now.
Sorry, guys. I'm just editing our social with the new link.
We got some folks rooting for the Goods tribe.
Oh, of course. It's
ironically Darth Ren is rooting for the good folks.
You got to question that because what's really your intent there? Make sure I sign out of. I promise, guys, we'll be starting very shortly.
I'm tweeting. I'm not ignoring you all.
and then I'm doing an authentication app because I'm trying to sign into. What the hell am I doing? We're professionals here on Ranger Command. We're super pro.
For streaming like this for the very first time, I'd say we're in pretty good shape. We're broadcasting, which is more than I'm sure.
Which is more than I thought was going to happen for a minute there. But no, we've got. Sorry, guys, I'm like looking at my phone. This is so rude. All right, everything's set up. And to our listeners that are watching, be sure to retweet and share the new link for us if possible. I really appreciate everyone for showing up into the stream. You guys are amazing, and we're gonna have a really fun night of Power Rangers Survivor as I clear out some buns. Aaron says Aaron's here. Hell yeah.
That's why I was doing Star Trek stuff.
Oh. Okay. For some reason it says live chat is unavailable here, so but it's
on my phone.
It's on the page.
Yeah.
And
it's running.
I'm gonna load up one more second, guys, and we'll get into all that awesome Ranger Command goodness.
These are our official Survivor buffs.
They are.
We weren't going to do Survivor without some buffs.
All right. Let me make sure all the windows are good. I think we're good. And everyone can hear us. Can they hear you, Doug?
I think so.
They can. I've
gotten some folks reply to me, so I think so.
All right. So, as I pull up my notes.
Yeah. Those will be helpful.
All right. Cheers.
Mm-hmm. We've made it.
All right, guys. This is official. We're starting because today on the Power Hour, extra episode 54, Power Rangers Survivor, Shattered Survivor Live, Good versus Evil, recorded on National Power Rangers Day, August 28th, 2019. Welcome to the Ranger Command Power Hour on the Four Eyed Radio Network. It's time to Ranger up with your hosts. I'm Eric, also known as Trekkie B47.
And I'm Doug, also known as Icky Booley.
This episode is brought to you by our patrons on Patreon. Go to patreon.com/RangerCommandPH to learn more about supporting Ranger Command Power Hour. Thanks to our $5 and above patrons, Juan S., Steve F., Doug F., Bo H., Tyler W., Eric D., Sean V., Christopher M., Liz M., Craig M., Arnold O., Derek G., Teresa B., and Jacob P. for supporting us this month.
Thank you.
And welcome, everyone,
Yeah.
to Power Rangers Survivor Live. It wouldn't be a Ranger Command without technical difficulties, but we're here. We've made it.
We are here. We're present. We're on the island. Our shelter is set up.
Yes, finally. As you can see, the gorgeous beach behind us.
Mm-hmm. With that beautiful crystal clear red water.
And you know why it's so crystal clear red water? It's because let's talk about the location.
Yes.
But maybe even before that, Doug, what the hell is Fantasy Survivor?
Okay, so if you've been listened to one of these before, bear with me for just a minute or two. But basically, we got this idea from another podcast called Rob Has a Podcast, which is a Survivor-centric podcast. And basically, what they would do every once in a while is they would say, what would happen if we took this television show or this group of people or these athletes and put them into a Survivor simulation? What would happen? And I was like, I love that so much. And I tweeted one day, what if we did that with Power Rangers? And Eric was like, yes, just yes. So what we do is we cast a bunch of Power Rangers onto a season of Survivor, and then we play that out. In the past, we've pre-recorded it, and this time we're doing it live. So all of the results are a mystery to us, and you are here for the journey. So round by round, we will eliminate one person based on sort of typical Survivor circumstances. and ultimately one person from this cast will be the sole survivor.
As I update all of the, this is cool because we're actually using Lightstream. And I just want to give a special shout out to the folks at the RRR podcast, specifically Will and Brian, for giving us great tips to start this and to make this all work. We were using OBS, but encountered some issues when we were doing the test stream. So I just want to give them a special shout out for making this all possible and helping us with that.
Yes.
But now we're going to talk about the location. So we've got weird orange skies and red seas. Where the heck are we? Well, I'll tell you where we're at, because we're in the dark dimension / otherworld.
Ooh.
This was seen in the episodes Green with Evil and Green No More. And on this, people are asking, well, the dark dimension was like a box with the funky gold grating. What's this all about? Well, let me tell you that we are on an island of perpetual night set in the other world. There are dark caves scattered throughout the island with prison rooms that are decorated with green walls and a starry background that pierces the dimensional barrier. Otherwise, the island contains a misty jungle filled with ancient ruins with broken Grecian-style columns. Think of Tommy having his vision from Fighting Spirit, fighting the Green Ranger. There are small, exotic alien creatures and larger humanoid crabs and plants that make the island habitable, but dangerous. The island is surrounded by a mysterious ocean, which has not been explored.
Are they going to have to eat humanoid crabs?
You know, you got to do what you got to do on Power Rangers Survivor. I don't make the rules here, Doug. I don't.
That's true. That's very true. Island giveth and the island taketh away.
I think our stream output. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna end that. Sorry, guys. I hope it's not ending or something. The stream health is good. Anywho. And here's the thing. This will all be edited into a nice polished audio version for this Saturday. But watch our craziness live right now. So, okay, we talked about the location. And if you listen to our cast list or our casting call, you know the cast list, but I do want to do a brief rundown. So first, we're going to start with the goods.
Yes.
So this is our good tribe. And Doug, talk about it. Like, let's talk about these goods.
Yeah. So every season that we do is based off of or loosely sort of reminiscent of an actual Survivor season. So we're basing this off of a season called David versus Goliath. It's 2 tribes of 10 people each. And we decided that our tribal breakdown would be good versus evil. So our good tribe has 10 folks on it. Our evil tribe has 10 folks on it. The good consists of, I'll run down the list. And if there's anything you want to say about anybody in particular, we'll just kind of go from there. But our good tribe consists of Orion from Power Rangers Super Megaforce, Tanya from Zeo, Gia from Megaforce, Mike from Samurai, Devin from Beast Morphers, Vesper from Hyperforce, Lily from Jungle Fury, Kendall from Dino Charge, Mick from Ninja Steel, and TJ from Turbo and In Space.
Yeah, and what's really great about this team, I think this is a really diverse team of Rangers. This is, I think, a really good mix of old and new characters. I am totally digging this cast, and I had a lot of fun casting this with you, Doug. I think this is a very solid team.
Yeah, I like it because we sort of we didn't really have goals going in other than who do we want to see on the season, and we ended up with a cool sort of eclectic group, and not just based on being from different series, but different personalities and stuff. So I'm excited to see kind of like how they interact in different survival scenarios.
Yeah, especially with this crazy season. And let me tell you, we're basing this off the David versus Goliath season, which was the 37th season of the show. And I've been binging it the past week and a half. It is, if you have never watched Survivor, I think this is the series to watch to like jumpstart you right in. Sure, they talk about like different strategies that past survivors have played, but this is a great season to throw you right into the drama. And my God, is there a lot of it?
Yeah, I will second that. I am a massive Survivor super fan, and David versus Goliath is a perfect season to sort of test out if you're wondering what Survivor looks like 18, 19 years into its life. So check it out if you've never checked it out before. It's really fun. Even if you never check out Survivor after that, I guarantee you'll have a good time watching that season.
Yeah, and we'll get into it running into our game of Survivor, but yeah, it's wild. This is going to be a roller coaster. And the people that are going to contribute a lot to that roller coaster is the Evils team.
Yes.
Now, the Evil team consists of Heckle / Snide. So the Evils almost have a bonus person in their pocket.
Advantage, disadvantage, we'll find out.
We'll find out. We've got Lord Zed. He's featured in our series logo.
Mm-hmm.
Capri from Ninja Storm, not Steel. Tanaya 7 from RPM. Cosmo Royale, the goat himself, but not really, because we got another goat. But we got Cosmo Royale from Power Rangers Ninja Steel. Shout out to Campbell Cooley. We've got Camille from Power Rangers Jungle Fury. Scorpina from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Divatox, who is a returnee to the game of Power Rangers Survivor. She is the only returnee this season, and she was in the last season, season 3. And
she will not accept being voted off.
No, she didn't. She hated it. We've got Imperius from Power Rangers Mystic Force, and we got the goat himself, the real goat, Robo Goat, also known as Rob Goat.
Yes. I want you all to know that anytime I look down, I know you can't see me at the moment, but when I'm on the screen and I'm looking down, I'm reading your chat. So I'm not ignoring you. I'm actually paying attention to you.
That's good, because I can't do that right now. So I hope people are. But yeah, Doug, at any time, chime in with some great comments.
We've got some Hyperforce love. We've got hashtag vote for GOAT, hashtag Viva La Diva. So,
oh my God,
rooting interests in the chat, which is awesome.
This is fantastic. So I'm going to go back to our split screen. So we've got.
As I'm taking a swig of coffee.
Sorry, that's a faux pas from me. So we will start as I remove a couple scenes just to clear the board a little bit. So yes, we are going to run through our Power Rangers Survivor, and I will let everyone know that dice rolls are in play. This is kind of like a tabletop, and I got to remember to send to live. Nope, that's the reward challenge. See, I don't know what I'm doing.
Eric spent a lot of time making these really, really cool frames, and we're getting used to using them. So
yes,
I'm excited for you all to see the type of stuff that he's cooked up. It's very, very cool.
Thanks. So I've got this dice roll mat, and I will plug. This is from the Gift of Games in Grays Lake, Illinois. Shout out to them, because I was looking for this that wasn't in a convention, and they had a bunch of them.
Nice.
So if ever there's a big decision that needs to be made, that we are taking our bias out of the equation.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way we can do that is with dice roll.
Yes.
And we we were doing Power Rangers dice things before Hyperforce, before Heroes of the Grid. So you're welcome.
Have that idea, Hyperforce.
Yeah.
Free.
Yeah. Yeah, they did it much more successfully and much more awesome. Yeah, so let's start with the first episode, which is Appearances Are Deceiving.
Yes. So in this episode, obviously, we're meeting our cast, and in the David versus Goliath season, this would be when Jeff Probst sort of explains the theme of the season, and sort of tells them what it's all about, because they don't know. I mean, on this season, they probably figured it out once they saw that one team was all Rangers and one team was all villains. But in this case specifically, Jeff's going to explain the season, and he's going to ask the evil tribe to choose who they perceive as the weakest man and the weakest woman on the good tribe. And then they'll choose their own strongest man and strongest woman. This is something that actually happened on the Survivor season.
Yeah.
And it's basically used to explain that appearances are deceiving. Not everybody who looks to be the weakest is the weakest. Not everybody who looks to be the strongest is the strongest. So the evils are going to choose those folks. And I guess we'll figure out how they do that. But essentially, they're going to run a award challenge with those people.
All right, so yeah, let's figure this out. Who is going to be picking?
Well, I think on the villain or the evil tribe, I'm going to keep calling them the villains tribe. But on the evil tribe, I think the loudest people are going to be making the decision first, because this is a situation where no one really knows each other, and whoever kind of talks first is sort of looked to. So I think we're looking at maybe some decision making from Zed or Cosmo. Divatox has been here before, so she probably has some sway. And Capri maybe doesn't have a whole lot of influence, but she's certainly talking. So with that combination of loud folks, I imagine we're getting some sort of decision.
So who do we think is really making that call? Does Lord Zed put his foot down as the Emperor of Evil?
I think early on, probably. Yeah, I think he has no qualms making himself the leader of this tribe and viewing himself as such. So whatever he perceives as weakness is probably what's going to be chosen.
Okay, so out of all these people, who do you think on first glance he thinks is weak on the goods?
I'm guessing that because Lily is somebody who is already underestimated frequently, being somebody who's a cheerleader, maybe a little bit smaller, based on appearance alone, I could see her being targeted early on as one of the weaker members. That's kind of the first impression I'm getting for one of the two. Who do you think might be the other?
So I think I think he'll want to pick someone he might recognize, and I was kind of going to throw TJ in there, but I don't think they ever encountered each other. Well, no, because Countdown to Destruction. So I think he would have known about TJ, and it's not that he's saying that TJ is weak. He wants to challenge someone that he knows.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. So we're getting sort of a Lily is maybe weak, and TJ, let's just stomp that guy, because we've met at least a little bit, and there's some tension there.
Yes,
makes sense to me. Who are the evils picking as the strongest? I imagine Zed's putting himself forward.
Oh, for sure. I think just because of how strong he is, his magical abilities, and his physical presence, I think he's definitely putting himself out there, which may be ruffling the feathers of the other team members.
Like, who's this guy?
I think Divatox, because she knows Lord Zed, she's like, no, wait a minute. She's like, I've done this before. Your wife failed. She's like, I am going to compete.
Yeah, she's the only one who's done this before, so I could see her sort of asserting herself.
She's like, hold on, wait. I know how this all works. I've been here before. Viva la diva.
Exactly.
I'm doing this. And Lord Zed's, maybe doing some kind of epic face palm.
Yeah.
And he's just not having it at all. But he has no choice because he just wants to get it over with at this point.
Here's the thing. If two people are going to put themselves forward, the smart thing to do is let them do it. Let them put a spotlight on themselves. So if Zed's putting himself forward, if Divatox is putting herself forward, they might not work well together, but why put yourself out there if two people have already done it? So I could see this being the pair that's going up against the perceived weakest.
All right. So in this reward challenge, see, we've got the nice frame of the reward challenge. We've got bottle of water and hot dogs and all that good stuff. So in this reward challenge, and remember, they're doing this on a barge. They're not even at the island yet.
No, they're like,
which I thought was crazy for this season of Survivor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do a challenge that's built into the ship, which is really, really cool.
That's cool.
And I really enjoyed it. I had no idea what was going on because they've never really done that before. But
yeah,
I was all in.
So one pair from each tribe will have to cross either a balance beam over the water, or a balance beam that's over like a pool of water, a plank bridge, or a 2-person balance beam, then go through a crawl under, net tunnel, rope tunnel, then transfer 30 sandbags from one platform to another, complete a slide puzzle, or complete a 15-piece puzzle. So the goods get to choose which tribe completes which task.
Right.
So that was the twist.
Yeah, the evils get to choose who competes. The goods get to choose how the challenge is run. Basically, they get to choose what obstacle course each team is going to pick.
And so once they are done with the puzzle portion of it, they will climb to get a shelter making kit. And the first tribe to get the kit wins the kit.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So, okay, so we've got the goods, and I don't think TJ likes being called out. So I think he's really stepping up right now to be the leader. And I think he's saying, okay, Lord Zed, you want to play that game? We'll play it. So what do we think that both Lily and TJ, what are they picking for the evil team?
I think they're strategic, and I think they know what's going on, and I think that they're going to set themselves up for a win. So whatever is going to make the most sense for them as probably smaller, quicker, smarter folks, they're going to go with things that benefit them and give the evil representative stuff that's going to be harder, which I think only makes sense.
So I think they're giving the evils the 2-person balance beam.
Mm-hmm.
Again, they're playing off the fact that Divatox already started the drama. Lord Zed's not having any of it, so they know that they're not going to work well together. And I think with a 2-person balance beam, that's going to be pretty difficult for them.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
And then go through a crawl under, net tunnel, or rope tunnel.
I feel like
Lord Zed's going to get stuck.
A lot of like flare items, lots of horns, lots of pieces hanging off, masks that have spikes.
Yeah,
going through a rope tunnel is really
it's bad,
detrimental for them. So they're definitely going to have to do that.
Yeah, okay, rope tunnel it is. Then, are they completing a slide puzzle or a 15-piece puzzle?
The villains are probably having to do. I feel like the slide puzzle is typically harder.
Yes.
So I feel like they're going to give them a slide puzzle. And maybe that's just me being terrible at them, but I do think they tend to be harder.
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
And if you're with somebody else that you don't get along with, you're screwed.
Oh, absolutely. And again, they're not working well together.
Right.
So then what are the goods picking?
I guess it's everything. It's got to be the opposite stuff, right? They're doing the balance beam over water. I think it's probably no problem for a couple of rangers. They're probably doing the 15-piece puzzle, and they must be doing.
I think they're doing the crawl under.
Yeah, that's going to be easy for them.
Yeah, and I mean, all Rangers are athletic, but especially Lily. I mean, she's a martial artist,
And a
and
dancer and a cheerleader.
she did all that training with RJ,
Yeah.
who put them through various crazy
Mm,
stuff going on.
yeah.
So let's roll.
Do it.
I've got the die here. So for the goods, a 14.
Not bad.
For the evils, and I'm shaking this up and I'm dropping it. Oh, they got a 12.
Oh, okay.
So the evils fail.
Yeah, the goods made good decisions.
All right, Doug, remember to do the notes.
Yes.
Just the winner. Sorry.
Doing some note taking here.
So this is great. The goods get the shelter making kit. We knew this would happen. Lord Zed and Divatox not working well together. I think the evil tribe is already like kind of like grumbling about this.
Mm-hmm.
They're not happy. I think Imperius is fanning himself. Like he really does not like to be dried out in this heat. Rob Goat is also a bit of a diva, so he's like, "This is bad," and I think Scorpina's fine with it. She's used to dry, arid conditions, being based on a scorpion.
And Capri is very upset with the conditions.
Oh my god!
How did she even get here?
I think Tanaya 7 is fine with it. She's used to a wasteland.
Yeah.
And she's
conditions, no big deal.
She's an android, so whatever. So yes, that is the reward challenge. Now, in David versus Goliath, the weather was bad.
Yep.
It was very bad for a season of Survivor.
Yes.
So what happened is there was a ton of rain. Heavy rain pouring on both tribes. They're getting absolutely wrecked.
Yes.
So I think the goods are putting together or have put together the shelter nicely. You've got two really mechanical people. You've got Mick and Kendall.
Mm-hmm.
They're very not just tech based, but maybe good with their hands.
Yeah, they're, as opposed to like Vesper being really good with like the nitty gritty technical stuff.
Right.
Mick and Kendall are sort of in the engineering side of things. So if they're putting together a shelter, if they have to sort of problem solve in order to get that together, I think those two are probably taking the lead there. And it's a Ranger team. I think at the beginning of a game like this, they're going to do a little bit better simply because they're used to working in teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the great things about Survivor. I think early on, you know who's going to win, who's really involved with helping out at camp. And as Rangers, I think they're all helping. I mean, there's nothing really to argue about at this point.
Nope, not yet. Not for Rangers, at least.
No, definitely not for Rangers. So, an interesting twist. There is an idol found this episode, and it's on the evil camp.
Yes. So if you are new to Survivor, every round somebody's going to get voted off, but they do throw these things called immunity idols into the game that anybody can find sort of at any time. And if you find one of those, you sort of have this immunity from being voted out if you play it perfectly. So one of those is going to end up being found on the evil's tribe. There is probably one hidden on the good's tribe, but nobody finds it this time around.
Yes. And I want to answer Steve's question real quick. He said, do teams get modifiers as well, or is it straight rolls? We're not that complicated yet with modifiers. Maybe that's something we can add in future seasons, but we're definitely doing straight rolls. This is a 20-sided die, and I'm doing it from a very high height, so it bounces on the... So you can hear it. It's like slamming on the ground. I'm not like pre-dropping rolls. So Also, Doug has a bunch of die that
Yep.
will be made for other decisions. So it's definitely a mix of die roll, but there's no modifiers. It's straight rolls.
Yeah, we have a couple mechanisms. We got the dice. I have a couple coins here that we can flip if we need
Yep.
it. And we have everybody's name written on a piece of paper and a bowl that we can draw from, which I imagine we are going to be using very soon.
Right now, to see who finds the idol.
So all the evils are in that little bowl there. I don't know if you can. I got to get it.
Oh, very nice.
And I'm just going to pull a name out of it, and whoever is pulled, that's who finds the idol, which is a nice little advantage to have in the game. So
Yes.
I'm not looking. I'm staring all directly at you.
And our beautiful faces.
And the person who pulls that idol, who finds the idol, is one Divatox.
Oh,
Which
okay.
makes sense. If you've played before, you know what to look for. So Divatox has an idol. Divatox has a slight advantage in the game. If she gets a sense that she is a target, she can play that and really throw a wrench in some people's plans.
So it's hashtag Viva la Diva.
Mm-hmm. I love Diva Fiva.
Ooh, I like
Mm-hmm.
I like Diva Fiva too.
Lots of Divatox love.
Yeah, and shout out to people in the chat. You don't have to apologize for popping into Ranger Liz's stream or anything. She's a great friend of the show. I love Liz to death. She's an amazing person. She's celebrating like 2 years on her YouTube anniversary. So if by all means you guys want to pop in or out, we totally understand. This is going to be a semi-long episode as all Power Ranger Survivor happens. As long as you guys are here for the Tribal Council to get your vote in, I think we'll be good with that.
Yeah.
So by all means, go to her live stream, give her support, pop in and out. We'll keep you guys updated. And keep in mind, the stream will be available on the YouTube channel. And we're going to have an special edition audio version for the podcast.
Yes.
So you can watch it in many ways. So, yes, now Divatox has found the idol. She knows what it's all about. But now we're going to go to the reward/immunity challenge. And I didn't do a /1. So we're just going to call it the immunity challenge. As you can see, we've got the 2 immunity idols in the background.
Every episode, there is a challenge between the 2 teams, or however many teams there are, and the team that wins gets to keep all of their people, and the team that loses has to get rid of somebody. So that's actually the mechanism through which people get eliminated, and that'll change as it dwindles. But for now, all you got to know is that the losing team loses a player.
Now, what it was interesting in this episode, so the actual challenge itself, the castaways will have to sprint through an obstacle to a sand pit where one person from each tribe will have to dig under a log. After getting through the log, the first person will grab a machete and chop rope to release a set of ladders. The second tribe will have to untie knots instead. They will then pole vault onto a platform. Once everyone is across the pole vault, they will need to solve a number puzzle. The first tribe to finish their puzzle wins immunity and flint to make fire at camp.
So many dangerous elements. There are lots of obstacle courses in Survivor. This one, I'd be a little freaked out to do. Anytime they have to dig under a log, I'm like, I would get stuck. Like, for sure, I'd be stuck.
Yeah, absolutely. This looked like a pretty tough challenge on, day 3. They've already been beaten by these storms, and it's still raining. It's still pouring.
Yes, everything's slippery.
It's bad.
So let's figure it out.
Let's figure it out. So, do we need to talk about it, or do you just want to roll for it?
See, I mean, I would expect that this is the type of challenge that the Rangers would do better at. I do think that, typically speaking, a lot of the Rangers are slimmer and a bit more in traditional fit shape, as opposed to just being strength sort of heavy. And I would expect them to do well at things like digging under a log, pole vaulting, balance beams, a lot of the stuff that you'd expect in Survivor. But the cool thing about Survivor is that you never know what's going to be the advantage. You don't know what anyone's going to be good at, what anyone's going to be bad at, and who's going to slip off of a slippery balance beam in the rain.
And I will say it's not to give the evils any advantage. These guys have powers. They have typically better strength than the Rangers at most times. And they all have their own unique advantages. And I think it's whatever skill set you're bringing to the table. Mick can do shape-shifting. So who knows how that's going to change the game?
Still have like civilian powers that may come up and may not. In Power Rangers Survivor, civilian powers are not off limits.
No, it's whatever powers you have. Remember, Devin has his beast cheetah speed. That could come into play for any of these challenges. I think would be amazing.
Yeah.
So let's roll for it. All right. So I'm going to be rolling for the goods.
Okay.
They get a 4. Not great. Not great at all. Now it's time for the evils. Wow, the evils get a 6.
So no one performs well in this challenge. The rain really gets the best of everybody.
It was a very yeah, you're right. The rain was heavy. It's not going great for anyone, and I think that the evil tribe just barely makes it out. So what's interesting is so the losing team is the goods. Here's the thing. On the boat ride back to the loser camp, they encountered very rough waters.
Remember, there's like basically a hurricane happening.
But this is the dark dimension, so that hurricane is even worse. This is bad.
Oh yeah.
So this is super bad. Wait, we in the chat, Super Samurai 1 says, does Vesper have her robotic arm?
Of course.
Yes. So keep in mind, these are typically the last time that we've seen these Rangers on screen or media.
Yes. With exceptions there where we need them.
Yeah. So here's the really bad thing. So the goods, someone is going to sustain a very bad back injury that requires the medical team's attention, and they will be evacuated from the game. Tribal Council is going to be canceled.
Yes, typically someone would get voted out, but in a really, really bizarre twist of fate, someone's injured, so they don't need to vote anybody out, which is dark.
It's very dark, and I know Doug has dipped into the bowl of names. God, who is it? Who's out?
We're basically losing a Ranger right off the bat to an injury. So, for anybody who's curious, basically what happened on the actual season was they were on a boat ride, and the boat hit like a really gnarly wave,
and it compressed someone's spine.
Yes.
It fractured their spine. Yeah, he's good.
But
this was painful. This was painful to watch on the show.
It was really bad. It was,
and
really
depending
bad.
on who gets booted, this might be painful for us.
It's gonna be a Ranger. It's gonna be one of our faves.
God, this is bad. Oh, Derek says they will be joining the Rocky DeSantos back injury club.
Hey,
which is a good point.
Good reference.
I like it.
It's Orion.
No, no, not Orion. No, I wanted him to play.
Orion, before he even has a chance to play, a chance to use his charm and his alien skills, is injured in a boat ride back to camp and has to be medically evacuated from the game. So our first casualty.
No. This is terrible.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I don't like it. See, this we do not control this.
Yeah, no, we don't pick when we when we have the ability to leave it up to chance. What's really kind of frustrating about this is this season is full of a lot of people who
Sorry,
don't.
Derek says he had as much screen time as he did in Super Mega Force.
So appropriate.
I guess history repeats itself. That is a twist of fate. Oh my god.
Sure. But what's strange about this is we don't have a ton of connections on this season.
Yeah.
A lot of our Rangers skew more recent, where there aren't a lot of crossovers or team ups or anything like that. But one of the connections we did have was the fact that Orion and Gia were on a team together at one point. So Gia most likely is the one most affected by the fact that Orion's been injured, which kind of levels the playing field a little bit, but is certainly not great for Gia, who probably saw Orion as a potential ally.
Yeah, and we don't get a lot of crossover with teams. I know we have Rob Goat, Scorpina, and Lord Zed from Mighty Morphin, but keep in mind Scorpina and Lord Zed never worked together, so there's no real connection there aside from her having worked with Rita Repulsa in the past.
Josh says Gia doesn't care; she's too cool for Orion.
Okay, I'll deal with that, or I'll headcanon accepted.
She's confident. She doesn't need him.
Yep. So sorry, Orion, you're out.
Yeah, couldn't do anything about it.
Sorry, buddy. All right, we're moving on to episode 2. The chicken has flown the coop.
Ooh.
So the cyclone continues through the night. And Jeff provides a fire making kit and a tarp to each tribe.
Yes, because it's so bad that Jeff's like, I'm sorry, guys, we shouldn't have put you through this, so here's some help. That's how you know it's bad when Jeff is helping him out.
I want to point out that Hit Monkey did have a connection. Gia and TJ met in Dimensions in Danger.
We'll have to make note of that and try to remember that is in play.
Yes. And Gia, Tanya, and Lily are all yellow. So I can see a hashtag Yellow Alliance going on. But will that happen? I don't know.
We shall see.
So while all of this really bad cyclone stuff is happening, an idol is actually found at the goods camp.
And I should have looked ahead because I just took everybody out of the bowl. So let me go ahead and throw them back in there.
No, so I think the scenario is that, look, even though the rain is happening, I think someone is looking for an idol. Yeah. And we'll determine who gets it. Because, look, they've already lost a person. I think that there are some very strategic people on Survivor. This is the 4th season of Power Rangers Survivor. I think that the other castaways may have seen one of the other seasons. They know what's going on.
We have a couple of folks who did their research. Kendall knows exactly the whole history of Survivor with Power Rangers. Of course. Detail. And Devin might be a super fan. He's a gamer, right?
He's a gamer. He loves Survivor. This is his dream. He's always wanted to be on part of it.
I like that headcanon a lot. Competitive reality TV, Devin's in.
Well, then Devin would be like the Derek of not Derek, the guy, Davey. He's like the Davey of this, because Davey was a super fan that was young and grew up with Survivor.
Right. Super fun loving guy, just wanted to play. Yeah, no, that's a good comparison. I like that. Okay. So let's find out who ends up finding that idol. There's a lot of folks who should be looking for it, but who actually finds it? Right. It is going to be, unsurprisingly, Kendall.
Kendall.
Kendall's done research. She knows exactly how this all works. She knows exactly where to look. She's got plans in her head, schematics and everything. And she wastes no time looking in all the nooks and crannies and everything out of place and finds an idol for herself.
Oh my gosh. So I love that Kendall has an idol. It's going to work great for her game. Yeah, I think she's definitely someone to watch out for as a mastermind.
Hmm.
Here's another thing that happened in that episode. So people are suspicious, and one person digs into the coat of another at the evils camp and finds the idol.
So Divatox is found out.
And I think she doesn't, I think she took off maybe some armor or something and put it on the beach. It's hot. It's hot, guys.
Everything's wet all the time, so you got to let things dry out.
Yes. Yes. Oh, Josh on the chat said, forget Mayor Kendall. She's about to be the POTUS on Shattered Survivor.
I'm into it.
Steve says hashtag RoboCoat.
So what we're saying is that RoboGoat is the one who figured Divatox out.
Do you want to go with that?
Fine with that.
Or do we keep drawing names?
We could draw. That's fine too.
No, you know what? I like hashtag RoboCoat.
It's going to show up on the screen too in the corner.
In the corner.
RoboCoat, right, guys?
So yes, Rob Goat has found the idol in Divatox's jacket, but it's not like they steal it. But
Right.
Who is he telling?
Who is he most likely to work with? Because that's certainly who he's going to tell. Who does he gravitate towards? I could see him and Imperius maybe getting along based on their demeanor. I could see him connecting with some old school folks based solely on the fact that they're old school. So, Scorpina or Zed could be sort of in that camp. But I also don't think he's I don't think he's going to stand for other people's drama. So I think that knocks some potential allies out for him as well.
Right, and I think the reason that I think the reason that he went after Divatox was because he doesn't like her diva attitude. If anything, he should be the biggest diva on this island.
She's had her chance. Get her out of here.
Exactly.
That makes sense to me. The tension's there.
And Josh in the chat made a good point. He says, I love Robo, but he's got too big of an ego. Let's be real. He's telling everyone.
All right, so everybody knows.
and that's why the chicken has flown the coop. It's like the idol has flown the coop.
Everybody knows.
Everyone knows.
Out there. So she still got the advantage, but it's just a little bit smaller because everybody knows that she could play that.
This is super dramatic. I think she is causing a ruckus. Why did you go into my boob armor coat? Why did you find this idol? What is your problem? And I think, well, darling, don't leave it all out in the open. I think that's what Rob Goat is saying.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Goat has flew the coop.
Well, that's certainly going to give us some insight into when they finally do have to vote somebody off, because we've got some tension, we've got some information, we've got people beginning to sort into their dynamics, right? So maybe we get everybody versus Divatox. Maybe people gravitate towards her because everybody knows she has an idol. Time will tell. So
now we're going right into the immunity / reward challenge. It's another reward and immunity.
Yes. So in this one, we have one member from each tribe climbing a ladder using 2 rungs to retrieve a key. So there's a little bit of dexterity and some ladder stuff, balance going on there. They're going to unlock a boat, and then they're going to paddle out to retrieve puzzle pieces. They got to bring those back. And 5 other teammates are going to use a balancing table to complete a block puzzle. Basically, it's a go get the puzzle pieces, put the puzzle pieces together, finish the puzzle first. And the winners get to keep all their members, and they get a fishing kit.
So yeah, this is a great challenge. Early in any Survivor, they get the basics. They get shelter. They get a way to provide food. So yeah, this is definitely something that will help whatever camp gets it. So let's not waste any time. Let's roll. So
Gonna win.
for the goods, God, they get a 4. What is going
Jeez.
on?
I
All
don't
right.
know.
And then the evils. Oh wow, wow. The evils get a 14.
I think maybe what's going on is that the Rangers are a bit kumbaya, right? Like they've got this. They've got this in the bag. We're the Rangers. We're good. You know, these are challenges that work for us. But when the time comes, they sort of take that for granted. And the villains, the evil tribe, they're ready to sort of compensate, and they really bring
Yeah.
it every time.
Yeah, and I think, they can I think the evil team can definitely put aside some of their differences for these challenges. And a 14-4, they crushed it. So
What motivates a villain more than the opportunity to crush a Ranger?
exactly. And this is the ultimate competition. And look, we've seen it in Overdrive. Uh we've seen it in Countdown to Destruction. When evil forces combine, they can do some pretty powerful moves.
Yeah, it's just a matter of them getting on the same page. And thus far, they've been on the same page.
Yeah, and in this challenge, I think they're using their physical capabilities to the extreme on this. But now we need to figure out what is going on back at camp on the
Yeah.
goods.
What's the dynamic? Because the Rangers thus far, because they were spared tribal council, albeit through terrible means, they didn't have to do the sort of back and forth, going after each other type of thing. So this is the first time they're doing that. I imagine that there are some voices that are a little bit louder, some that are a bit more impulsive,
Mhm.
and some that are sort of in the background, sort of listening and waiting to strike. I imagine that some of the louder, more emotional folks might be the Mikes and the Vespers.
Mhm.
Maybe even a little bit of Devin as a gamer, and somebody who's like ready to play.
Yeah, I think Devin's like eager to play. He's like maybe even wants to manufacture some of that drama so he can like, ooh, just I want to be on Survivor.
Yeah, exactly. Like what, and how do people respond to that? I guess the question is, the folks who are bringing that conversation forward, are other people getting on board, or are other people reacting poorly to that? I think we have some folks who are willing to just listen and weigh their options, like a Kendall, especially with the hidden immunity idol. She's got some safety there. I think Mick is probably somebody who's listening and processing. I think Gia might be somebody who's listening and processing, but like ready to strike if she doesn't like what she hears.
Right.
So I guess it's a matter of, do these louder voices work together, or do they start butting heads? Are the Mike and the Vesper, are they getting on board with Devin, or are they saying, no, dude, like this is my game?
I kind of like Mike, Devin, and Vesper teaming up. Like they want to take control of the game in some way. And I think, all three of them are young, ambitious, uh, very vocal people.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe they're even teaming up on the side.
I could see that. Yeah, if they're the most outspoken and nobody else appears to be gaming, they're gravitating towards each other to say like, well, this is a cakewalk. So they do need to get two other people on board with them if they're a threesome. So who are they able to bring in with them? Because there are 9 folks.
Well, let's think, who are they targeting? Because, you know, I think it's really bad chaos at camp right now. They're still saddened by the loss of Orion, especially to go out on something that couldn't have been predicted.
They are
Um,
shook.
yeah, they're pretty shook up about it, and um, but I like that there's side conversations going on. So we really need to figure out who's teaming up with who.
I do think that the connection you brought up earlier about the sort of yellow crew, I think there's some
Mm.
camaraderie there. So the question is, do Tanya, Gia, and Lily end up working together? I could see it. I think they all have sort of an element of, you know what, like we're capable, we could do this. We're all, you know, we're part of the yellow team here. So maybe that's a threesome. We got Mike, Devin, and Vesper as a threesome. Do they connect? Do they work against each other? And if they work together, that really just leaves what, Mick, TJ, and Kendall. I do think Mick and Kendall probably gravitate towards one another as people who help build the shelter. I wonder where TJ is falling in all of this.
I want to say TJ, because he's one of the most, along with Tanya, he's one of the most senior Rangers. I think there's a lot of respect there for those two legendary Rangers.
Sure.
And I think just because Gia had the powers of Super Mega Force, she's experienced the powers of Yellow across the generations.
Yeah, she's probably the one behind that Yellow Crew thing, right? Like, I know what it's like. Like, you guys know too. Like, let's do this.
I think Yellow Alliance is strong. I really like this young gamer aspect because Mike is someone who loves to have fun. He's played games. He's not a slacker, but I think him and Devin are really hitting it off as two people really cut from the same cloth.
Yes.
So TJ, I think as more, since he took leadership in the beginning, I think he's really gravitating towards that kind of role.
Okay. So that sort of leaves Kendall and Mick as a twosome floating around on that camp.
Oh my God. Super Samurai 1 in chat said, Tanya is all, who made you tribe monitor? I love that.
That's a good one.
So maybe that's a good point. Maybe, maybe TJ's trying to steer the conversation. Like maybe he's coming at it from the most neutral way possible. Like, look, I know it sucks, but we have to vote someone out. And Tanya's like, who made you tribal monitor?
What does that result in?
There's some tension there.
Is TJ the one who ends up sort of receiving the ire of the rest of the tribe, or does this fall poorly on the Yellow Crew for calling him out in the first place?
I don't think it's ire towards him. I think some people are like, I think there's one camp, maybe Mike, Devin, and Vesper, who are like, good, take the heat off us. We're going to try to influence the vote. And I think the Yellow team calling him out, maybe TJ's like, look, that's a fair point, but we still have to vote someone out at the end of the day. And maybe we have to draw and see where that lies.
Well, I think based on that scenario, if you do have Mike, Devin, and Vesper being like, this is great, TJ's drawing attention, they probably hook up with TJ then, right? And they probably play this to their advantage. Kendall is smart. She's strategic. I'm wondering if maybe it's one of those three Yellow folks that's the casualty. It's just a matter of which one.
Yeah. So maybe we just have to roll for it.
Okay. How do we want to set up the roll? Is it between everyone or is it between just the three Yellow crew?
I don't think we're doing a roll. I think we're literally pulling someone's name out and then we're backwards doing the consequence.
Right. Here we go. Everybody's in the bowl. And remember, Kendall does have an immunity idol. Does she feel safe or not? Is she playing it or not?
I think she feels safe.
So she's not going to play it. If her name gets pulled, she's gone, right?
That's Survivor. Oh my gosh. This is
things before we draw, you know?
I think she's saying, look, I feel safe in my alliance. I like TJ. He's a good guy. Mick is awesome. She's not really I don't think she feels like she's a threat.
I've got it.
Oh God. I'm nervous. No.
What happened to Mike?
No. No, Mike. What? Oh God.
Well, okay, we've got the three sort of outspoken folks, right? So if TJ,
right.
If TJ's trying to steer the ship, and if the Yellow crew are like, who made you the monitor, right? I can see that Kendall's probably like, whoa, let's everybody slow down for just a second, okay?
Right.
Like, You all are experienced. TJ's experienced. He's just looking out. And if the three of you plus me, Mick, and TJ get ourselves together, we can take out one of these outspoken folks. And who's maybe the biggest wild card of the three? I don't know that they're super familiar with any of the three, so they just take a chance and they say, well, maybe it's Mike. Let's go for it. It's not us, you know?
I can definitely see that scenario happening.
But that does create an interesting dynamic where you have a threesome, a pair, and TJ who sort of all tentatively work together as a block, as a six-some. And now you have Devin and Vesper who are like, oh, shoot, like we tried something. It didn't work.
It didn't work.
We gotta figure this out moving forward. So that's sort of a tribal dynamic now, which is good. Now we have a sense of how things might play out.
And I know the reactions in the chat. There's WTF.
That's how this goes.
What's happening? Look, we're not controlling this. I think. Well, Josh brought up a good point. He says Mike seems to be like the tribe member who's most likely to have pissed in a fire while someone was cooking with it.
Yeah, that's true. If he started to get wind that maybe it was him, maybe he sort of leans into that and starts creating havoc and sort of throwing maybe a little bit of a tantrum, like you're not letting me play. And then they say, you know what, fine. If that's how you want to be, Mike, you're out of here. But that's interesting. That sets up a really, really interesting dynamic.
I'm sorry, Mike. You're gone. Sorry.
Wow.
This is nuts. We're moving on to episode 3. I am evil strong.
Ooh.
So this was from the original title, I am Goliath strong.
Mm-hmm.
So after returning from tribal council, there is a crap ton of drama at the goods camp.
Well, sure, because basically what happens is you have Devin and Vesper blindsided, and Vesper takes no crap from anybody. So if Vesper feels something, she's telling you about it. She doesn't have a lot of respect for authority, and you have this group of 6 basically saying, here's the decision we're making, and we're not filling you in. Plus, you've got TJ who's sort of taking a leadership role. You've got this group of 3 who are sort of gravitating towards one another. I imagine Vesper is giving them a piece of her mind.
Oh, I think Vesper for sure is going after Kendall. She's like, look, I don't know who the heck you are, but this ends like now.
She's very protective of the people that she's close to, and she was close to Mike and Devin. So at this point, it's a matter of whether or not Vesper can sort of calm that down. She's really only relying on Devin. If Devin can convince her to like bring it back to the game, let's figure this out together. If he can sort of rein her in, then I think maybe she stands a chance. But as it stands, she's putting a big, huge spotlight on herself.
But let's be real here. Devin is a hothead, especially from what we've seen in Beast Morphers. He can turn on a dime. What's up?
Do they even stay together at this point?
We'll see. We'll have to see what's going on. So I think back at the Evils camp, look, they have the fishing kit. They're doing good, I think.
Fishing. Who on the Evils tribe is their tribe fisher person?
Oh my god.
I need to see this. It's definitely not Capri. It's definitely not Imperious. It's definitely not Rob Goat.
Is it Divatox? Because she has a connection with the water?
Could be Divatox. I wouldn't be surprised if Heckle/Snide were somebody who took a lot of time alone for themselves and maybe decided that going fishing was a way to get away from the chaos a little bit and sort of center themselves.
Yeah, I think it's definitely Heckle who's fishing. He had a good life on Sentai 6, and he's on this island, but he's going to make the most of it, even though Snide's like,
we've got suggestions for Heckle. We've got Cosmo, Zed spearfishing with his Z staff.
Oh, I can definitely see that happening because I think he might get mad at Heckle and Cosmo for hogging the fishing gear. And he's like, look, you guys aren't catching anything. I'm just going to zap the entire ocean with my Z staff. And like a lot of fish just rise up and that's how it's done.
Yeah.
So But in all that, that's a minor gripe. That's a minor squabble. I think the evil tribe is feeling great. They defeated 2 Rangers.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say they're riding high.
Yeah, and look, they got all the fish that Lord Zed zapped. So I think there's this mantra that happened in David versus Goliath, where it was very much the Goliaths in the beginning had a similar moment where they're like, "Look, hey, we're Goliath strong."
Yeah,
And I think
we were made for this.
I think the evil tribe is definitely feeling that. They've taken out 2 Rangers. That's more than any other villains have ever done in the history of Power Rangers.
It's true.
So I think they're feeling great.
Yeah, I would say so. We'll see if they can continue to ride that high.
So now we are going to another reward/immunity challenge.
Yeah, lots of doubles here, lots of doubling up, which makes sense when you have a large cast. You want to give some character time to folks. So
Exactly.
in this case, we have one member of each tribe untangling a rope, which, again, a lot of these things should be easy for Rangers, but have certainly proven not to be. And then 3 members of that same tribe or that same team would have to work together to untangle 3 more ropes. Following that, 2 members of the tribe attempt to use those ropes to lasso and pull in a platform on which 2 members build a 4-piece pyramid puzzle. So lots of rope stuff ending with a puzzle.
And look, you're thinking, wow, 4-piece pyramid puzzle, that can't be hard at all.
I couldn't do it.
It was very hard. The way that they cut the shapes, even on the real show, it took a long time for these people to figure it out.
I'd be so bad at those puzzles. And I know it too. I should go out and buy like wooden puzzles to do just to practice, but I'd be so bad.
Yeah, I'd be terrible at these puzzles. But here is something bad happens.
Oh.
There is an injury where during this challenge, someone sprains their MCL, but they will be cleared by medical to continue. So I think that's where we mix everyone in.
Oh boy.
And pick someone. But we have to first determine who wins reward and immunity.
All right. I'm going to get the bowl ready while you do some rolling.
I'm going to do some rolling. So for the goods, here we go. They get a 12.
All right. Respectable
12. And here is the evil roll. Oh my God. The evil's got 17. They're evil strong.
They're so good. How are they this good at these challenges?
I don't know.
Things that could get caught on rope.
Maybe they're burning the rope.
Yeah, they're just absolutely demolishing literally the challenges.
I think Steve just said goat lieth strong. Hashtag goat lieth strong.
You know what? Maybe Rob Goat chewed through the ropes instead of untying them.
Yes.
Reasonable.
Yes. He is the ultimate goat. And goats love to chew stuff.
True, exactly. All right, so here's what I did for the injury at least. So we've got our winner of the challenge, but who ends up injured? I didn't want to mix up the tribes so soon, so I pulled one from evil, one from good. I haven't looked at them yet. We're going to flip a coin. We'll say that the goods are the ranger head side of things,
nice.
And the evil is the not helmet side of things. So whichever one that falls on, I guess is probably safe. Whoever wins the coin toss doesn't roll their ankle.
Who knows?
Whoever wins is good to go.
Otherwise, so we'll do the loser. So who wins?
The evils win, which means one of the Rangers has.
No. What?
This is wild because Josh in the chat said Power Ranger Survivor is the greatest moment of villainy in franchise history, and he's right. It keeps falling in the favor of the villains, And I have the person whose ankle was rolled, or I guess MCL was sprained,
Yes.
here in my hand.
Who is it?
It's Devin.
No. What?
So not only has Devin lost an ally, maybe in a moment of like, we have to win because I'm on the bottom. I've got to give it my all. He goes a little too hard. He goes a little too fast. He uses a little too much cheetah speed and ends up spraining his MCL.
This is horrible. This is bad.
Yeah, he's good to keep playing though. Medical has said, Devin, you're good, but y'all are still going to have to vote somebody out.
Yeah. So, gosh, this is bad.
Steve says so much for cheetah speed.
God. So we got Devin injured.
Mm-hmm.
So now what's going on at camp?
Okay, so I think the first conversation that happens is, look, Devin wasn't part of the plan the first time around. He's also injured now. So maybe it's just best to go after Devin. The question is Devin able to get something together to counter that? Or is there somebody on the island who says, no, I don't want to get rid of Devin so quickly. That's easy. Devin's a number. We could pull Devin in.
I think we're going with that option.
The second of the two?
Yes. I think that they're like, look, he's injured. The evils have a goat. I think we can make Devin our goat and take him to the end.
That's a good Survivor pun if you watch Survivor.
In Survivor, a goat is someone that you keep around as someone that not many people are going to vote for at the end.
You drag them to the end as a sacrificial goat.
Right.
You have a better chance of winning. It's the opposite of the greatest of all time, basically. In Survivor, it's flipped.
And here's the thing. Devin is super passionate. He's like, look, guys, I was cleared by medical. All I have to do, I really want to play this game. Just let me stay here. I think he's really saying, look, I can be great in other ways for this camp. All I got to do is just heal up for a few days and I'll be back in the game.
Yeah,
like
it says Reds don't roll over,
Reds don't roll over. And I think I think he's very passionate about this game. And I can definitely see TJ going, look, I've been there. I was your age before as a Ranger. I was a Red Ranger too. Yeah. And I think I think he's trying to make peace with that. And he's like, look, you were playing a little hard in the beginning, but look, kid, you've got a long way to go, not only in life, but in this game. And he's like, I think TJ is really being the mentor here.
Yeah, TJ is a guy of integrity. And so if there's somebody who's saying, like, I want to be here to defeat the evil tribe, that's going to resonate with TJ, I think. Really, that sort of puts a target on Vesper then, if everybody else stays together. I guess the question is, will they or won't they?
Yeah, so do we make it a flip, or who's voting for who, or do we pull another name?
Okay, so let's see if we can figure this out. If it's really obvious, then we just
say it.
If it's not obvious, we draw. So the 3 yellow have no reason to break apart from one another.
Right.
And then everybody who's left would be Devin, who's connected with TJ, who did vote with the 3, but wasn't really part of that.
Right.
And then Kendall and Mick. So
and we got Lily. Oh, Lily's part of the yellow. Yeah.
So I could see a scenario where, if Vesper doesn't chill, if Devin is the gamer, right? Then he could see this as an opportunity, like, great, cool, I've gotten on TJ's side. Vesper's not chilling. Let me jump off that sinking ship, and basically just throw her under the bus. If you're injured and you're worried that you're going to be the next one out, you got to find somebody else as a target. So I guess the most obvious would be Vesper, but the question is she able to worm her way out of it somehow?
I don't really see a scenario in which he does, and I I really don't want her gone, but that's not up to
I've got my Vesper only 3 feet away.
exactly.
It makes a lot of sense. If she's somebody who can't keep her mouth shut, and she isn't somebody who can keep her mouth shut, and if the person that is most obviously the other option is Devin, Devin's smart. He is a gamer. We've said it a bunch of times. He's a super fan. He knows what to do. He knows he's got to throw somebody under the bus. I think he's smart enough to do it.
I think he's throwing Vesper under the bus. He's like, look, I know I was with Mike and Vesper, but she was really leading that charge. And he's like, I really don't have a connection for her. I think he's pleading with TJ. He's like, look, I know I can do great in the future of this game.
Well, and here's what I think it really boils down to. Who's going to play the game harder? I think Devin's going to play harder. I think Vesper is going to... I don't think she's going to sit there and be like, all right, let me sort of keep myself quieter to stay in the game. Let me appease people. She's not a butt kisser. You know what I mean? Right. So if she's still fired up, and I think she is because they've had no respite whatsoever, I do think it makes a lot of sense that Devin's managed to pull this one off. So
as much as I hate to say it, I think she's out, guys.
All right. Sorry, Vesper. It's a bummer.
I love you, Vesper. And then she waves, "You will never forget me."
Yes, exactly.
See, I know my references too.
She gets off the island. She does all of her exit press, and she says they were threatened by me. They couldn't handle me. They knew they weren't going to stand a chance, so they had to get rid of me. They worshipped me.
But now I think the yellows are maybe getting a little bit too much power in this game.
Yeah, they kind of got off scot-free on this one. And I don't think anyone's forgetting about them, but they seem to have at least played it cool. It does seem like Devin appealed mostly to TJ and vice versa. So we'll see if the yellows can sort of stay off the radar. Depends on what happens next.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, Vesper, but you're out.
That's right, Steve. # Vesper forever.
Vesper forever.
Because she's an android and can download her consciousness into literally anybody that she wants.
But things are about to get even crazier.
Yes.
And Doug, you're going to have to put all the names in the bowl.
Ooh. All right.
Because it's time for episode 4. Time to bring about the Charmpocalypse.
Charmpocalypse.
So, when the tribes congregated on day 10, the MCL person, this is Devin, he announced his withdrawal from the game due to their MCL sprain, not wanting to risk further damage. So here's... I know, this is bad.
I totally forgot about this.
And that's why I didn't say a damn thing. So unfortunately, I think what happened is that Devin thought about it. And look, he is the current member of Power Rangers Beast Morphers. He is an active Power Ranger. And I think he's like, look, 30 days without saving the world and my team. He's like, I need to get help. I need to get serious medical attention for this.
And his power is speed. He can't compromise he can't compromise that. He needs to heal that so he can be there for his team full and ready to go with his power. Oh my gosh. I totally forgot that this happened in the season.
Yeah. Well, it does. And here's the thing. So in the real David versus Goliath, this was her name was Bai. And B. B, sorry. B. So her name was B, and she was an MMC fighter. And the MCL, it very much plays into Devin's situation. She's like, look, I can't risk further damage. Look, Doug is upset over this.
I'm so upset about this.
I am too. I wanted Devin to go all the way.
So funny because when you pulled the name, I was like, man, that really stinks. But you were like devastated, and I was like, I mean, it's bad, but like, whatever.
Because I knew what was coming. Because that's essentially means that he's out. He's out.
Wow. Oh, geez. Yeah, Devin walks away from the game, I guess hobbles away from the game, basically says, look, I need to be there for my team, and I need my speed to do that. We all bring something to the table. I can't not bring that to the table.
And here is the crazy thing, is that in this episode, right after Devin leaves, we're getting a tribe swap.
Gosh, I forgot how kooky the beginning of this season is.
So we didn't even get 4 episodes in, and good are now mixing with evil.
And there's so many people down.
But this very much plays into the real season.
Steve makes a good point in response to the Devin thing. He's like, the rest of the Rangers are probably like, oh, you know what? You're right. Shoot. Take care of yourself, take care of your body, take care of your powers. So that does make sense.
And that very much what happens in the show. They're upset, but they understand the situation.
Yes.
So here's why I told Doug to mix all the names together, because we're picking the tribes.
Yes, we're going to pick new tribes. They split into 3 groups
but there is one extra person, and they are sent to Exile Island.
Ooh, so they have to be by themselves for a whole round.
On another small island in the dark dimension, which is not a good thing.
Terrifying.
This is scary.
All right, so should I draw a whole team at a time, or should I just alternate teams? What do you think?
How is it split? Isn't it 5-5-5 and then 1?
Yeah, that should make sense. In that case, let me do alternating, because then we can guarantee that we'll have an even number. So I'll alternate, and then I'll read each team.
Okay. So here's the thing. We have 3 teams in David versus Goliath, the actual season. They had names, but Jeff didn't remember any of those names. So he just called them colors.
Too many tribes at this point.
Huh?
Too many tribe names at this point to actually use tribe names.
Too many tribe names. So we're actually doing the 3 primary ranger colors: Team Red, Team Yellow, and Team Blue. And that's who we are picking.
That emissary life,
Oh my God. The chat is saying #GoatExile.
Okay, where's Devin? I didn't get rid of Devin. Devin, where you at, dude? We got to get you out of here. You left.
He's gone.
Devin. Oh, he's still in the bowl, apparently. Okay. There's Devin. Okay, so let's start with the person who ends up on Exile Island, I guess, because that's the easiest one.
Yes.
Okay, so the person left out of the swap, the person who did not end up on a tribe and will be spending an entire round by themselves, is Scorpina.
Okay, that makes sense.
She does her own thing plenty, so I said she does her own thing plenty, so I think she'll be okay.
Yeah, she's very much like a strong loner type character. She's been in worse situations than the dark dimension. Hell, she was probably raised in the dark dimension.
I could see it, right? She would feel at home.
So now let's pick for Team Red.
All right, Team Red is going to be just this first team that I read from. So everybody's already been drawn. First person on Team Red is Camille.
All right, so let me do the copy and paste here. We got Camille as part of the red team. Who's next?
Tanaya.
Tanaya 7 is part of the red team.
Next person on the red team is Kendall.
And she takes her immunity necklace with her.
Of course. We've got Tanya, not to be confused with Tanaya.
Oh God, this is another
Casey situation.
It is. Right.
I feel like we've done that almost every season, where we don't realize that we've cast 2 people with almost the same name.
Yeah, it's bad.
I'm just glad we didn't do Mike Corbett and Mike no last name from Samurai on the same season.
God, stop.
All right. And then finally, rounding out a team of all women is Lily.
Oh, so we got some lady power on the red team.
Yes. So the red team is all ladies.
Ladies.
Okay, so that's the red team. Who are we doing next?
The yellow team.
All right, yellow is going to kick off with a yellow.
Oh,
Gia.
What better synergy than that?
Next, we've got Imperius alongside Gia.
Oh, that's going to be weird.
We've got Mick on the yellow team.
Okay. All right. Excellent.
He's worked with Gia, at least sort of peripherally, if not, part of the same alliance. We've got TJ. So we've kind of Rangers who voted together more than once.
I like that.
We've got Heckle and Snide. So that's a tribe that's sort of a mix of folks, but 3 Rangers who've all worked together. So I think we probably, unless something weird happens, can sort of expect Heckle and Snide to be in some danger. I'm guessing they're sort of sweating when they see how their tribe breakdown has gone.
So that leaves us with the blue team. And as process of elimination, we've got Lord Zed. We've got Capri. We've got Cosmo Royale. Divatox with her immunity. And Rob Goat. Robo Goat.
All evil. They've all played together already, and they've never had to vote against one another. So they're still evil just strong. Yeah, they're evil strong. That's interesting because the other 2 tribes
are mixed.
What's weird about it is they're mixed, but both of the other 2 tribes have ranger advantages despite the rangers being down in numbers overall. So one of the tribes is all villains, which opens up mathematically for the rangers to have an advantage across the cast.
No, that's a really good point. And at this point, Scorpina is sent to Exile Island. She will come back and we'll explain how that happens. Yep. But on Exile Island, she finds a new idol advantage. It's not an idol. It's an advantage.
Sure is. We should pause for just a moment because I haven't asked you about what you thought of this.
Sure.
The advantage that Scorpina is going to find is called an idol nullifier. And basically what that does is if you play that on somebody that you believe will play an idol at Tribal Council and that person does play their idol, it cancels their idol out. So basically, if I find the idol nullifier and I think that Eric has an idol, and I'm like, Eric's definitely going to play that, I'm going to cancel it out, then it erases Eric's idol. So I'm curious, Eric, when this popped up, because it's sort of convoluted, but sorry for everyone who doesn't know Survivor, because that's probably obnoxious. What did you think of that being introduced into the game?
Okay. So Teresa and I were watching this, and when I forgot his name. Carl.
Carl? Oh, Carl, that's right. That's right. I got it.
So when Carl found the idol nullifier, I think I was in shock. I was like, because I've never seen this before in the game.
Yeah, and as far as we've ever seen for 36 seasons, an idol is an idol. You can't touch it. It is immunity.
Yeah, and the thing about the idol nullifier is this in the actual David versus Goliath season, this is literally a game changer.
Yes.
And it works out spectacularly in the show.
It does. It's one of those things that the payoff was good, but I'm so conflicted on it as an actual item. I was rooting for the outcome that happened, but I don't know if I want to see it again. We'll see.
We'll see. And we're not saying that this has to happen in Power Rangers Survivor.
Yeah, we'll see.
It won't play out. Who knows? Maybe it'll play out exactly the same. So I will put on here that she has the idol nullifier. And remember that everyone on the Team Blue, who's all villains, they already know that Divatox has immunity.
Do you think that Heckle/Snide and Imperius and Camille and Tanaya are sharing that with their respective tribes?
Well, everybody
on the season now know that Divatox has an idol.
I think for sure Tanaya 7 and Camille are, because they are a minority because they have 3 goods.
Right.
It's 2 to 3 there. I think Imperius and Heckle are actually teaming up. I think they have similar personalities. They're both magic users, and I think
Fancy. They're both fancy boys.
and I also think that Snide knows that Imperius has a very dark, conniving side, and he's like, "Ooh, I actually like this one."
Yeah, I can work with this.
And so I think they are absolutely going to tell everyone on the yellow.
All right, so everybody knows.
I think everyone knows. Hashtag fancy boys.
Fair enough. Hashtag fancy boys. That's my alliance right there. Hashtag fancy boys.
And so, I think we've laid out all that we've laid out. So we're going to another reward / immunity challenge.
Yes, and when there are 3 tribes in an immunity challenge like this, almost every time the first 2 to complete the challenge are safe. So it will only be the losing tribe that gets rid of somebody.
And whenever there's a reward, like the first team gets the greater reward, and the second team gets like a lesser.
Yeah, it'll be like first prize, you get an entire table full of baked goods and coffee and milk and blankets and pillows, and it'll be like second place, you get a chocolate chip cookie to share amongst yourselves.
It's something ridiculous like that. So in this reward and immunity challenge, one member from each tribe,
this is such a fun challenge.
it was nuts. So there's one member on each tribe that is sitting on a wheelbarrow contraption.
Mm-hmm.
They are directing 2 blindfolded members of their team to push them through a series of obstacles.
Survivor loves blindfolds.
Blindside
too.
So the first set of obstacles are speed bumps.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty easy to navigate. Then a maze. They have to navigate a maze blindfolded. So this really relies on the person that's on the wheelbarrow to really get their act together.
Communicate very well.
Yes. And then the final thing that they have to push this wheelbarrow on, and it's one wheel. They're literally holding up one wheel. It's a balance beam. That's barely wide enough for the wheel itself.
It's perfect.
So then at the end of the beam, it gets better. At the end of the beam, the collar or the shot collar on the wheelbarrow, they need to retrieve a ball. But that ball is like raised up and tied. So they have to say, look, stop right here and hold it in position while I get this ball.
Yes.
And then the other 2 blindfolded members. So the one, not the wheelbarrow ones, there's 2 more. There's 2 more that are blindfolded. They have to navigate this table maze. So they have a handle on each of these table mazes, and the wheelbarrow person has to direct them through, like, lift your side up and the ball will go. It's nuts.
Yeah, you've got 5 people on a tribe. You designate one person to be your caller, essentially, and that person has to, tell everybody what to do, whether it's the wheelbarrow or the maze. So each tribe has to decide, like, who's our best communicator, which is kind of fun given our combination of folks. I think the villains tribe, or I just called them the villains tribe, but that's only because they're all evil. The tribe that has all the folks from the original evil tribe, I mean, there's not probably a whole lot of tension there. Right. Imagine that either Zed is putting himself forward or Cosmo, being a television host, is somebody who's like, I've got this, guys. Like, you know what I mean?
I think Cosmo makes the most sense. He's like he has a very clear voice. And I think he's an announcer by trade. So
yes. He doesn't have much of a temper. So I think, given some of the folks that we have on here, Zed, Divatox, Capri, Cosmo's not going to lose his cool. So that one makes a lot of sense to me. What's curious to me is the tribes that have a split between Rangers and villains. Like, I wonder how they decide, or who ends up being their callers or communicators.
Do we just pick?
Yeah, we could just pick. I don't know that it's super.
No, it's
super important.
Well, I think a good communicator on the red team would be Tanya.
Yes, actually, I think that's perfect. I think that's a astonishingly good choice. I don't know why I didn't see that.
I think it's because she's very team oriented. I think she's going to be like essentially the tribe mom for this tribe.
Yeah.
And I think she has very good communication skills.
Yeah.
So I would want to see Tanya as the person giving the shots.
I agree. I think the yellow tribe probably falls onto either TJ or Mick, basically because TJ's used to leading and Mick is used to mentoring.
Right. And actually, I could see it because I think TJ is physically stronger than Mick. I think he'd be one of the ones that is the wheelbarrow, and Mick can like shapeshift and maybe make himself smaller.
That's perfect. Yeah, you would want TJ to be somebody actually lifting the wheelbarrow, not sitting on the wheelbarrow. Exactly. You certainly would want Imperious or, God forbid, Snide sitting on the wheelbarrow. That'd be rough.
Yeah, they're huge.
Cosmo's not either, so I guess we didn't think of that, but it makes a lot of sense.
Well, Cosmo's not a big monster.
Right, he's a little guy.
Plus, if you've got Lord Zed being one of the ones to push the cart, I mean, come on.
Oh yeah, put Zed and Rob on the wheelbarrow.
Zed and Rob.
They're good.
Wait,
I don't know what you're going to say, but I'm so excited.
I was going to say something about a rolling goat, but I don't.
Rolo goat?
Rolo goat. Rolo goat.
All right. Well, let's figure out who's winning this one, because it could go any number of ways. We've got a lot of good communicators, and I think we've got it pretty figured out. So let's do this.
So, Red.
Steve says maybe Mick is the wheelbarrow.
He very well could be. Red gets a 13.
Okay. All right.
Very, very respectable.
Yellow. Who's who?
Yellow gets a 17.
Ooh, okay.
Blue gets a 16. They were right on the heels.
Well, this is pretty wild because that means you said yellow wins, right?
Yellow wins, and the second winner is blue.
Okay, all right. So that's really surprising, first off, because I would have expected Tanya to nail this. She's somebody who brings teams together sort of on an emotional level, but I guess maybe this is right for them.
What if Camille and Tanaya 7 are just sabotaging this?
Right, exactly. Like, how do you bring together a team that doesn't really have anything to sort of bring together? I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how that shapes up at camp if they did end up throwing that. But what's interesting to me is that you've got the yellow tribe. I guess Gia, TJ, and Mick have all worked together. They trust each other enough because they voted with one another. Right. And Heckle and Imperious are a good pair on there because both of them, I think, are strategic enough that they could just say, like, you know what, let's just work with them for now. We are not so proud that we couldn't sort of do this for the time being and then strike when it is necessary.
And I think that makes sense because Imperious, he knows how to play sides.
Yeah.
He's someone that is very cunning and conniving, and he will play, and I think is a very smooth talker. I think he's very much not so much of an ego that he's going to put himself into danger.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense to me. I think those two are going to be self-preservatory, if that's a word, and they'll do what it takes. So
we didn't say what the reward is. They get the first tribe gets a reward of pastries and coffee. Just pastry, and milk, and coffee. Huh?
I called it. I didn't even look at that. I just was like, it's probably pastries and coffee and milk.
And it is. And then the blue team gets, I think,
A cookie.
a cookie. I don't remember exactly what they got in the actual show, but it was very much a lesser version of that. I think it was like one pot of coffee and a pastry.
It usually ends up being like the winning team gets a coffee set so they can continue to make coffee, and then the second team gets like a carafe of iced coffee.
It's very buttery. These are some buttery pastries.
Very buttery pastries. Pastries? Oh my gosh. Nope. Nope.
So here's another interesting thing. Even though, we've got red going to tribal council right now, the interesting thing is that even though yellow is safe, they are completely safe, an idol is found on the yellow team.
Yes, it is. So let's get that set up. Typically what you'll see that there's an idol per tribe. And so we saw the two that showed up on the original two tribes. And then when you get a third tribe, obviously it's a new beach, which means a new idol. So that means yellow probably ended up with the new beach. So let's figure out who it was. It would be very interesting if Heckle or Imperius got this. It would certainly be sort of an advantage for them, but we'll find out. And indeed, it was Heckle / Snide who ends up finding an idol on the yellow team.
Oh,
Heckle and Heckle / Snide, it's really a mouthful, and Imperius have a nice little advantage in their pocket. I have to imagine that Heckle is going to tell Imperius, given their situation, if they want any sort of chance at surviving in this 5-person tribe, they need to work together.
Yeah, I think that's definitely happening. So, but this is cool now. Every team right now, someone has an immunity idol.
I love when that happens.
I love
so
it.
Much all being on the same tribe, which I actually think might have happened in season 3.
Yeah,
I think in ours, like all the idols ended up in one place, which is chaotic, kind of fun, but I love when it's spread out.
Yeah, me too. So now, tribal council. We've got red on the outs. We've got Camille, Tanaya, Kendall, Tanya, and Lily.
Yes.
So I think because they're still a part of that yellow alliance and the fact that they're Rangers, I think it's easy to say that Kendall, Tanya, and Lily are teaming up.
Yes, Kendall's voted with them in the past as well. So it's not like they were on opposing sides. I don't think Kendall is necessarily like super in with them, but she's in enough and she's smart enough to know that like that's what's going to make sense to her. I don't think she's going to be the one to sort of say, okay, we've got Lily and Tanya on one side, Camille and Tanaya on the other. Right. I'm going to go with the villains. Doesn't seem like Kendall to me.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is switching, but then who are they voting for?
I don't know if it's obvious because they haven't played with either of them before. Lily would have familiarity with Camille, so she would know enough about Camille to tell the others whether or not to keep her around. Tanaya is the one that knows anything about here.
Maybe that's why Red lost. Camille was so upset, and maybe Lily too. Maybe they were just going at it.
Get on the same page.
They couldn't do it. So because they knew each other, it wasn't working well.
Well, and typically on a Survivor season, you would say like any connection's a good connection. But in this case, if they've lost a challenge because they couldn't sync up, I have to imagine the right move is to get rid of the discord, to get rid of whatever's causing the rift, in which case I think Camille is probably the best choice for this tribe to get rid of. And Tanaya has a survival instinct. I mean, if she's picking up on the fact that it's her versus Camille, I have to imagine that Tanaya is not above saying, all right, Rangers, I know it's either me or Camille. Here's why you should keep me. Here's what I can do for you. Screw Camille.
That tracks with her personality.
Oh, for sure.
And I think Camille just really has no chance right now.
I think she is donezo. Do we need to roll? I don't think so.
No, I don't think we need to roll. I think that's pretty clear. But here, so
She
but here's the thing: you're replacing one villain with another because the person on Exile Island comes into this tribe, and that is Scorpina.
Scorpina will replace Camille. That
And
tribe still stays all ladies, and the breakdown is still 3 rangers to 2 villains. But
this is
I
wild.
voted with the rangers.
What makes you say that?
I think Tanaya knows that it was her versus Camille, and she's not gonna say, "Oh, I know that it's either me or Camille. I'm gonna vote with Camille." She wants to be on the right side of the numbers, even if it means she's voting with Rangers. It's that survival instinct, I think. So she has at least a little bit to say, like, "Look, I get it. I'm a villain. You guys are Rangers. I did vote with you, though. We don't even know who this Scorpina chick is, right?" So I think she did it for some leverage. I don't know if it's going to pay off.
Okay.
If it's you versus somebody else and it's clear, vote against that somebody else, especially in a 5-person tribe.
Yeah, these are so small of tribes, and it's crazy.
Real tough.
Oh shoot, I didn't even transition to the tribal council.
We're just so into
we're so into the transitions. So yeah, Camille's out. We move on to episode 5, Jackets and Eggs.
Oh, Jackets and Eggs is one of the greatest episodes of Survivor of all time.
It really is. So here's what happens. Another cyclone just rocks all the camps. The castaways are actually evacuated to a safe location, putting the game on hold.
Only the second time ever in history.
Ever in history. The first time in Power Rangers Survivor history.
Yes, indeed.
After the storm subsides, all 3 camps are completely demolished. So whatever work they did to build a shelter, it's gone.
Sucks.
And I wanted to ask you, Doug, because the show really never made it clear. It just made it seem like, a day later we're back. How long did they actually put the game on hold?
So in the 2 times they've done this, I'm pretty certain they only put it on hold overnight. So it's never much longer than, I would say, maybe 12 hours max.
Okay.
This time around, I don't know. I didn't dig in too deep, but the first time it happened, they were really open about what happened. They basically said, they took us into 2 separate rooms. They put us with our tribe. There was nothing in the room. We were not allowed to talk. They basically pause everything, and you just sit there. And I think it's basically enough to ride out the storm.
I'm watching the chat, and people know about the jacket thing.
It's so good. It's so good. And I appreciate every one of you in the chat who knew exactly what we were talking about by title alone.
by title. That's amazing.
So good. So good. It's one of the greatest Survivor moments of all time. And it happened in the 37th season. So this show is still going. Still got it.
I'm telling you, this episode was a hell of a lot of fun to watch. So we're actually going to go into our reward challenge. So this is not immunity. This is just reward.
They actually split up this time.
Yes, they actually split it up because there's a lot going on in this episode. So 2 tribe members from each tribe will use poles to knock out sandbags from an overhanging net. Once they have all of their sandbags, they will untie a slingshot used to get the sandbags into 2 baskets, which will raise a flag. The first tribe to finish wins chickens, live chickens.
They're living.
And the second tribe to finish wins a dozen eggs.
See, that's kind of how it goes.
Yeah. So we're rolling for who wins.
Yeah, let's do this.
Jackets and eggs.
Jackets and eggs.
So for the red team, a 14.
All right, respectable once again.
For yellow, a 17.
Jeez.
Wow. For blue, a 3.
Oh, wow.
What
Wow.
happened, villain team?
I have no idea. Maybe the slingshots really got to them,
So wait, it's yellow, red, blue gets nothing.
Yes. So yellow has earned some chickens, which is exciting. Chickens are such a funny thing on Survivor because they're supposed to be egg-laying chickens,
Right.
and so there always ends up being this debate of like, do we keep the chickens because they might lay some eggs, or do we just eat the chickens because we literally have chickens that we can roast over a fire? And you'd think it would be obvious, but it's never obvious.
No, and sometimes these people get so crazy that
There are people who go
just
to drastic
chicken.
measures to protect the chickens.
Yeah. So yellow gets the chickens. That's Gia, Imperius, Mick, TJ, Heckle, Snide. I don't think there's anyone on that team gunning to kill some chickens. I think they're all pretty level-headed for some good eggs.
I don't know this for sure, but I feel like Heckle's probably a vegetarian. I feel like Gia's not trying to kill any chickens.
Yeah, and Steve in chat puts out a very good theory as to why the blue team lost. Rob Goat, he's throwing those bags instead of slingshotting them. And Zed is complaining that he's doing it wrong. He's an imbecile. And then he also threw them instead of slingshotting.
I buy it. Sounds good to me. I can see it happening. It's all playing out.
And yeah, so I think it just, they were going evil strong for so long. And even though this isn't like big stakes immunity challenge, I think the heat of the day just got to them. And
there's always pros and cons with staying with the same group. The pro is obviously that you know each other really, really well. The con is that you've never had a chance to really cut the fat as you might see it. You know what I mean? So if there's something you're really not vibing with, you've never had the chance to get rid of them. Plus, you never really know who you can trust and not trust because you've never proven it at tribal council. So if there's any tension festering in that group, it's really, really starting to bubble to the surface.
Now, one of the great things that happens in this episode of David versus Goliath, there's an unlikely alliance that is formed called the Bro Chachos.
Bro Chachos.
But who's teaming up?
Wait, well, because Bro Chachos are on the actual season, it's 2 Goliaths and 1 David. And the Goliaths are basically the people who seem like they would have the advantage at first glance. And the Davids are the people who would seem to be the underdogs at first glance. In our case, the villains are sort of the Goliath analog because they look stronger, they look meaner, they look, more capable at just crushing their opponents. And our Rangers are sort of the Davids because they overcome adversity and stuff. So I'm guessing that it's got to be a scenario where 2 evil team up with a ranger, which leaves us with either the yellow tribe, which is the all women, or I mean the red tribe, which is all women, or the yellow tribe, which is the one with Heckle and Imperius.
Can we make this like cis chachos?
Cis chachos, yeah.
Let's do cis chachos.
Yeah, that works. So it's got to be on the red tribe. It means that does that mean that Scorpina and Tanaya have teamed up with a ranger, or are we going to flip it and say that the rangers have brought in one of the villains?
No, I think one of the rangers is teaming up with Scorpina and Tanaya 7.
I think there's only one person that could be then, because we've got 2 yellows, you know what I mean, who are sort of have been locked in this whole time. And then we've got Kendall. Kendall's sort of a nerdy kind of character, sort of an analog to the actual Bro Chachos scenario where
my God, this works out.
Yeah, exactly. In the real season, the 3rd Bro Chacho, the one that's not a Goliath, is sort of this nerdy physics guy. So Kendall makes perfect sense. I also could see a scenario where Kendall sees like, okay, it's good to work with the Rangers for a while, but at a certain point, I can't sit next to these 2 because they're tight, They're never going to pick me over each other. So maybe I can pull something together with Tanaya and Scorpina. Tanaya was willing to work with us, so I'm seeing her in a different light. I've never burned Scorpina. Scorpina's never burned me. Maybe we'll see what happens. Let's put it in our back pocket. Don't know if she's going to use it or not, but she's sort of making the connection.
Now, what if this is a scenario where Tanaya 7, and this was brought up by Hit Monkey in our chat. What if she is open to teaming with Kendall because she starts to remember that maybe she was good at one point?
I think that's fair. I also think that this is corny, but Kendall is smart and probably good with machines. I could envision a scenario where Tanaya kind of needs to lean on Kendall a little bit. It's very sandy out there, as Anakin Skywalker would say. It gets everywhere. So you never know what connections might be built over that.
I love it. This is the Cis Chachos. We got Kendall, and look, I think Kendall is coming at this to Scorpina and Tanaya 7. She's saying, "Look, guys, or look, sisters, I've got the immunity idol."
Yeah. She's got a bargaining chip. I do think this is probably a scenario where Kendall's laying out all of her options. I don't think she's writing off Tanya and Lily, but why not have two deals if you can keep it a secret, and if you have the protection to back yourself up.
And here's the thing, Kendall is in a really good spot because she can side either way.
Yeah.
She can still have that Ranger alliance, but she also might be thrown that it's too yellow as part of that yellow alliance from before.
Always be tighter with each other than they are with me.
Yes.
So, all right, I'm buying it. I like the idea of Kendall sort of laying out all of her options. And it's definitely a Kendall we haven't seen before, but could see. Why not? It's not like she's working with the most evil. She's working with a bit more ambiguous figures.
And Kendall, she's, as pointed out by Josh Moore in chat, she's building literal connections inside Tanaya 7.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, I think we've got a Cis Chacho alliance going on.
There's got to be a word for that, but I'm sticking with Cis Chachos.
Hey, bro Chacho, Cis Chacho, let's do it.
All right.
So, actually, that will make. Okay, so we are going to go into the immunity challenge.
Yes. Here we go.
And this, go ahead.
It's all you. I'm trying to figure out where we even are.
Okay. We're still on episode 5, Jackets and Eggs. So, we forgot this. We forgot before the immunity challenge. Sorry, everyone. An idol clue is found.
So many idols.
But this is
a clue.
So the idol is going to actually be hidden at the next challenge. In the case of David versus Goliath, it's actually nested under one of the like stakes that's holding something up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's where if you're bold enough, you can actually, while everyone's got their attention ahead of them, you can kind of sneak your way towards the back and grab it.
Yeah. So I guess what's the best way to figure out who gets this done?
Well, we got to figure out which team actually has it, because in the episode it was Dan that found it. So what's the analogous team?
I guess. Do we even know what team won? Did Dan win? Well, Dan's a brochacho, so let's go with that, right? So it's one of the Cis Chachos.
So one of the Cis Chachos finds it. Can we pick from them?
Yeah, do you want me to just throw them in the bowl and draw one out? This means
Tanaya.
Kendall end up with an idol and a clue.
To another idol.
Exactly. And what's funny is, someone pointed out in the chat, Scorpina has the nullifier. So
yes.
Kendall and Scorpina probably don't know this about each other, but Kendall has an idol that Scorpina probably doesn't know about. And if Kendall used it as a bargaining chip, they do know about it, which means Scorpina would know exactly who to use her nullifier on. Ooh,
and
this
Scorpina is keeping that all to herself because villains be villain. And
what would it benefit her to tell anyone,
Exactly. She's got the nullifier. Oh, this is drama. This is happening. So,
Kendall finds a clue.
well, here we go, because we are now into the immunity challenge. Tribes will have what?
In the actual season, you said Dan found the clue, right?
Yep.
In the actual season, Dan ends up with 2 idols.
This is working out. This is weird. We're not controlling this. This is strange.
Bizarre.
Yeah. So, in this immunity challenge, tribes will have to race over an obstacle. They will then need to raise a ladder where one person will take a rope, which the remaining members will use to close a bridge. Once everyone is across the bridge and down a fireman's pole, one person will need to untie a bag containing a ball. They will then use the ball and attempt to navigate it through a vertical snake maze to get the ball into the slot. The first 2 tribes that complete the maze win immunity.
Yes, I love those snake mazes. The vertical mazes are so cool.
And for anyone at home, they're basically pulling on 2 ropes to control how this vertical maze moves. And it's, just think of it as a long snake, so a very narrow path that they have to navigate a ball around to the very top.
It's cool. I want one in my apartment just to play around with.
And we know how good Rob Goat is with ropes, as told by Josh Moore in the chat. So let's roll to find out who gets immunity. So the first 2 tribes, they get immunity. So
yes.
for red, it's a 9.
They're always like just in the middle there.
For yellow is 17.
My gosh.
And blue is 14. Red is out.
Shakes out the exact same way as last time, right?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Here's the rub. Because the idol is found. Kendall finds the idol while everyone's paying attention. She is going back to where they got the ball for the maze, and she reaches under there and gets the next idol.
So Kendall has 2 idols.
She has 2 immunity idols.
Same tribe. Scorpina has an idol nullifier.
Exactly.
Basically means like Kendall had the advantage, and then Scorpina had the advantage, and then Kendall gained the advantage again. Because you can only nullify 1 idol at a time.
That's true. So this is crazy. Red is going to tribal council. So are the cis chachos staying together for now?
Well, okay. So I think that in a tribe of 5, the first question is, does Kendall play an idol? She has 2 of them. Does she feel safe? She's been like wheeling and dealing, and so she's sort of emboldened by the fact that she has protection. I think if she plays an idol, she probably also goes with the cis chachos. You know what I mean? Because then if it backfires, she's safe no matter what.
And then Scorpina's sitting back like, yeah, play your idol. Play it.
Whoa. Okay. So, okay. So, oh man. Wow. Oh boy. So,
yep.
So we're going with Kendall playing an idol, Scorpina knowing that she's going to play an idol.
But she doesn't know that there's a second idol.
Right.
And Kendall's keeping that one to herself.
Right. But if her idol is nullified, she's definitely going to play the second idol, which means if all of this plays out, it all gets washed, but Kendall's probably safe no matter what if she plays her idol in the first place. But the aftermath of that is what's weird, right? So if we assume that all that's going to happen because Kendall's nervous, she's been wheeling and dealing, she's taking a chance, wants to like kind of save her butt. Who ends up even being sort of the collateral damage. So if Kendall's going with Tanaya and Scorpina, I guess, oh man, this is weird. Why would Scorpina nullify her idol if she's voting with them anyway? I guess just to get it out of the way?
Oh, no. Because Scorpina is saying she's double crossing and going to Tanya and Lily. See, I knew that would be a problem.
The moment it happened.
So Scorpina knows. This is Scorpina's game right now.
Okay.
So hear me out. Scorpina knows that Kendall has an immunity, but Scorpina has the nullifier, which no one knows about. I think Scorpina is going over to Tanya and Lily on the side and saying, look, I'm also kind of yellow because most of my armor is gold.
Okay.
And she's saying, look, I know Kendall has an immunity idol. And here's the thing. She went into a Cis Chacho alliance with us. So she turned on you two Rangers and partnered up with two villains.
But Scorpina would then she'd have to be like, but actually, it's the three of us. So I want you to know that Kendall came to me with a deal, but I don't want to work with her. I want to work with you two. So let's go out. Let's make.
Yep.
Wait. Let's make Kendall think we're voting for her so that she has to play an idol. Let's actually put our votes on Tanaya. Flush an idol. Get rid. It depends on whether or not Scorpina actually wants to work with the yellows or not. Does she actually want to work with the yellows or does she not want to work with the yellows?
I think if she's playing a nullifier, she would have to.
Oh,
she's trying to get Kendall out. She's trying to do a blindside, essentially.
She doesn't know about the second idol, so she's just going to go for this.
Yes.
So basically what happens is she's getting Tanya and Lily to vote against Kendall because Kendall came to her with a deal. She's expecting Kendall to play an idol. Kendall's going to play it. Scorpina is going to nullify it.
And Kendall's like,
So what matters is who does Tanaya vote for and who does Kendall vote for? Because any votes for Kendall won't count.
So what is Kendall and Tanaya and Scorpina, which so they think they're in an alliance. So who are they saying they're voting out?
Scorpina, who would Scorpina tell Kendall and Tanaya, or who would that Cis Chacho group decide to target between Tanya and Lily? Regardless of the final outcome, because Scorpina thinks that it doesn't matter, right? So Scorpina's like, those two need to believe that we're voting out one of the two yellows, but really we're going to vote out Kendall, not knowing that Kendall is still going to get her way. So it's like a back and forth, right?
Well, I think we go for the weakest link here, and Josh pointed out something. What if Kendall and Tanaya are voting for Lily? Lily hasn't been super engaging in the play of the game. Maybe she was the weak link. She just couldn't do the snake puzzle. Her animal spirit wasn't aligned.
Yeah, if they're weighing out what Tanya's contributed to the challenges in the tribe and Lily's continuing to the challenges in the tribe, they keep losing, right? They've lost 2 in a row. Right. So even if they are choosing between two people they don't want to work with, they still have to choose the more capable of the two as they've seen it thus far in challenges. So here's what I'm seeing.
Kendall. And remember, they voted out Camille because of the Lily and Camille argument.
There's already some perceived discord that could potentially continue. So at the beginning of this round, Kendall went to Scorpina and Tanaya and said, look, those two, I can't work with them. They'll always be closer to each other. Let's the three of us get together. You want to work with me because I've got an idol. Scorpina says, that's great. Let's do that. You've got an idol. But secretly is like, whatever. I've got a nullifier. Let's get her out of here if she's so powerful, right? If she's found an idol, she's good at this. She knows what she's doing. So Scorpina goes to Tanya and Lily and says, listen to what Kendall said. Kendall tried to get me and Tanaya together. The three of us agreed that we were going to vote out you, Lily, but really the three of us are going to vote out Kendall. And then at the tribal council, Scorpina, Lily, and Tanya are going to vote for Kendall. Kendall's going to play her idol. Scorpina's going to play her nullifier. And Kendall's going to play her second idol, which means that Kendall and Tanaya's votes for Lily will count and be enough with only 2 of the 5 votes.
Let's do it.
Followable.
No, I think it is followable. So
it tracks, I think. I think it all makes sense.
And that means everyone's advantages are gone.
Woo! They're out of here.
But
and it was Lily.
Lily is the casualty, but here's the thing. So Kendall played her second idol to stay in the game, but now she knows she can't trust Scorpina.
Right.
Because of the blind side that she tried to pull off.
But that means that Kendall has double-crossed Tanya and Scorpina's double-crossed Kendall.
And that means she's alone.
And Scorpina's double-crossed Kendall as well. And Tanaya as well, which means none of these 4 people trust each other. None of them work together the way that they said they would.
Wow.
For Tanaya and Kendall. Those are the only 2 who voted together the way that they said they would.
Wow. My God. I think that tracks. I'm good with it.
That's wild. And you know what? It's a good way to honor the actual episode.
It is. It is. Everyone is a backstabber. This is it. This is it.
Ooh, wow. I cannot wait to see the look on Gia's face at the next challenge because she's
my God.
Like, what happened, Yellows? What did you do? It's funny because I think she's going to think that, like, I don't know what she's going to think. Oh, that's just wild.
And we'll talk about that. Let's pause here.
Yes.
I want to tell everyone, let's take a 5-minute intermission. I need to grab some water and say hello to Teresa.
Hi, Teresa.
So I've got like an intermission graphic. We'll mute our mics.
Yes.
And for the audience at home, take a potty break. Maybe check out Ranger Liz's stream. Mm-hmm. But we will take a break and come back to finish out the episode. I'm gonna rehydrate with some water in this nice Power Rangers movie cup.
Yes, I'll stay in the chat too if you want to chat for a little bit.
Yeah. So Doug will be in the chat. I'm going to mute my mic and we'll go into intermission. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thanks, everyone. All right. We are back to start the stream up again with Power Rangers Survivor. We took a little intermission. Hope everyone got their favorite drink, maybe a snack, because we're rolling into this back half of Power Rangers Survivor. Doug, how you feeling?
I'm good. I'm pumped. I've got all the coffee in my blood.
Great. What are people saying in the chat? Give us a chat update, Doug.
Lots of people are surprised at how quickly the Rangers have fallen apart. And I think it makes sense when you just can't pull off wins and you have to constantly go to tribal council after tribal council after tribal council. You just can't sustain numbers, and it puts you in a situation where you have to think strategically. You have to think of options outside of what you've been doing so far. But it doesn't make it less surprising. You expect the Rangers to pull it off. You don't expect the villains to win, but maybe a deserted island is really where the villains can find their footing. I don't know.
Yep, that's a good point. I was trying to unmute my mic because I was eating some cheese because I'm hungry.
Yes. A good Survivor snack.
Which this episode is brought to you by Baby Bell cheese. Get yourself some Baby Bell. Not really, but we're back.
We're back.
And episode 6, aren't cis chachos just adorable?
Aww.
This works.
It does, because all the cis chachos are still here.
So, So what happens in the actual episode, Doug, in the beginning?
Okay, well, people knew exactly what we were referencing when we said jackets and eggs or whatever the heck the title was.
Yeah.
Basically,
because Lily has a really cool Jungle Fury jacket.
Pew, 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 pew. Perfect. So in the actual Survivor season, it keeps going out of focus. Come on, focus, camera, focus. Okay, so in the actual Survivor season, the weather's been really terrible, right? And so
it's been horrible.
Is a massive asset. And the person that they were voting out on the actual season had this really nice warm jacket, and this absolute queen and icon named Angelina. Just absolutely wonderful. Some of the best Survivor character driven stuff in a very long time.
Yeah.
Basically tries to get the person they are voting out, they are actively voting out, to give her the jacket on the way out. So, hey, I'm voting you out, but also, can I have your jacket? Because it's like cold.
And she's like, Natalie, as Natalie just does not give her the time of day.
Can I have your jacket, Natalie? And
one of the greatest moments in that season, just hilarious, which Jeff Probst brought out as a clip in the reunion special.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It was beautiful. Needless to say, she did not get that jacket. There was no jacket given.
So I think Scorpina was like, Lily. Oh, okay.
Can I get that jacket? Thanks. Nope. All right. Cool.
So at this point, no one on the red team trusts each other anymore.
No, the only even close bond here is Kendall and Tanaya, who voted together, but only just recently.
So I think there's a small cis chacho alliance, and I think the title of this episode, aren't they adorable, is because it's like, okay, you tried to do that and it failed.
I feel like Tanya's the one who delivered the quote in a sarcastic way, right? Like, Chacho's just adorable. Like, they can't get their ish together.
I love it. I'm here for it. So now we are going to the reward challenge.
Yes.
And in this reward challenge, one tribe member from each tribe is strapped to a bag full of coconuts, which is then carried by the 3 remaining members of the tribe. They will race out to the beach where the person strapped to the coconuts will climb over an obstacle, get 4 rings onto a balance beam, while the other tribe members will need to hold up the coconut bag in order to create slack in the rope that they're attached to. They will then toss the rings onto 4 pegs. The first tribe to do this wins cooking utensils, spices, herbs, and delicious kebabs. The second tribe to finish will only get 2 kebabs.
I genuinely do not remember this challenge whatsoever.
Oh my god, it was insane. Like there was like this 50-pound or 75-pound thing of coconuts, and the three of the team members or 4 of the team members had to like lift it up to give the person enough slack to get over the obstacle and enough slack to toss the rings and to get any rings that they threw to keep tossing rings.
That's so weird. I remember the next challenge. This one is just swoop.
I thought it was a crazy challenge because it's everyone's using their upper strength to like hold these coconuts. So you want someone that is small enough where it's not going to be an obstacle, because you want the strong people to hold up the coconut. So let's roll for reward.
Figure this out.
I've said coconuts way too many times. And that's the thing, because the red team only has 4 people, yellow and blue are sitting someone out. I think Capri sits out for blue.
Yeah.
And I think Imperious sits out for yellow.
That was my gut reaction too.
Okay. So for red, they get a 7.
Okay.
Yellow, a 1.
What?
And blue.
Maybe they don't care that much.
Blue is 18. The villains really wanted those kebabs.
Dang.
And so yellow just doesn't care about any of that, apparently.
I guess they don't need kebabs. They're like kebabs, whatever.
But this is just reward. This is reward. Who cares? Whatever. But now we will go to the immunity challenge. Well, let's talk about this. Our conversations happening on the other 2 camps. We focus so much on red. What's going on with yellow and blue?
Well, it's weird because since they haven't had to vote anybody out the entire time they've been a tribe, it's kind of smooth sailing, I think, to an extent. But anything that's even remotely resembling tension would be sort of building and building and building without any sort of outlet. So I actually think that the blue team, the one that's all villains, they probably have some sort of tension that's just been building since day one because they've been together since day one. And I think that the yellow team is actually sort of figuring things out. When they have these like 2 to 3 tribe splits, there always seems to be one tribe that's just like kumbaya, who's like doing great. They're good at challenges. There's no real problems. It seems like maybe that's the yellow tribe at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I'm not sure where the tension is on that all villain tribe. Divatox is there, so I got to imagine that even if they haven't had to vote anybody out, she's probably ruffling feathers. It's kind of what she does on Survivor.
Exactly. So, yeah, and I think, because Blue totally destroyed this challenge, Rob Goat is devouring these kebabs. I think people are happy.
Yeah. They're fed.
So,
their bellies are full.
Yeah.
It's a good feeling.
So let's get to the immunity challenge.
Yes. So this is one where in the actual Survivor season, one of the tribes just absolutely fell apart. And I don't know if that's what's going to happen to our own red team here that's been falling apart.
Yeah.
But in this challenge, they have to carry this really large, heavy saucer to a water tower. It's like a shallow saucer.
Like a shallow saucer on a big slab.
I'm pretty sure it's actually made of stone.
Yeah.
And they have to carry this huge stone saucer to a water tower and fill it with water. And then they have to carry that saucer full of water back to a well and fill that well up enough to like let some puzzle pieces out. So they have to get it to a certain point. Basically, whoever fills it up the most, kind of like in a backyard game where you have like the big tub and the beach ball and you have to like fill it cup by cup. That's like this challenge. But the slab is huge and really, really, really heavy. And if you can't keep your grip or keep your footing, it just all falls out.
This was so frustrating and painful to watch.
It was like heart-wrenching. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's painful because there's one team that completely falls apart. They're super tired. Their knuckles are bleeding. It's bad. Yeah. It's really bad.
It's bad.
So let's, without further ado, red 11.
Hey,
coming back, y'all.
We'll see.
Yellow 15.
All right. Well, we only need second place.
Blue 7.
So we have a tie at the end there. So we have to.
Yeah. So that's between red and blue, correct?
So yellow is definitive. They have won.
Yellow. Yes, yellow is definitely the first winner.
So it's between red and blue. Woo.
All right, we're going to do a re-roll for red and blue.
All right.
Red is 14.
Ooh, okay. All right.
Blue 7. So blue stays the same.
Wow, so blue is finally going to have to release some of that tension.
Yeah, and I think they just rested on their laurels too much.
They ate too much kebab.
Rob was like, the kebab.
Can't stop thinking about the kebab.
Kebab. I love the kebab. And so it's bad for them. So I think finally red, they really pulled it out. They tried their hardest. They weren't first, but they were close. And I think they all really needed that to maybe rebuild the Sischachos.
This is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the first time that Kendall and Tanya haven't had to go to tribal council.
That's true.
Which is wild.
It's good.
Good for them. Good job, ladies. You deserved a break.
You know what? This is so great. I think they feel good about themselves. Let's talk about what the heck is going on the villain side.
All right. Well,
because Capri sat out, not her fault.
Right. So that could go one of two ways. If she sat out because they find her a liability, then there's that. But if she sat out and they're like, well, you didn't do anything wrong. You didn't blow it. There's that. But I actually think that this is not going to come down to challenge performance. I think that whatever has been boiling between these 5 people is going to get addressed tonight, right? So whatever relationships have been built and whatever relationships have been slowly cracking and pulling apart, this is finally their chance to act. I can't imagine, unless she's been just really annoying the crap out of people, that Capri is involved all that much. She's a loudmouth and she's rude and she's self-centered.
But no one really cares.
Well, and they've never been to tribal council. So, like, what is she throwing a fit about?
Yeah, I think she's just a diva. And she's not annoying. She's just like, oh, whatever.
Well, and she's the type of person that's only going to throw a fit when she's down and out. And they've been winning reward after reward after reward. She's just kind of like, whatever. She's sitting on a log somewhere, like making sure her hair looks right.
And look, aside from Lord Zed, the rest of this team is like villain divas. Capri, Cosmo Royale, Divatox, and RoboGoat.
You know what? I imagine that Cosmo is probably making amazing television, though, because that's like all he cares about. Which is great for us as an audience. Like, he's probably putting on all kinds of like shows and antics and stuff. I wonder how that's received by the other tribe members, because if he's like eating up camera time, I can't imagine Divatox loves that. I can't imagine Rob loves that. But I think it's the case nonetheless. I think he is absolutely like, look at this thing that I made. Look at this wacky thing I'm doing. Look at this. Isn't it funny? Where's the camera?
I think Divatox is eating that up because that kind of reminds her of Elgar.
So she feels at home with Cosmo.
Yeah.
She's not annoyed with Cosmo. She's like, "You're a fool," and I'm chuckling at it as opposed to getting annoyed by it.
And and Josh in the chat said, seems like a good time to look at Divatox and say, let's axe her since she's been on the show before.
All right. I could see Zed and, well, I could definitely see Rob Goat doing that because he's already sort of been like, she had her chance, right?
I'm the number one diva here.
Right. So I think Rob
And
is definitely targeting Divatox.
here's the thing. Lord Zed is targeting Divatox. Divatox made Rita go home in the last season. And Lord Zed is out for revenge.
There's a grudge.
Yes.
Okay, so then here is our question. If Rob Goat is going after Divatox, if Zed is going after
mighty Lord Zed.
So those two are in lockstep going for Divatox. Divatox and Cosmo seem to at least have some sort of like entertaining sort of friendship, if not, just sort of like being near each other all the time. Where does Capri gravitate to?
Oh.
The question is, does she get along with Divatox or not? Does she find Divatox fun because she's also sort of like girly and fancy and like strong and like whatever, or is she threatened by Divatox? Like where does Capri end up on that spectrum?
I think that Capri really likes the center of attention when it's her. So I think she wants to get out Divatox.
Okay. So like, this is my show. Divatox, you're getting in the way of that.
I think Capri feels threatened by Divatox, and because she sat out in the last challenge, that Capri feels that her game isn't really being presented as strong. So I think she's doing this to make a move as part of her Survivor story.
Gotcha. Okay. Like, this is my chance to play, and I'm going to take advantage of that. I'm on this show too, everybody. Look at me. I'm doing things.
Yeah, and Josh in the chat brings up a good point. He thinks that Zed and Rob Goat go to Capri with a final 3 offer.
Ooh, I could see that sort of as their third person. And Capri, I don't think is necessarily going to sniff that out as being on the bottom of that threesome. I think she's going to be eager to accept a deal.
Now,
so I think it's just sort of like, these people want me.
Now, here's what we need to consider. Is Divatox getting wind of any of this? Because she has the immunity idol. At this point in the game, does she feel threatened?
I think what it relies on is one of the 3, Zed, Robogoat, or Capri, convincing Divatox that she is fine and she's good and that they're not going after her. If one of the 3 of them can be the person in that role, then Divatox doesn't play her idol. If they sit there and say like, look, I guess who is comfortable with them throwing out, like, can they throw out Cosmo's name or do they have to throw out one of the 3? Is Divatox going to get spooked if they say, look, you're fine, we don't want Cosmo here? Or do they have to say it's one of the 3 of them?
I think they have to say it's one of the 3 of them. And Rob Goat and Divatox aren't buddy.
Right.
So I think Rob is saying, yeah, throw my name out there as long as I'm really not the one going home.
Okay.
Use me as a decoy.
Because what better theatrical opportunity to show off his chops than to pretend like he's the target?
And so he's like, oh,
so here's what you've got.
Greatest.
You've got Capri, who's pretending to be buddy with Divatox because they're girls and they've got this, and it's you and me to the end, right? And she's convincing Divatox that it's Rob Goat, and Rob Goat is putting on the performance of a lifetime, pretending like nothing's happening. And so that's probably how they attempt to convince Divatox. Question is, does Divatox fall for it or not?
Do we want to flip a coin?
We can. I like that idea. Does she fall for it? Does she not fall for it? So let's say that heads is that she falls for it. Tails is that she doesn't. Heads is obviously the ranger head.
Yes.
So heads, she falls for it, right? Yes. She does not fall for it. It was a tails.
Oh, snap. So how do we play this out?
So
is she playing her idol? Is she flush? Are they playing their idol?
Well, yeah, I think that does she. Yes, I think so. I think that's the only thing that makes sense, right? She has an idol. Oh wait, but they all know she has an idol. Well, that's fine. That's fine. They're trying to convince her not to use it so they can flush it. It's really their only move because they know she has it.
Right.
So it's really they're completely riding on the fact that they're selling her on this and sort of hoping like, okay, like she cannot play it. We do not have enough people here to split a vote, so it has to work.
But since she is playing it anyway, because she wasn't fooled by it,
right?
Then her and Cosmo have the votes to vote out someone. So who are they voting out? They now have the power.
I feel like Divatox goes for the biggest threat. She goes I think she goes for the big kahuna. I think that's what she would do, right?
Yep.
So they have to convince her. They probably think they have. I think that Lord Zed, RoboGoat, and Capri are all confident enough in themselves and just egotistical enough to think that they've pulled it off. And I think maybe they're wrong. And so she plays her idol. She and Cosmo vote for Zed, and 2 out of 5 votes is enough. Do we buy it?
Guys, I'm buying it.
Wow.
Wow. Lord Zed is out.
That's bonkers. But I guess it makes sense.
Lord Zed is out.
I was expecting Zed for like deep in the game. I was figuring like 4th or 5th.
Yeah, I was too, but yeah, Lord Zed is out.
I like Steve in the chat says, and he probably does not take it well.
Oh no, like lightning is flying off of his staff. He's like, this is a great injustice.
Yeah, he's like screaming down the path.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Rita failed. Divatox is she got not only did Divatox get her revenge, but she took out one of a great physical threat as well.
Wow. She's really making the most of her second time out there. She's really learned what it takes and she's figured out all the reads. It actually makes a lot of sense that wouldn't work on her because she knows what it's like to be voted out. She knows what it feels like when people are trying to fool you or not talk to you or treat you differently because you're the target. So it makes a lot of sense. It was really, really a poor move on Zed, Capri, and Rob Goat's part to think they could fool her.
They were being egotistical.
Yes, they were being pretty cocky.
So we are going into episode 7. There's going to be tears shed.
Oh boy.
And here we go, because everyone, it's the merge.
Everybody's on the same tribe.
So, yeah, we're starting off with a clean slate. Red, yellow, and blue combine. And
yes.
And here is the breakdown. So for evil, we have Scorpina, Tanaya 7, Imperious, Heckle and Snide, Capri, Cosmo Royale, Divatox, and RoboGoat.
I'm trying to like organize my little name papers here in such a way that they're like kind of close to the people that they've worked with. It's kind of rough. It's kind of rough.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I think that the yellow folks can sort of stay close to one another just for the time being.
Right.
I think that the villains are probably like, what the heck happened? But I imagine that they're still sort of like we've got the numbers, like let's not forget that we have the numbers here.
So what I'm going to do in our show notes is I'm going to put all the teams together, but I'm going to color them with their alliance.
Okay.
And we know who's good or evil to lie on those lines.
Oh no, my picture is getting wonky, they're telling me. So hopefully it gets itself back on course here.
Let me check the stream health real quick. I think we're good. Stream health is fine. It might be on your end, Doug.
I don't know what that would be. Sorry, folks. Hopefully that figures itself out because I haven't changed anything here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if that's coming in from my end
Is
or
my
what.
audio still good, everyone?
Your audio sounds great.
Okay.
And as long as you're still recording in Audacity, we should be good.
Yes.
If anything, you could always like maybe back out and rejoin through Lightstream. That's always an option.
Do we want to try that, or should we wait it out for a sec?
Let's wait it out because it always could be a bandwidth issue.
Sure.
So here's the breakdown. Do you want to do a breakdown of who we got here?
Let's do it. So on the merge tribe.
Do you think I should organize this back to good versus evil, but keep the color codes?
I think the good versus evil is kind of easy because it's all just rangers and villains. If they're a ranger, they're on that tribe. If they're a villain, they're on that tribe. So that's all right.
So I like your idea about the relationships. So can you just summarize the relationships for my benefit?
Sure. So the most recent thing to have happened is that Divatox and Cosmo fell on one side of a vote, and Capri and Rob Goat fell on the other side of a vote. This is weird for Imperius and Heckle because they haven't had to vote at all. And Scorpina and Tanaya, who are villains, who are not currently working together. So you've got sort of a bizarre villain situation, a fractured villain situation. And then Ranger-wise, all we've got is Kendall, Tanya, who also are not exactly on the same page, and Gia, TJ, and Mick, who are on the same page.
Yes.
I feel like I probably know how this ends up breaking down initially.
Can you give me that initial thing so I can just organize it?
I think that the fact that there are only 5 Rangers will register for them as we have to work together.
So a rallying call.
Yes, I think Gia, TJ, and Mick, they're good. They're together. I think TJ and Mick are probably working on Tanya and Kendall respectively. So I think TJ is saying to Tanya, look, I get it. Kendall and you, something happened, but we need you, Tanya. And I think Mick is doing the same for Kendall because they're using those previous connections to try to get that 5-sum together.
And what's great about this is Mick is one of the most best. He's one of the best people to really bring together and show people a lesson.
Yes, exactly. Like it's nice that there's a mentor working on one side of things and a team leader working on another side of things.
I think they can really patch up that relationship.
Yeah. It's also mentor to mentor in a sense. I know Kendall is part of like a mentorship team in a way, but she did mentor the Rangers for a very long time in some capacity, right? So I think that relationship between her and Mick probably ends up being pretty strong for a number of reasons. I think the 5-sum, whether they get along personally or not, will work together, which is good because you have, what is this, 8 villains who are fractured. So if the 5 Rangers can stick together,
it's Shattered Survivor.
Exactly. It's living up to its name. If the 5 Rangers can pull in just enough villains, which would be what, 2, then they're good to go. It's just a matter of how do they pull that off.
And we can talk about it, but I kind of have an idea of who they might pull in.
Okay.
But yeah, Scorpina, Tanaya 7, their relationship is broken. Capri and Rob Goat were on the same side, but that got destroyed. Cosmo Royale and Divatox are together.
Yes.
And I think Imperius and Heckle and Snide are also together.
Yes. I think, yes. We've got a couple we actually have 4 twosomes well, 3 twosomes and then Scorpina and Tanaya who aren't really
right
on great terms. But the fact that there are a bunch of twosomes is good. They just need to convince one twosome, basically.
All right. Then let us get into this immunity challenge. Doug, before we do that, did you want to like maybe reset your camera?
Sure, let's do that. I guess what's the best way to do I need to leave this? Or should I like hide my cam and put it back?
Oh, wait, something happened. Do that again.
I hid my camera.
Oh, which just gives your face. I think it's clearing up a little bit. It was.
I don't know why it's doing that.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's on my end or not. So I'm going to close a few things here. Okay. But the stream health is good. I think I'm coming in pretty good.
My connection generally is strong, like my internet connection's strong.
So maybe just back out of Lightstream and come back to this project.
Okay, so basically close this out and then reopen that link?
Yeah.
Okay. I will BRB.
All right, hopefully that doesn't completely... Okay, Doug left the room. So it's just me. And again, I really want to thank everyone who has participated in the show so far. You guys are the real goats, and you will get a chance to vote for the winner of Power Rangers Survivor for the 4th season. So I really appreciate you guys taking your night out and time to do this. Again, take some breaks. We've got some more episodes to do. And Doug is back.
Hopefully that clears up my video a little bit. We shall see.
It says Doug's cam is inactive.
It looks good so far based on our little output preview. It looks much better than it did before I jumped out.
Are people seeing that?
Let's see. Thanks for going. Looks better. It looks better. Okay, great. Cool.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you, everybody, for being so quick to give us feedback on that. We appreciate that. Makes it a lot easier to figure stuff out.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. It's just weird because in this, and people can hear you, Doug.
Can you all hear me? Or do we need to like re-add audio? I hope not. Cookie Crisp.
Because through Lightstream, it's saying that you're inactive.
Joshua says, yes, we hear. Derek says, yup. Steve says, hear who? Supa says, yes. Steve clarifies that he can hear me.
Then we're good. And I think we will move on to the immunity challenge.
Let's do it.
Now, what's great is because everyone is now individual.
Yes.
Because this is a merged tribe. The immunity challenges are now individual based.
Yes. So instead of a team winning and being safe, only one person wins and is safe.
So one person gets the immunity necklace and they are safe from tribal council and cannot be voted off.
Which means that Tanya and Kendall have only ever had one round away from tribal council. Means they will have been to every single tribal council except one, if my recollection is correct.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about. Like, yeah, it's going to be interesting. So
almost a record.
Almost a record. So, in this immunity challenge, castaways must swing a long pendulum through a frame around a statue while standing on a beam. If at any point their statue tips over, the pendulum stops moving, or they step off the beam, they are eliminated from the challenge. The last person standing wins immunity. And for people who can't think about this, consider like a frame with a pendulum. They have to keep it spinning.
Like this. It's like kind of they have hold of the pendulum string, and they are literally like stirring a pot almost, but they have to keep it at a very specific route.
Yes, because if the pendulum hits the frame, that shock would be enough to either stop the pendulum, they're out, or it might knock the idol off.
Yeah.
Even if they keep it spinning, they're off. And so halfway through the challenge, they will actually switch hands.
Yeah.
And it has to be seamless.
Yes.
This was a crazy immunity challenge.
I actually really like this challenge because a lot of times on Survivor, the first 3, 4, sometimes even 5 challenges after the merge are reliant on just balancing. So anytime they do something that's a little different than that, or they mix it up, I like it a lot. And this is one that's really cool. I like ones that you can sort of easily conceptualize and sort of, you can sort of crap talk and be like, I'd be so good at this. Or, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they screwed that up. Like, it's always fun to kind of like, I don't know, couch quarterback or whatever.
No, this was a fun challenge to watch on David versus Goliath. It was nerve-wracking. It was just to watch. I really loved it.
It's good.
So instead of rolls, we're not going to roll like whatever.
Oh yeah.
We're picking from the bowl.
That's right. Every single time we have to pull from the bowl. Who do you think would actually be like good at this challenge, and who do you think would just be super terrible?
Sure. So while Doug is talking about that, I'll switch to our main screen. I think for the purposes of this challenge, I think the people that have the best balance, I think the Rangers would be pretty good at this.
Yeah,
Tanya, Gia, TJ, even Mick. I think they're strong enough. They're more dedicated. And I think they're really playing for their lives at this point because they are outnumbered by the villains. They are a team of 5. They're literally a team of Rangers that we got 2 reds, a yellow, and a purple all together. So I think TJ and Mick really calmed down the Kendall and Tanya alliance. I think that they're really trying to gun and say, look, even though this is an individual immunity, we need to come together as Rangers to defeat the evil.
Yeah. One of the 5 of us has got to keep winning this stuff. I like the idea that Kendall has this figured out from like a scientific standpoint, since it's basically like physics.
It's physics. She knows the right amount of force to apply to the string.
Yeah.
With minimal or with maximum efficiency, so she doesn't get tired.
Exactly. Well, shall we figure out who wins this challenge?
Yeah, so I've switched you back, and it's gonna be crazy.
Okay, let's see if we were. I dropped them, whoever they are. All right, let's see. Oh wow! Not what I would have expected. We have a Rob Goat win.
Robo Goat. We have established that he is good with ropes.
He chose not to eat this one, I guess.
He loves to eat ropes, but he did not eat ropes in this challenge, which was good because he would have automatically lost.
Wow. Can I just say that I am shocked?
Hashtag Rope-A-Goat.
Rope-A-Goat? Yep. Can I say that I am, first off, shocked that RoboGoat has even made it this far into the game, and that he's now won the first individual challenge is astonishing. Survivor is a wild game, and you cannot predict what's going to happen.
Look, you've heard of rope-a-dope. Well, this is rope-a-goat.
Bam. Absolutely
Okay.
wild.
So let's talk about tribal council, which I will actually switch to this time. That is my least used graphic so far.
Hey.
So yeah, tribal council. We know that the Rangers are a voting block.
Yeah, I think it would be absolute, they'd be shooting themselves in all of their feet if they did not vote together as a fivesome.
Right. But who are they voting for?
So, okay. I think, so you said you have an idea of who the pair is that they would work with or try to pull in.
I do.
I also have an idea of who I think they might pull in. So I'm curious as to what the duo is that you are thinking they would pull in.
And if it matches up with yours, is that an absolute?
I think it's just solidified, right?
Okay. So I think they are pulling in Imperius and Heckle and Snide.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Because Kendall has a connection with Heckle and Snide, and she knows that there is some kind of good in him.
Yes, that is very, very true. And, well, when we did the casting thing, we said the villains are sort of at their peak villain moment. So
Sure.
I guess we're sort of disregarding the Tanya Heckle connection. But they also have a connection in being on the same team. Doesn't really matter because we've got the Kendall connection. So it's there anyway. But worth mentioning.
Well, no, here's the thing. Because this is Shattered Survivor,
hey.
Tanya brings in from beyond the grid. She convinces Kendall and the rest of the team, look, I trust Heckle. I know this crazy Shattered Survivor. I think... it's pulling him from a different timeline, but I know deep down he's good. And we're bringing in that beyond the grid full synergy of the property.
Beautiful. Now, here's the thing. I don't think it's unreasonable to think that Heckle / Snide, who are both strategic,
he's got immunity still. He is the only one left with immunity.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Which means he can play a little bit more daringly. I don't think it's unreasonable to think that Heckle and Snide and Imperius would do something like this, because I think, at least in the case of Imperius, like, he's going to do what it takes to get himself to the end, and he'll strike when the moment makes the most sense. Yeah. So whether he's working with Rangers, whether he's working with villains, if the opportunity is better for him to get further or to get into a place of power, I think he takes it. I think Snide is also somebody who's not above making sort of alliances that might be unconventional but beneficial to him. So I do think that makes sense. The question then becomes, who are Imperius and Heckle / Snide going to name as their target? Because I think the 5 Rangers have to say, look, we'll vote for whomever you want. Just work with us. Like, we've got the numbers if you work with us. You put the name out there, and we'll prove to you that we're not messing around. Like, we're not just, fooling here.
Here's the thing. I think that they're going to go after Divatox.
So what... They have never had to vote with any villain. So I guess, like, what's the big draw there? I don't disagree, but I wonder what they're like when they're talking to the Rangers. What is their sort of like, all right, here's who we want to get rid of so that you prove to us that, like, this 7-person thing is a thing.
Well, then let's roll that back. Their interaction then was all before the split, the tribal split.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess who of these remaining villains pissed off Imperius and Snide and Heckle and Snide enough to really tip the scales against one person, that they could at least throw a name out? Because you're right, Imperius and Snide were only on the yellow team, so they haven't had any further connections with the rest of everyone else.
Well, I think if it's a matter of, are Imperius and Heckle Snide, Sneckle, shall we, Are they going to use this as an opportunity to take out a big threat, or are they going to try to ruffle as few feathers as possible? Are they going to keep their options open by saying, here's someone we can all agree on?
Right.
Or are they going to just say, like, let's do this, let's go hard, let's get rid of this person, they are in our way?
I think the chat is bringing up a good unanimous type of situation that makes sense.
Okay.
And that we should vote for Divatox because she did the power play against Zed. She no longer has an idol. She's vulnerable.
And she's got the redemption arc. She has a story where she can say, like, I screwed up the first time and I came here to play and I nailed it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. What Steve said in the chat, she's the person from the last game, and she's starting to get into this late in the game.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, with this voting, the jury begins tonight.
Mm-hmm. So she's going to be the first person there if she gets voted out. Who? Okay, so if they throw out Divatox's name, they have the numbers.
Yes.
Just period.
Yeah.
Are they bringing other people in? Are they trying to make it unanimous? Are they like what's the play here?
I think there is at least a split with Rob Goat and Capri because they lined with Lord Zed.
Yes.
And they got burned by Divatox.
So they can let those two know at least.
Yes.
As potential future options, right? So if Imperius and Heckle / Snide want to keep all their options open and have as many relationships as possible moving forward, those are the safest people to tell. To say, like, listen, I can tell you the numbers are not in, or the numbers are going towards Divatox. We want you to know that that's brewing. We want you in on it, you know? So that makes sense to me. Is there any risk? I assume they're not going to tell Cosmo. Cosmo's probably the
he's hanging
person not to tell.
Is every word. I think he is Viva La Diva.
You know what Cosmo's doing? Cosmo is like recognizing Divatox as like the best TV, and he's just like producing the crap out of Divatox, and she's loving it because she is the center of attention and she is the star. So they're not telling Cosmo. I guess the question then becomes, are they telling Scorpina and Tenaya? Do they trust either Scorpina and Tenaya with the information?
Here's the thing. Kendall and Tanya are saying, screw Scorpina and Tenaya. We're not telling them anything. And they don't need to.
And that makes sense because the two of them need to prove to the Rangers that they are back with the Rangers. Like, yes, we had a weird thing that went on with Scorpina and Tenaya. We are not with them. We will prove it to you. We are voting with you. We're not bringing them in. That proves to you that we do not need to stick with them. We are sticking with the Rangers.
So Kendall, Tanya, Gia, TJ, Mick, Imperius, Snide, and Heckle. But that's one vote.
Yes.
Capri and Rob Goat are voting out Divatox,
who doesn't have an idol, so it won't stand a chance.
And she's like,
and I'm guessing that Scorpina, Tenaya, Cosmo, and Divatox are not all voting together. I'm guessing that Divatox and Cosmo vote for somebody, and then Scorpina and Tenaya are like, no one's talking to us. We don't know what to do.
And
so
they're throwing out names.
Yes.
So the first jury is Divatox.
Oof, Queen of Ponderosa for sure. Zed is loving it.
Zed is just not
that he even necessarily knows at this point, but when he finds out.
Exactly. So now we move into episode 8. You get what you give. So
I love the way you said that.
In this first part of the episode, an advantage clue and the advantage itself is found.
Yes.
The advantage gives the ability to steal another player's vote at an upcoming tribal council.
Whoa.
Prohibiting them from voting and allowing whoever has the advantage to vote twice.
Yes. So not only do you get an extra vote, but you are getting that extra vote from somebody else.
Yes.
Big deal. This is a very big deal. It can shift numbers in a very significant way.
Yes.
And at this point, that could actually, that could be beneficial to a lot of people left because you've got, let's see, Imperious and Sneckle and Capri and Rob. I'm just going to go with Sneckle because it's so much easier to say.
Sneckle. I like it. Headcanon accepted.
Yes, good old Sneckle. If they really wanted to figure something out, they might be able to.
Right.
Because Cosmo's floating out there with nobody. So if Cosmo's on his own and they pull him in and steal a vote,
yeah,
they don't quite have the numbers, but they're in better shape. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that.
Pull a name.
Pulling a name. Got the bowl here. Got to show the. Ooh, someone fell out. Got to show the bowl so that you all know that we're not. All right. Well, that's just going to be the person because that person fell out.
Okay.
And that is Scorpina, which is interesting.
Wow.
Because what in the world is she going to do with that? Because she is completely in the dark as to what just happened.
Well, I think she needs to start rebuilding an alliance ASAP.
Yes. Yeah, she does.
So I think that she can use this advantage as a bargaining chip.
I think she has to because it doesn't benefit her to just use it like only at tribal council. She can't do anything sneaky with this. She needs people on her side.
Yes. So now we move into the reward challenge. Where they are divided into 2 teams of 6 via a schoolyard pick. Each castaway has to hold a 10-pound sandbag tied to a trough above them. Every 15 minutes, one person will drop out of the challenge, giving their bag to someone else on the team. The team that outlasts the other wins 12 pizzas back at camp.
Which is ridiculous.
12 pizzas for 6 people. That's 2 pizzas a person.
2 whole pizzas per person.
I would love that challenge to win. Absolutely love that challenge.
Absolutely in for that. I want to win that real bad.
So I think it's obvious how the schoolyard pick goes down. Rangers, I think this breaks down to Rangers versus villains.
Yeah, most likely. I think it probably leaves like sort of a weird scenario where
there's one where because there's only 5 Rangers, I think maybe they're picking Heckle over Imperious.
Yeah, maybe. I don't even think it necessarily matters who they end up choosing. I think it's safe to say though, since this is an odd number, right? Is it an odd number? Oh no, yeah, it's an odd number. I'm guessing Cosmo's left out. Or no. Divatox just got voted out. Everybody's on a team. I have no idea how this falls.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I forgot to. Well, do we draw 6 randomly then, or is the Rangers just picking one person?
No, I think the Rangers are probably sticking together. The villains are probably mostly sticking together. I don't know.
But the Rangers have to pick someone to be their 6th.
That's true. Okay, so let's do this. We'll pick team captains.
Okay.
And we'll see what happens. So there's 2 people here. Cosmo's one of them, and Kendall's the other. So if Kendall is one of the team captains, she's going for Rangers.
Yeah.
And I'm not really sure what Cosmo does. I'm guessing.
Oh wait, he could pick.
Cosmo's probably going for Rangers too, right?
You know what? Then we have to split the bowl.
Okay, so I'm just going to alternate here.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. I have no idea how this is going to shake out, but it'll be funny no matter what. Okay, let's see.
Oh man, this is going to be crazy.
Does this even end up even?
Goat cheese pizza.
Goat cheese pizza.
The pizza is supplied by Rob Goat's company.
So this ends up. Oh gosh, that's so bizarre.
Yeah,
so this ends up being weird because Cosmo was one of the captains, not one of the villains
Sure.
that, makes any sort of sense. So Kendall's team ends up being Kendall, TJ, Capri, Rob, Tanaya, and Imperius.
Okay.
Some decent strength on there.
Yeah.
And then Cosmo's team ends up being Tanya, Gia, Scorpina, Mick, and Sneckle.
Okay. Make sure you keep those together because I'm not putting that in the show notes.
That's good. I got them separated here.
And this,
Who gets the pizza?
who gets the pizza? So for Kendall's team, a 19.
All right. Well, Kendall's team's probably getting pizza.
Well,
We'll see.
you don't know. You don't know.
I don't.
And then Cosmo's team, a 14. Yeah. Kendall.
All right. So Kendall, Rob Goat, Tanaya, Imperius, Capri, and TJ are all getting that pizza.
Sweet. So is anything okay? Because in the show, this was like this was crazy because some well, I mean that's part of the immunity challenge, but I remember that people were pissed off that they were eating pizzas in front of them because the pizzas were left at the camp.
Yeah. So what ends up happening with rewards, especially at the merge, is that they are an opportunity to build connections, and they frequently ruin connections. So
Right.
here's the question, and it could be no. Sometimes it just ends up being awkward and nothing happens. But if Kendall, Rob, Tanaya, Imperius, Capri, and TJ are eating pizzas together, Kendall, Imperius, TJ just voted together.
Right.
They brought in Rob and Capri.
Right.
So this is an opportunity for them to potentially get Tanaya on their side.
Okay.
I don't know if it works, but it should be noted that the 5 of them spent time with Tanaya, and Tanaya was one of the people left out. So this could, if nothing else, make Tanaya feel good.
Okay, that's fine. So we will move on straight to the immunity challenge, where the castaways must stand on a small perch while holding a buoy with 2 handles.
This is one of my least favorite challenges. It's so boring.
The last person standing wins immunity. And yeah, it was totally boring. And it went by quick on the show, too.
Yeah. So I have to imagine that this is probably one that sort of the people in the middle, strength-wise, will sort of pull off. Because if you're too big, you end up like smashing the buoy and it flies all over the place.
It's a terrible challenge. I don't like it.
I think it's super, super boring. So let's just get to it and figure out who pulled it off. Try to get from the middle here. All right. Strange. Imperius ends up winning this challenge. So Imperius ends up immune. I don't know why Imperius is out here trying to win challenges.
You know what? I think he was just having fun with it and maybe using a bit of magic to take control.
There you go. Could be.
He was being a little devious in his own way, just kind of like, So yeah, Imperius is immune. So how are we playing this? Are the going into this merge with Imperius? There's still the power team of the Rangers plus Imperius and Sneckle.
Well, if Imperius is the one who is immune, the power is sort of with him. The question becomes, does he feel like this is a chance to pull something off, or does he stick with what's going?
I think he's opportunistic enough where I think there's 2 sides here. There's one could argue that he's enough of a player in terms of the game of Survivor and being mischievous and kind of behind the scenes pulling the strings, where he could use his immunity as, ooh, now I have the power to flex my muscles a bit, so to speak.
Okay, so then if he. Oh man, this is complicated. So you've got the 5 Rangers, you've got Sneckle and Imperius who worked with them. Rob and Capri were brought in on the vote. So those two are connected mostly to Imperius and Sneckle.
Yeah.
Scorpina's got to steal a vote, which she would need to.
Ooh.
What is she possibly doing with that though? I don't know how she even.
Okay. What if she approaches Imperius because now he has immunity?
Okay. So that's the person to talk to.
That is a person to talk to. What if Imperius is thinking, look, at the end of the day, we need to get rid of these Rangers.
Yes, because they are a 5-sum and they're not going to break apart until they're at a final 5 situation.
And I think because Imperius know, first of all, that Heckle or Sneckle has immunity, or has Sneckle told no one?
No, I think they told Imperius when they were on a tribe of 5 in order to solidify a bond.
So Imperius and Sneckle, I think, are the seed of this. I think they're able to convince Capri and Rob Goat to join them.
Right, to stick with them. We've already voted together. You can trust us.
We are evil strong.
Mm-hmm.
And then Scorpina, separately, she doesn't know those conversations are happening, but she does know Imperius has immunity. So she approaches immunity. Imperius immunity. Hashtag Imperius immunity. No, she approaches Imperius and says, look, I have a steal vote advantage. We need to get rid of a Ranger.
And I think I know how it works.
Go ahead.
If they want to get rid of a Ranger, they can steal one of those votes, right? So that ends up being 5 votes for the villains plus 1.
6.
Right, and only 4 for the Rangers. And if they keep Tanaya and Cosmo completely outside of the information, they can tell them that they're so here. Okay. Okay. So maybe if this is a numbers thing, they could leave Tanaya and Cosmo out and get their way because it would basically be 6, 4, 2.
And I don't think they want to burn any bridges just yet on their own evil alliance.
Do they bring in Tanaya or Cosmo, or do they tell them?
I don't think they need to.
Either of them. That leaves them out, though. They have to lie to Cosmo and Tanaya.
Yeah.
So will that? Oh, I know.
I know. Go ahead.
So the 5 villains plus their 1 stealed vote or stolen vote are going to vote for one of the Rangers.
Correct.
And they could are Cosmo or Tanaya going to tell them what to, like, are they going to rat out the villains? Like, why couldn't they tell them?
There's nothing saying they couldn't. And remember, Tanaya was working with Kendall and Tanaya, damn it.
And Tanya. Okay, so they don't
Mm-hmm.
maybe they don't tell Tanaya. Because Tanaya's ambiguous. We don't really know what Tanaya is doing.
Right. And plus, I think she's out. Yeah.
To be safe, they tell Cosmo. I don't know if Cosmo rats anything out. Maybe they sell it to him like, this is your big move, Cosmo. And he's all about the television and the big moves and stuff. So if they tell Cosmo, then they still have 6 actual votes. Forget all the steal a vote stuff.
Right.
This is sort of their insurance plan for the next round, so that if Tanaya stays with the Rangers, it doesn't end up being a 5-5 with Cosmo floating around. It's 6-5 in the next round. Does that make sense?
Yes. So who are they?
So basically, you've got Imperius and Sneckle are a twosome. They're bringing in Rob and Capri as sort of their 3 and 4. They've got probably a final four, whether it's true or not. They're talking about themselves as a final four.
Okay.
Scorpina approached Imperius and said, like, listen, I want to work with you because she's kissing butt to the person with immunity. And he's like, this is interesting. Actually, we could use that steal a vote. You're in, right?
Yeah.
And they've got their 6 votes.
Yeah.
And then they say, okay, what about Tanaya and Cosmo? They all agree we shouldn't talk to Tanaya. She's worked with Rangers before. She could go good or evil. We don't really know where she's going to fall at any given moment. But Cosmo, we need Cosmo for the next round. We need his vote because if Tanaya does stick with the Rangers, that's 5 versus 5.
Yeah.
If we bring in Cosmo, that's 6 versus 5.
So then Cosmo becomes a goat.
So Cosmo, yeah, Cosmo's this floating vote, just like out there.
So I think there's an olive branch where they like, look, sorry about Diva Talks, but we want to bring you in and keep you around because evil's strong.
And I think they sell it to him as this is a big move. This is a big move. It's going to be amazing.
This move, oh my God, this will change your game.
Yeah,
it will be a
television. Oh my gosh, we couldn't do this without you.
Television.
Cosmo. It's going to be an amazing moment. And speak to that television producer aspect, that host, that showboat.
Just like eating it up. He has the surprised wide face that he switches to.
Yes.
And and he eats it up. So that is Imperius, Sneckle, Capri, Rob Goat, Scorpina. Are they using the steal a vote vantage?
I think they're using the steal a vote because I don't know.
Because they're counting for Tanaya 7.
Right. They do need to steal it because it's 6-6. So they need to steal a vote no matter what.
Okay.
They don't know what Tanaya is going to do, but they don't really care. They're stealing a vote just in case Tanaya votes with the Rangers.
And that would be funny if Tanaya is like voting for someone else and she's like the lone vote where everyone's like, what did you even do that for? You're like not even part of this game.
Right. It could end up being like a 7-4-1 or it could be a 7-5. It doesn't really matter.
Who are they targeting? That is the big question.
Ooh, okay. Well, if
the biggest threat on Rangers.
So I think that this is all sort of Imperius and Heckle are sort of the center of this, with Capri and Rob sort of thinking that they're very close, and Scorpina and Cosmo are just sort of outliers. Scorpina's doing literally anything to be involved. Cosmo's like, this is going to be great. So I don't think the decision-making falls on anybody except for probably Imperius and Sneckle. So I think they're putting the name out there. Who would they go for first?
Here's the thing. They were on yellow with TJ. So they spent some time with him.
And Gia and Mick.
I think it's one of those 3.
You think so?
Yeah, I think that they are falling. I think they're going to fall back on very much like the show. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
But okay, if they are going to pull this off, I think that they probably need to tell Gia, TJ, and Mick that they're still voting with them.
Yes. So it's a blindside.
Yes. So Gia, TJ, and Mick need to vote for somebody that they think Imperius and Heckle would already vote for, which is probably, I don't know, who do they not get along with? Well, it's got to be Kendall or Tanya. Who do you think they would sell as a bigger threat to get out? Kendall used 2 idols.
Yes.
And they probably know that because Scorpina knows that.
Right. So
okay.
Scorpina has already told them. So I think, so are they targeting Kendall then?
I think they are telling Mick, Gia, and TJ they're targeting Kendall, and they're targeting Kendall because we know that she played 2 idols. Scorpina told us. Scorpina's grasping at straws. She's telling us everything.
Yeah.
So we're targeting Kendall. But is that who they actually want to go after, or are they going to go after one of the 3? Is the question.
Personally, I think they're going to go one of the three because at this point they need to get rid of physical threats.
Wait, they can't tell a ranger. They have to say they're getting rid of somebody else. They can't say they're getting rid of a ranger. The 5 wouldn't do that.
Right.
Shoot. Okay, so they are going to say that they're getting rid of
Tanaya 7.
Yeah, okay, that works. Okay, so they're saying they're going to get rid of Tanaya 7 because Tanaya is not part of their thing.
Right.
Either as the Ranger villain group or the villain group. So Gia, TJ, and Mick are voting for Tanaya. Kendall and Tanya are also planning to vote for Tanaya because they think that Imperius and Sneckle are on their side. When
But
in
it doesn't
fact,
matter because it's 5 votes. When
right,
in fact they're voting for who?
right.
Who of the Rangers are they trying to get out?
Who would be most detrimental to their 5-sum? Who would break the 5-sum up the most? Who would leave them scrambling?
Either
Probably
TJ or Kendall because of the leadership aspects, and Kendall has been this player.
I think TJ makes sense. Because if TJ is the one leading that group,
Yep. And they're
you go for the leader, right? Unless you're worried about him, I don't know.
And here's the thing. This plays out with what happened in David versus Goliath because John was the second member of the
Yeah, that does make sense. Okay, so all right, here's how it's playing out, I think.
Okay.
So they are going to tell the 5 Rangers that they're voting for Tanaya,
Yeah.
which would be enough votes with, Sneckle, Imperius, all the Rangers.
Yeah.
That would be 7 versus 5, no matter what.
Right.
So they're going to say it's Tanaya, when in fact Sneckle, Imperius, Rob, and Capri as a 4-sum, plus Scorpina and her steal a vote, and Cosmo are all actually voting for TJ.
Oh my God.
Are they stealing TJ's vote too then?
Just to lock it in. Rub salt in the wound.
Well, because you don't want to tick somebody off who's left in the game. So if you're confident you're voting TJ out, why vote somebody out and leave somebody in the game who's ticked off?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Is that what happens?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I apologize in advance to the Legion of Boom. I'm so sorry.
Well, it makes sense if TJ is the one leading that group of 5, and he was the one who brought Tanya back into things.
Oh my God!
Like what is him or Mick or whatever? I think he's a bigger threat than Mick
because he was the one to mend that relationship.
Right. Exactly. So you pull that pin out and everything.
So not only is he a physical threat, he's a social threat.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think
it makes sense.
If you're worried about that 5-sum sticking together to the end of the game, TJ's the glue that you're worried about.
Yeah.
So dang. Okay. All right. So TJ's out?
TJ is out.
Sorry, dude. Second jury. Him and Divatox are in the Ponderosa together.
Oh no. And they're talking about getting baked into pizzas with the pizza challenge. Oh my God.
I didn't even think of that. That's so funny that those two are in Ponderosa together.
Shift into awkward.
Oh, so awkward. Oh, man. All right. Well, that's awkward. That's really awkward. So you end up with the 4 Rangers who are really just kind of screwed at this point. We'll see. Anything could happen.
And anything did happen in David versus Goliath. So
yes.
let's not count anyone out just yet.
Right, because there are still some iffy votes out there.
And
Scorpina is playing a very anybody but me, I just need to get to the next round type of game.
Right. And what's interesting with her is now she has no advantage. The steal a vote is gone.
Right.
So anything can happen. And we move into episode 9, Breath First Search, which is
I forgot about that too.
Yeah. So we'll move straight into the reward challenge where they are randomly divided into 2 teams of 5 with one castaway having no chance at reward.
Of course.
And so this works with our pulling names. So
Yes.
castaways must traverse an obstacle course, solve a combination lock, and complete a snake puzzle to win a feast of burgers and beverages.
Burgers and bevs.
And this was very interesting in David versus Goliath. There was, I think, at the combination lock stage, the other team was not able to, or the one team who solved it first did not cover their combination lock.
Yeah, they forgot to cover it up.
So the other team saw the combination.
Oh, yeah. Well, I have drawn teams here.
Okay.
The person left out is actually Heckle and Snide.
Oh, well, they can have each other. So,
Yes. Not really sure what prompted them not to get picked, but I guess it was a random draw. So
it was random. Yeah.
no social impact there.
No.
Our teams are we have an all ladies team in Tanaya, Kendall, Scorpina, Gia, and Capri.
Okay.
I think 4 of them have been. Oh no, 3 of them have been on a chart together, and then Tanya, Imperius, Mick, Cosmo, and Rob Goat.
So it's Rob versus Kendall.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got them in front of you. So Kendall team,
yes,
is a perfect 20,
oh, those ladies are in sync.
and Rob Goat 5.
All right. Didn't stand a chance.
Burger ladies.
Burger ladies.
Hashtag burger ladies.
Do you think that on their burger reward they try to make a burger ladies alliance?
Do they need to?
They don't need to.
Is it fun? Hell yeah, it is.
Let's say they talk about it. They name it burger ladies.
Who's burger ladies again?
Burger ladies are all the ladies minus Tanya.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea if that actually matters. Sometimes you just talk about alliances because you've got nothing else to talk about.
Yeah, I think maybe they're just talking.
Yeah, I do think though, like the fact that they are all women on a reward is not lost on them, especially when you have Gia and Kendall there. I think it's something they would bring up, Gia especially, and.
I think because we haven't heard much from Gia, and because she is a strong personality, yeah. I think she's pushing for Burger Alliance.
She could be like, this is it. I've waited for a long time. I've been patient. I've waited for my chance. I had that debacle. Or no, she's never had a debacle. That's right. She was on the yellow team that was winning it challenge after challenge. She might sit there and say, like, look, there are 5 of us and Tanya is on the beach. That's 6 women. 5 men. If we really wanted to do this, we could do this. Just think about it, ladies.
And
think about it.
I think that will play into the immunity challenge.
Ooh, all right.
The immunity challenge. Oh, here's the thing: an idol is found.
Oh, okay. So we got 2 draws. Or did somebody on the reward find that, or is it?
It was a. God,
do we even know? Does it matter?
Well, let's just pick who finds an idol.
From everybody, right?
Yeah, from everyone.
Okay. Let me get everybody in here. I don't know. Can you hear whatever they're doing up there? My gosh.
I really can't.
It happens every night at this time. I don't know what in the world they're doing in their living room at midnight every night. I don't want to know either.
I don't know. That sounds bad.
Okay, so the person who found the immunity idol is Scorpina.
Oh, wow. So she not only got the steal and vote advantage, but now she is rolling with these challenges. And I think her being part of Burger
That was the idol find, not the challenge.
No. I know that.
Oh, okay.
No, but here's the thing. She's part of that Burger ladies. And I think that she found the idol during the reward. So
that makes sense.
Burgers, she's like, oh, because they always hide something in food or
She
whatever,
bites into her burger and like pulls out a scroll.
but shows no one.
Oh, no one saw that, right? All right. So Scorpina's got an idol. This actually is boding pretty well for Scorpina because she's clearly working really, really hard. You know what I mean? She found the steal a vote. She found this idol. She's been appealing to the people who are in power. She's trying to play for the next day from an underdog position, sort of like for those of you who know, sort of like a Kelly Wentworth style player. So it could bode well. We'll see. And then I guess we need to pull for a challenge winner, right? What challenge are they doing?
So, for this immunity challenge, the castaways must cross 3 balance beams while balancing a ball on a paddle. Then they must guide each ball one at a time down a curved track to sink it in a hole. The first to do this wins immunity. So, they do the balance beam 3 times with 3 separate balls.
Okay.
Then the balls are like 1, 2, 3 on another snake curved track.
Yeah.
So once you get one in, you have to do the other, but if one falls out, you got to do it all over again.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see who pulls this off. Who's got the dexterity in their feet and their hands to make this happen? It is. It's Mick.
You know what? He's shape-shifting. He's kicking butt. He's able to shapeshift some wide feet that will help him stabilize on the balance beam.
All right. So here's our question, right? Mick has immunity, but we just saw this sort of humorous, sort of funny, maybe not super serious Burger Ladies Alliance form. If they bring in Tanya, that is enough votes to have a majority. The question is, does that materialize? Do they need to? I guess who was burned by the last vote, if anybody? Who was left out? Tanaya was left out, but she was left out with the Rangers. Yeah. And a number of the Burger Ladies are Rangers. So Gia is a Ranger. Kendall's a Ranger. Tanya is a Ranger.
And Mick just won immunity.
So that could be...
Is this a Burger Ladies flip? Did we just make that a thing?
A burger flip, if you will.
Now, here's the thing. In the real show, there was a huge move play.
Well, I guess the question is, like, is it more beneficial for this Burger Ladies Alliance to do their thing? And it's really relying on Tanaya and Scorpina,
which are 2 villains who haven't had the best track record with Kendall and Tanya.
Right. We do have, let's see, Sneckle, Imperius are sort of solidly on one side. You've got Tanya, Gia, Mick.
Has immunity.
Right. So, okay, here's sort of the breakdown. You've got 4 people in Sneckle, Imperius, Rob Goat, and Capri.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got 4 people in Mick, Gia, Tanya, Kendall.
Mm-hmm.
Cosmo's just floating out there, but he did vote with the villains last time.
Right.
Scorpina is also sort of like playing her own game, but did vote with the villains last time as well. And then Tanaya worked with the Rangers, or not, who knows, last round. But she was left out of the vote. So she's sort of in her own place too.
Right.
So that leaves a solid foursome and a solid foursome. The weird thing is one of the solid foursome on the villain side is one of the ladies. So I think what it might boil down to is, even if the Burger Ladies want to be a thing, does Capri tell RoboGoat? Does she tell Sneckle? Does she tell Imperius? Does she feel like she needs to tell them that the Burger Ladies were a thing?
Scorpina?
No, Capri.
I think that's the only move that she can play.
Is to go with the Burger Ladies or to snitch on the Burger Ladies?
to go with the Burger Ladies because she's kind of been all over the place with the villains.
Okay. Like in and out.
She's been in and out.
Okay.
In and out burger.
Let's see.
Get it.
So we've got In and Out Burger. I didn't even realize that. So we have a little bit of input here, right? So we've got folks saying, Josh says he thinks it boils down to who Scorpina will trust the most.
Mm-hmm.
The villains haven't burned Scorpina yet. Super Samurai says they think Tanaya and Capri are down with the Burger Ladies and Mick.
Okay.
Also that Capri is at the bottom of her group. I guess like if she's enticed by the Burger Ladies concept,
yes.
She is the only lady in her foursome. So if she thinks that is a beneficial situation, she would see herself at the bottom of that foursome.
Right.
Especially if Cosmo's part of that and Scorpina's part of that. That leaves 4 like male villains and only 2 female villains. So I could see that being the case.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that Mick would necessarily be threatened by being on a team of all women. He might not see that coming. So I don't know that he would be nervous or suspicious. Do you know what I mean?
No, because I think
they could just roll with Mick for a while. Even if they did do the Burger Ladies, they probably would be like, hey, Mick, like you're with us, but we also have these other votes. Like we managed to get Capri and Scorpina on our side because Capri doesn't feel comfortable where she's at and Scorpina's been doing her own thing.
Right. Okay, so who are the Burger Ladies targeting then?
Well, I think based on the last, I just saw Josh said, mix their Burger Boy. So I think if the Burger Ladies are a thing, I think they would need to go after either Imperius or Sneckle. They were sort of the masterminds of the last vote. And the Ranger Ladies side of the Burger Ladies would certainly want to, I imagine, go after one of those two because those are the 2 that stab them in the back.
Kendall's pushing Heckle or Sneckle hard.
Because they should have been closer than that.
Yep.
Same with Tanya. Tanya should have been closer with Sneckle too.
Exactly.
Sneckle does have immunity. I don't know that he would need, or he would think he'd need to play it because if Cosmo and Scorpina sort of say that they're staying the course. Well, Cosmo doesn't know any better. Capri and Scorpina, can they keep their mouths shut enough for Sneckle to trust that the villains are staying together? Scorpina definitely could.
Yes. She's calculating enough. She has an idol. I don't think she's worried really about anything.
Tanaya has no reason to snitch because she's sort of Ranger adjacent thus far in the game,
right,
and was left out of a villain vote. So she has no allegiance to the villains.
Yeah.
So she's on board. She's not snitching. So again, it falls down to Capri. Does Capri let it out of the bag that there is a Burger Ladies?
No, you know what? I think she's finally kind of confident.
Okay.
Again, like I said, I think she really had no real solid ties with some of the villains that aren't part of the Burger Ladies Alliance. Yeah. So I think she's like, look, I'm finally part of a group. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and she needs an opportunity to show off her game. And I don't think she's ever going to get that chance, or at least from her perspective, she's not going to get that chance with Imperius and Sneckle, right? Like they are sort of the twosome that is like running the game, or they think they're running the game. So, okay, Burger Ladies plus Mick.
And Tanya, because Tanya wasn't a Burger Lady.
Right.
So I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7
to 4.
7 to 4.
And I think they managed to fool Sneckle into thinking like, no, the villains are staying together. I don't know that they suspect anything. I think he probably gets voted out with the idol in his pocket.
Yep.
Okay. Dang. Burger Ladies. I didn't think that was actually going to be a thing.
Look, on Power Rangers Survivor, anything can happen.
Wow. Burger Ladies, yo.
I feel like that sound, it phonetically it sounds like a spinoff of the Toku Ladies podcast.
There are some Toku Ladies faves in there too, so it makes sense.
Yeah. So hashtag burger ladies. They're able to pull it.
Who would have thunk it? And that sort of came together initially because Gia was like, just think about it. Just think about it.
Yep. And that was her contribution to that.
Right. It is weird because there is some tension in the burger ladies.
Yeah.
But it was sort of a necessary
evil.
I was going to say a necessary alliance, but you plug that. Go read Necessary Evil. It's really good.
Freaking awesome. You're on National Power Rangers Day.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, boy.
And this works perfectly with episode 10. The tribal lines are blurred.
They sure are.
They're really blurred.
My gosh.
So in the actual episode, this was a double episode. So we're going to have a reward challenge, immunity challenge, the vote, and then another reward and immunity. Okay. So let's just get right to it, because a new idol is in play. When an idol goes out of the game, an idol comes back. Someone will find a clue saying that the idol is on the other side of the island, and that they have to wait until dark to find it.
That nighttime, though. All right, so let's see who that is. Obviously, after the last tribal council, Imperious is probably somebody who would need that. Rob Goat is certainly somebody who would need that. Cosmo needs it, but at this point, I can't imagine anybody's targeting Cosmo because he's such a doof at this point, you know?
And excuse me, I'm taking off my buff because I think it's cutting off circulation to my head. Oh my gosh. Like, I love you, Survivor, but I don't know how they keep those on.
All right. Tanya is the one who ends up finding that clue and finding the idol, right?
I believe so, because I didn't put it in. But yes.
I think that is what happens. Plus, we just had an idol go out. We have none left in the game. We might as well have somebody with one. And I think that probably...
Scorpina still has her idol.
Oh, shoot.
Remember, she found it last episode.
Oh, boy. I'm losing my mind.
All right, hold on. Let me...
Yeah, no, I see it there.
In the show notes, let me just clean that up a bit. So I marked down Burger Ladies and Burger Boy.
Burger Ladies plus Burger Boy.
So Tanya and Scorpina have an idol. But let's get to the reward challenge. They are randomly divided into 2 teams of 5. Castaways will race out to a rope bridge. Once everyone is across the bridge, they will need to toss a set of poles onto rungs. The first team to do this wins a survivor picnic with wraps and wine.
Ooh, wraps.
Wine.
And wine. Well, I mean, I'm excited about the wine. All right, let's see who we got here.
Additionally, the winners will discover letters from their home while giving them a much-needed moral boost.
Yes. All right, so let's see who ended up on what team here. We've got Tanaya and Tanya. Rob Goat, Gia, and Imperious are on one team.
Okay.
And then Mick, Kendall, Capri, Cosmo, and Scorpina on another team.
One more time, because I was paying attention to my recording. Sorry.
Yes. Tanaya, Rob, Gia, Imperious, and Tanya on one side. Capri, Cosmo, Kendall, Scorpina, and Mick on the other.
Okay, you keep those together.
Yep.
So the Tanya.
Yes.
14.
Okay.
Imperious was on the other team, right?
No, Imperious is on that team.
Oh. Cosmo. Okay. Cosmo's team.
Yes.
9.
Okay. So Tanya side 1,
yes.
right? Okay.
Wait, so run that down again. That was
So Tanaya, Tanya, Rob, Gia, Imperius just won a reward.
Rob, Gia. Okay, is this changing anything?
I don't think so. Because, I mean, you have Tanaya, Tanya, and Gia, who are all burger ladies
Right.
from the last vote. I think you might get a little bit of Imperius and Rob like trying to maybe talk to Tanaya to say, like, why are you working with the Rangers? Like, what are you doing? I don't know that that's very fruitful. And then on the other side, the beach, I don't think Cosmo's doing anything. It's basically three burger ladies, a burger boy, and Cosmo. So I don't know that this changes anything at all.
Okay, then let's go straight to the immunity challenge because we're running long.
Oh boy, are we?
Oh my God. So the immunity challenge, castaways will balance their feet on a narrow perch while holding a handle above their head. If at any point they let go of their handle or the foot comes off the perch, they are out of the challenge. And if they do drop the handle, they are doused with water. Last person standing wins immunity. And before the challenge, Jeff tempts the castaways with food, like nachos. So if anyone feels confident in their game, they don't even have to do immunity. They can go straight for food.
I wouldn't be... I don't know if anything is solid enough.
I know. It's all kind of out there. And we don't have to play it like the show. Maybe no one goes for the nachos.
I would be really surprised because the last round was sort of put together for that round. Okay, so Imperius is definitely playing. Rob is well, I don't know what Rob's doing.
Does anyone?
Who knows? Rob and Cosmo, who knows? They might be eating nachos. I don't know. But Imperius definitely is not. Scorpina has been playing round to round. She is not. Tanaya, I don't think she's with the burger ladies, but I don't think she feels comfortable, so she's not eating. And then Kendall, Tanya, Gia, and Mick have had this Ranger thing going for a long time where they've basically said, we have to keep winning. And even though three of them are burger ladies, they're not getting rid of Mick anytime soon. They're keeping Mick there, and Mick is not suspicious of the burger ladies thing because he's got the foursome, you know?
Yeah.
So as far as he sees it, and as far as the women are concerned on that, they have numbers in the full extended Burger Ladies Alliance. 4 Rangers, 3 Lady Villains.
So here's the thing. You've got Burger Ladies Alliance. Imperius is fighting for his life.
Yeah.
I really think Rob, Goat, and Cosmo are so oblivious to what is going on that I think they're digging into some nachos. I think
Rob Goat can't resist the nachos.
He must have the nachos.
All right, so Rob Goat and Cosmo are chomping on some nachos?
They've got the nachos.
Which means they have no shot at immunity.
I don't think they care.
All right.
Josh in the chat said Cosmo's doing close-ups on the salsa.
Oh, yes, that's true.
From a producer standpoint.
So we got to get Cosmo out of there, and we got to get... Rob, where you at? Where you at? Robert Goat, where are you? My goodness. It's hiding. There you are. Get out of here. You're eating nachos, buddy. Okay. Kind of gets the field down a little bit. So the winner of this challenge and immune for this round is Capri.
Oh, wow. Where did that come from?
I think that comes from being part of the Burger Ladies, but I have to imagine that the 3 villains who are part of the Burger Ladies don't feel especially connected to one another and are very aware of the fact that the other members of the Burger Ladies are 3 Ranger ladies and a Ranger mentor guy. You know what I mean?
And so they're really digging deep, especially Imperius. Imperius was trying, Scorpina was trying, Tanaya 7, Capri, all the villains except for Rob and Cosmo were really
dummies.
trying because they're playing to win.
Right.
And I think Capri just dug up some Uncle Ninja training that she
That's true.
that she remembered, and she found she had this amazing moment of clarity. I think she was like in David versus Goliath. Kara was very centered in one of the changes.
This is her moment.
So I'm getting a Capri Kara vibe.
There you go.
Capri found her center and was just able to tune out all distractions and win the challenge.
Makes sense to me.
Wow, Capri. What a thought.
All right.
So now we need to head to tribal council.
Yes. I think that the obvious split would be, I think Imperius probably needed to win this challenge or he was screwed. So the question is Imperius able to do anything in the face of this sort of Burger Ladies alliance? Or is he following Sneckle right out the door?
Do you think Imperius is in trouble here? I
think so. I think he's the next most obvious target. I think after he and Sneckle turned their backs on Tanya and Gia and Mick and all those folks that they were on a tribe with, the Rangers they were working with, I think the Rangers basically said, like, we gave you a shot and you blew it. So
you suck. You're gone.
Yeah, so I don't know if Imperius can pull anything off. I think he probably stood a good shot for a while there, but I think he's got little to grasp onto at this point.
Sorry, buddy, you're gone.
All right, to the jury with your buddy Sneckle.
All right, so let me just update the notes right here for the second half of this reward challenge.
Yes,
because this again, this was a double episode.
Well, this is going to be interesting.
It will.
Because I can sort of recap what we've got going into the second half here.
Go ahead, and you're seeing the notes fine, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So basically, we had this Burger Ladies Alliance that was formed in the last episode. They voted together to get rid of Sneckle after Sneckle and Imperius betrayed them. They brought in the lady villains to basically say, like, you can't really trust those guys. Stick with us. And basically, a lot of the female villains left were like, you know what? We aren't really in charge of anything. We're probably at the bottom, and we're all floating out anyway. So as long as we can get to the next round, we're good. That stuck together to get rid of Imperius. So they got rid of that duo, and that leaves the larger extended Burger Ladies Alliance, which is the 4 Rangers left, plus Tanaya, Capri, and Scorpina, who are sort of loose, and then Cosmo and RoboGoat. Who somehow managed to survive even though they ate nachos.
I think this is going to be funny. I literally think people are now treating RoboGoat as a survivor goat.
I think Cosmo too. It's interesting though, because going into the next round, is there a benefit for Scorpina, Tanaya, and Capri to stay with the extended Burger Ladies Alliance if they can manage to pull in Cosmo and RoboGoat as a 5-some?
Right.
There's some weird dynamics here where, like, majorities could go in either direction, and it'll be interesting to see what happens. We might actually have to do some chance stuff. We'll see. So in the next reward challenge, they're divided into 2 teams of 4 via schoolyard pick. So we're doing the schoolyard pick with the team captains. And 1 castaway has no chance of reward. Oh,
I hate it.
I don't like when they do that.
No. Castaways will swim to a platform, dive into the water, and release 2 lines of buoys. Out of all those buoys that they release, they will need to find the 5 marked buoys, which they will try to essentially basketball into 5 nets.
Yes.
The first to do this wins an afternoon cruise and a feast.
Ooh, a cruise. Well, I will say this. Capri is left out, which is not good. Because this was a schoolyard pick, wasn't it?
Yep, and now she is feeling at the bottom.
So she is not happy. I imagine she will probably be very pouty and will be questioning all of her connections after this.
And she's not feeling very confident anymore. She's like, look, this was my chance, and now it's gone.
Yeah. The teams did shake out in an interesting way. We have Kendall, Mick, Gia, and RoboGoat on one side.
RoboGoat.
And we have Scorpina, Cosmo, Tanaya, and Tanya on the other side. So basically, Kendall and Scorpina on opposing sides with their teams.
Okay. So, Kendall team.
Yes.
17.
Whoa.
Scorpina team. 19.
Whoa.
What?
I didn't see that coming.
Who was that? That was
Scorpina, Cosmo, Tanaya, and Tanya.
Oh my God.
So I think the result of that is mostly just that Scorpina and Tanaya are on a reward together.
Yes.
I think Cosmo and Tanya are just like Tanya, I think, feels fine because she's part of the Burger Ladies thing. Right. Cosmo's a doofus. And he's been a total doofus in this game. You know what I mean? I don't think he's a doofus generally,
but this gives Tanaya 7 and Scorpina a chance to reconnect, which is what happens in the real show.
Right. And so this is basically like, hey, they're going to sit down and say, this is the moment where we have to decide, do we stick with the Burger Ladies or do we try to do something else?
Do we stay with the evil alliance? Because right now it's 5 evils versus 4 rangers.
Right. Scorpina does have an immunity idol. And so does who else? Somebody else does, right?
Tanya from Zio has the idol as well as Scorpina.
Okay.
And both part of the Burger Alliance.
Right.
Well, Tanya was brought in as a ranger. She's not really a Burger Lady.
Right. She's part of the extended Burger Ladies Alliance, like Mick is, you know?
Yes.
Okay, so if they play their cards right, if they don't want to stick with the extended Burger Ladies thing, all they have to do is make sure that none of the villains go home.
Right.
Which they could do if they play Scorpina's idol correctly. I think at this point, Scorpina is probably letting Tanaya know, like, if we want to do this, I've got an idol. Like, we've got tools. We could make this happen. But it's a matter of, what they could do. I think certainly they're probably saying, like, if we do this, we got to bring in Capri, who's probably feeling pretty dejected right now. She was not picked by anyone.
Which, they could totally use to their advantage. They're like, look, we're getting evil strong. We're back.
Yeah. It's obvious that the Rangers are picking each other. We've been sort of free-floating molecules here, but like we could all stick together if we wanted to.
They've been free-floating space dumpsters this whole time.
Yes, exactly. Free-floating space dumpster alliance. It's a hefty hashtag. But I think that's the main conversations that's happening is just whether they do or don't. I think Scorpina and Tanaya are talking about, do we stick with the Burger Ladies or not?
Yeah.
And I guess we'll see what the result of it is based on immunity, because you never know what could happen.
But guess what? Before we get to immunity, there's a little twist.
Oh?
Because in this episode in David versus Goliath, the tribe's rice was running low. So someone prepares to negotiate a trade with Jeff without consulting their tribe mates, proposing all of the fishing gear, most of the cookware, and most of the comfort items for enough rice to last to the end of the game.
Thanks, RoboGoat, for eating all the rice.
Right. which the tribe ultimately agrees to, but despite not liking this person's approach. So who is playing negotiator?
Do you think we could figure it out, or are we drawing to figure out who that might be?
Someone's saying, "Oh, that's total." Josh on the chat. That's a Rob Goat move. Like, he'll negotiate because even though he ate rice, he feels bad.
I also think that Rob
Josh
Goat
says he's the negotiator.
I think he's confident enough that not only can he pull off the negotiation, but that everybody will love it and appreciate his efforts.
Oh, this is my big moment to shine.
Exactly. So I think, yeah, it's probably
Everyone
Rob.
on my team gets free goat cheese.
Yes. Aren't you all proud of me? I was so great.
The negotiator.
Exactly. So Rob Goat definitely is the one who does it. Good job, Robo Goat.
But here's the thing. When they get to the immunity challenge and propose this, the rice offer is immediately refused by Jeff Probst. But he says that one castaway can forfeit their shot at immunity to achieve the rice for the entire team.
Right.
And Robo Goats say, "I will make the ultimate sacrifice."
Oh, of course. Who Robo Goat's going to turn down a chance to be like the tribe martyr? I don't think so.
Yes. Plus, he's like, "Oh, great! I get to sit out these pesky immunity challenges."
Yeah, I think that all checks out.
The ultimate negotiator. My God.
All right, you did it, Rob Goat.
Guys, I love all of you in the chat watching this right now. You guys are the true goats.
Seriously wonderful. I just love that. Totally a Rob Goat move.
It's totes my goat.
All right, so everybody but Robert Goat can win this.
As you're picking a winner, let me tell you what the actual immunity challenge is.
Let's do it.
Castaways will race over to an A-frame while collecting a string of blocks. Then they will spin a pole to get another string and then cross a balance beam that has a third string. Then they will use the blocks to solve a word puzzle, and the first to solve their puzzle wins immunity. So every station of the challenge, they get like another string of blocks to help solve the word puzzle.
Yes.
So who wins immunity?
The winner of this challenge. What? It's Cosmo.
I just love puzzles.
I have a way with words.
Oh my God. What is going on?
Okay. So Rob Goat, as Josh points out, has sat out 2 immunities in a row.
Yep.
Cosmo just won an immunity, which, what? And we have Tanaya and Scorpina basically saying, should we stay together or not? Like,
right.
Okay. So this is weird because what this means is that they cannot vote out Cosmo, which means if they are going to vote out a villain as the sort of extended Burger Ladies Alliance, it would have to be
Rob.
What's that?
It
would have to be Robert Goat. Here's the question, though. Do you want to get rid of somebody like Robo Goat if you can sit with them at the end?
He's the literal goat.
Right. Who is going to vote for him to win at this point?
What if the Burger Ladies turn on one of their own?
Okay.
And get rid of Capri?
So that would have to be the Ranger side of the Burger Ladies.
Wait. If the Ranger side of the Burger Ladies is doing this, what if Kendall and Tanya make a power play to get rid of either Scorpina or Tanaya 7 and break up that other power couple who they were already at odds with when they were on the red team?
Well, I guess here's the question. If Scorpina and Tanaya go back to camp and talk to Capri to say, Capri, we're thinking that maybe the Burger Ladies thing shouldn't happen,
Right.
and you should join us, and we should go against the Burger Ladies.
Yes.
Capri was burned by everybody. So I wouldn't be surprised if Capri was like, well, you screwed me over too. You didn't pick me for the reward.
Right.
So then Capri has her sort of like bratty, self-centered, it's all about me moment.
Right.
And maybe spills this to the Ranger side of the Burger Ladies.
Ooh.
Which
I like that.
wouldn't be smart, but I don't think would be out of character. If Capri is throwing a tantrum, I don't know that she's paying attention to what she's saying to whom, right?
Plus, that's then Scorpina and Tenire 7 are like, well, look, she's causing hysterics, then she is out.
Well, and right. So I guess it's a situation where Scorpina and Tenaya go to Capri. Capri spills the beans. The Ranger side of the Burger Ladies are like, this is perfect because those three aren't getting along, and this is a way to
break them up.
Like we now know that Scorpina and Tenaya were willing to get rid of us. Capri, we don't need her around anyway. She's basically just told us everything that we need. This doesn't hurt us as much as it hurts them. So let's just get rid of Capri and no big deal. I guess that would require, let's see, Cosmo has immunity, Robo Goat. They would need more than just their own votes. So I guess the Ranger side of things, the Ranger side of the Burger Ladies would have to convince Scorpina and Tenaya that they are voting out Capri because she is the problem in the Burger Ladies Alliance, not because they're going against villains.
Okay, I like that because then Scorpina and Tenaya are still like, they're like, great, that takes the focus off of us.
And they still have numbers as ladies. So I think Kendall, Tanya, and Gia are like, look, Scorpina, Tenaya, it's chill. Don't worry about it. Capri's just being dumb. Like, we don't think you were ever going to go against us. We don't believe her.
Right.
But we should get rid of her anyway. And it's fine if we get rid of her because there's still 5 Burger Ladies if Tanya is one of the Burger Ladies.
Yes.
So we don't have to worry about the guys getting together. It's fine. We still have the numbers. So that's probably how they would convince them. I guess if Scorpina and Tenaya think they're off the hook, they would go for it.
I think they would too. It doesn't require a lot of thinking on their part. And they can still leave Rob Goat and Cosmo kind of on the outs because they really don't need the votes.
Yeah, very true. Here's my question for you.
Sure.
Does Scorpina feel safe enough with that situation to not play her idol at this tribal council? Or is she wary enough of the Burger Ladies Ranger side of things to be like, we're doing this, but I don't know if I believe them? This is, you know what I mean?
Let's flip if she is her idol or not.
Yeah. So basically,
Safety
they're all voting together no matter what. It's just a matter of whether or not Scorpina plays her idol.
So we are saying that Capri is definitely out.
I think so, because what you have is Scorpina and Tenaya tried to basically stage a coup. Capri ratted on them. The Ranger side of the Burger Ladies were like, this is perfect. We will tell them that we don't believe Capri and that we need to vote her out, basically convincing them that they're off the hook, but we still have numbers on them. There's sort of a risk there because there's 4 Rangers at the end of this and 4 villains, but 2 of the villains are Cosmo and RoboGoat. So I think they probably feel pretty safe saying, like, the odds of Scorpina, Tenaya, Cosmo, and RoboGoat getting together is pretty slim. So let's take the chance.
Right.
So Capri would be out no matter what.
So now we're playing to see if the idol is flushed or not.
Yes, exactly. Okay. So we'll say that heads is she keeps the idol in her pocket. She doesn't play it. Okay. Tails is that she wastes it. Okay. So heads is good. Tails is bad.
All right.
For her. Heads, she keeps the idol in her pocket. So heads is good for her.
Perfect.
So Scorpina keeps her idol. And Capri is in the jury house.
Capri is number 5 in the jury, which I forgot to do tribal council split screen again. It's just, we're so intense. And
we take this very seriously.
I'm taking this very seriously. Scorpina as Josh said in the chat, is playing a hell of a game.
Yes, especially because she really took a chance not playing that idol, because I think that even if they're like, you know what, this is fishy, right? Like,
Right.
I think even if they're like, this is fishy, they still recognize that if the Rangers are onto them, they still voted out Capri and not them. And Scorpina has been playing this sort of round to round game.
Yes.
So as long it's very much as long as it's not me. Like anybody but me is sort of what Scorpina's doing right now.
Exactly.
And so I think that sort of tracks with what she's been doing so far, even if it puts them at sort of a disadvantage in this next round.
Okay. So, episode 11, So Smart They're Dumb.
Wait. Okay, if that was reversed, that would definitely be Cosmo and RoboGoat.
Yeah.
So dumb they're smart.
Upon returning from Tribal Council, there is a lot of drama talk regarding the elimination.
Yes.
And I think the drama is coming from Rob Goat and Cosmo.
You think so?
Because they feel so left out. Like,
this is like the third time in a row they have no idea what's been happening.
We have no idea. and they're just like, I think Cosmo is starting to figure it out from a producer standpoint. He's like, but Rob, you're the literal goat. And
you're a goat, and I'm being made a fool of.
So I think Cosmo and Rob are the ones initiating all the drama. Like, they're going into hysterics now.
Dramatics.
Very, very dramatics.
Okay. I could buy that. Yeah, I see it.
All right. Oh, okay. So people are saying good night, because yes, we are running long. This is in true Survivor fashion. This is already over 4 hours. So guys, don't worry about like staying for the whole thing. Anyone who remains is essentially a part of the jury, but we can figure this out if no one is here. So
yeah, we'll figure it out.
So thank you guys for doing this, and by all means, you can catch the rest of the drama for on the live stream when it posts.
Yes.
Everyone's loving it. So if you need to go to bed, go to bed. If not, it'll be here for you in any shape or way.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys being here. We love that.
So very, very much thank you. So let me just give a quick breakdown. Now we are evenly split between heroes and villains. There are four goods and 4 evils. And the Burger Alliance is still 6 strong. The Burger Alliance has taken control of this game. And I think that's why Rob and Cosmo have come to this realization that they're like, look, I think Cosmo figured out that they're being played, and they've been left out of the last 3 challenges. And I think Cosmo, from a producer standpoint, is like, wait a minute. Like, I think he had a good night's rest and was like, oh my gosh, this is what's happening.
Well, he was immune. So he just like, here's a weird thing. If you have immunity and people aren't coming to approach you, that's weird. So if everything's happening away from you, but you've got an immunity necklace, I think that's his realization. Why wasn't everybody coming to me? You know?
Exactly. And that means that even though he had immunity, no one was coming to him, which means no one thinks he is a strategic player in this game.
Yep. No one's taking him seriously. I like that Josh points out that Rob and Cosmo have a Nacho alliance, a Bro Nacho alliance, if you will.
Bro Nacho. Loving it. Bro Nacho. Okay, here's the thing. Let's get to the reward challenge. So, they are randomly divided into pairs.
Of course.
Castaways will race through the water and crawl under an obstacle. Once on shore, the pairs will need to dig for a ring of keys to release a pair of balls. The first pair to get their balls on a narrow perch wins a barbecue with their loved ones because
Ooh.
the loved ones come back.
Oh boy.
And
All
here's
right.
the thing. When I was watching this on David versus Goliath, Teresa and I were watching this. Jeff kept saying balls all the time. It was like balls, balls,
Jeff loves
balls.
balls.
And it was getting to the point where it was just ridiculous at that point.
So here's the thing. If they're doing an endurance challenge, like if they're standing on a beam and they have like the plate with the balls, I get why he does it because he's trying to make people like break or whatever.
Right.
But he's so obsessed. He's so obsessed with balls.
No, this wasn't the balancing balls.
I know. He just can't help himself.
Yeah, that was the other episode, was when they're balancing the 3 balls. He's like, add another ball, balls.
Mhm.
And I'm just like, just shut up and stop saying that word. It's losing all meaning. All right.
All right.
Who is winning?
We have a couple bizarre pairs and we have a couple good pairs.
Okay.
We have Gia and RoboGoat, not a good pair.
Nope.
Kendall and Cosmo, not a good pair.
Nope.
Mick and Tanya, pretty good. And Tanaya and Scorpina, pretty good.
Yes. Okay.
So
I've marked those teams. So we will go with Kendall and Cosmo. Jesus Christ, that's a 19.
dang.
Okay, Rob and Gia.
Yep.
7.
Not great.
Tanya and Mick, correct?
Yep.
10.
Okay.
And then Scorpina and Tanaya 7. 3.
Oh wow. Okay, that's shocking.
So Kendall and Cosmo, for whatever reason, they were able to set their differences aside.
Wow.
And
I don't understand how that happened. Cosmo really turning it up lately.
yeah, so they win reward. Now they get to pick. Don't they get to pick one other team
They do
to go on the barbecue?
Yeah, I think this is one of those things where like it's weird because there's 2 people choosing.
Yeah.
I think in this case though, like it seems the easiest thing for them to do would be to choose Gia and RoboGoat because then they're both getting somebody out of it.
Right.
The question is there something I don't know that either one is going to be able to pull any sort of like strategic sway, you know?
I don't think so either. I think they're doing the complete neutral thing. Like, look, 2 goods went, 2 evils went.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
I don't think we have to overthink this. So Gia and Rob Goat, maybe Rob and Cosmo are talking.
Well, I think Rob and Cosmo were talking. I think that if nothing else, they are trying anything they can. So if these are the 2 that they're on a reward with, they're trying to make a pitch.
Yeah.
But I have to imagine on the TV show, this is an absolute disaster.
This is awesome.
Because Gia and Kendall are like not falling for this.
and look, Rob has had so many opportunities to eat on this show. It's ridiculous. People are not liking this.
No. Not at all.
So let's get straight to immunity. Let's cut the BS. Castaways have to. It's always a narrow perch. I hate these narrow perches.
I know, right? Too many narrow perches.
The things that this must do to people's feet is evil.
Really bad.
So castaways have to perch on a balance on a narrow perch while balancing a pole in their palm connected to a bucket of water. If the bucket falls or if they step off the perch, they are out of the challenge. Last person left standing wins.
I do want to pause for just a moment because I like that Super Samurai predicted what the loved ones would actually be. So they say,
let's read that.
Yeah, they say they laid it out for everybody too. So they said Tanya Adam, Gia Jake. I think that would be Gia Emma, TBH. Kendall and her grandma.
Okay.
Mick and Brody, question mark.
Oh.
Tanaya and Dylan.
Okay.
Cosmo and Galvanax. Scorpina and Goldar, seems obvious.
Yep.
And Rob and Finster.
And then Josh said Rob in a mirror.
So what we ended up with was a reward of, let's see, Gia and we're going to say Emma, right?
Yeah, we're saying Emma.
So Gia and Emma, Kendall and her grandma, Cosmo and Galvanax, and Rob in a mirror.
Yep. This is ridiculous. This is great.
All right. Anyway, we have an immunity challenge to get to.
Yeah. So who won it?
Tanya won it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Tanya, nice to see you.
Nice to see you playing for once.
Yeah, where you been, girl?
But here's the thing. Did she really need that immunity? Because she still has an idol.
She probably didn't need to, but at this point, like, I don't know. She's also in a majority alliance, so she didn't really need to. But remember, it is like there is some worry that there could be a 4-4 split, Rangers versus villains.
Right.
So I do think those 4 Rangers, they've been playing from the mentality of being at the bottom, even though they've been in a majority. So I'm not surprised that the 4 of them are probably still like, we have to keep winning. Like, we have to keep giving ourselves some kind of advantage here.
Yeah, no matter who a Ranger wins, as long as it's a Ranger, they're good.
Yeah. Which is funny because that doesn't always happen. I just feel like on this season, because so many of them got annihilated early on, they were sort of like forced into this tight-knit group, which isn't unusual for Survivor, you know?
Right. So let's talk this out because we still have quite a bit to go here.
Okay, first question is, Scorpina and Tanaya, do they stay with the 4 Rangers? Do they try to do a villain thing? What are they doing as a pair? Because the 4 Rangers are staying together. There is no reason for them, when it's potentially 4-4, to split up.
Sure, and Scorpina still has her idol.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing: if they're keeping, because really, the split is, see, all the Rangers, while they are Rangers, they're all part of the Burger Alliance.
Yes.
Scorpina and Tanaya 7 are still part of the Burger Alliance.
Right. I think that alliance, it's still sort of like a 4 and a 2, but they were all part of the Burger Alliance at some point.
So does that mean they're really going for Cosmo or Rob?
The question is, do Scorpina and Tanaya see a long-term path to the end if they stick with the Burger Alliance?
I don't think they do. At this point, it's 4-2 Burger Alliance. I think Scorpina and Tanaya want to keep the literal goats around. Even though Rob and Cosmo did the hysterics, Scorpina's like, well, yeah, they are goats. So
yeah,
we need to calm them down and say, oh, we're still evil strong, but really you're still goats.
Okay, question. Is there any way, if there is a potential 4-4 split, that Scorpina and Tanya don't play their idols?
I think at this point, shoot.
So Scorpina, okay, Tanaya knows about Scorpina's idol. I think that they are probably going to try to work with Rob Goat and Cosmo because I don't think they see a path to the end. I think the 4 Rangers are sticking together. I think Scorpina and Tanya both have idols. I think both sides probably think that they can figure out who the other one's voting for and try to like idol a situation. I guess it's first we should figure out like who is each side voting for and can their opposition side figure it out. Like the Rangers, let's start with the Rangers. If the Rangers are assuming that Scorpina, Tanaya, Robogoat, and Cosmo are voting together. And they don't know because they don't know if Scorpina and Tanaya are with them or not.
Right.
I think it makes sense that they would probably still target RoboGoat or Cosmo
Yes.
because they wouldn't want to show their hand to Tanaya and Scorpina. So the
Correct.
Rangers are voting for either RoboGoat or Cosmo.
Do you want
What's up?
flip a coin?
Rob
Heads
is,
RoboGoat, tails Cosmo.
they are targeting RoboGoat.
Perfect.
So the Rangers are targeting RoboGoat. Who do Scorpina and Tanaya want to go for from the Ranger side of things? I think that what this boils down to is if we're in a tie situation, who from the Ranger side is least likely to have an idol and have an idol played on them. I don't think they know about Tanya's idol.
They don't because she's told no one.
But they have to anticipate it just in case. So
Sure.
what they would do is try to figure out who on that side is least likely to play it or have it played on them. And I think I might know who.
Go ahead, because I think it might be Mick.
I think so too. I think they feel like Mick would be the least likely to have it and the least likely to be protected by the other three.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the odd man out, literally, as Josh said. And we've got a very strong woman alliance going on. Yes. Because Scorpina, even if she plays this move in the future, she said, look, we were part of the Burger Ladies. Mick isn't a Burger Lady.
I like that this has boiled down to we made a big Burger Ladies alliance, and then the Burger Ladies turned on each other, and now we have a Burger Ladies Civil War.
Can we have Burger Ladies Endgame next?
Potentially.
So is Mick out?
Okay, well, I think so. Here's the thing. Scorpina and Tanaya have an upper hand, I think, in that they have more information.
Yes.
Question is, do they figure out that the Rangers are voting for RoboGoat? Because if they do, there is no tie. They play their idol on RoboGoat. Do you know what I'm saying? So the Rangers are 4 votes. The villains are 4 votes.
Right.
The Rangers are all voting for RoboGoat. And if Scorpina and Tanaya know that, they can save RoboGoat and cancel out all the votes for RoboGoat, and then what they say goes.
Yeah. I like it.
I think it makes sense because I think if Tanya, Gia, Kendall, and Mick are still like, we think that Scorpina and Tanaya could be with us, so the safe move would be to target one of the villain guys.
Right.
I think they probably told Scorpina and Tanaya, and they don't know that Scorpina has an idol. Only Tanaya knows that.
Exactly.
Okay, so does that...
the blind side that creates all the drama.
Okay, so they managed to basically
idle
out. They like idled out Mick, kind of. Sort of.
Yeah.
They broke a tie with an idol.
Right. So Scorpina idol is out.
So Scorpina plays the idol for RoboGoat.
Yes.
Does Tanya play the idol for herself in response? Or does she play it for anybody else on the tribe?
No, I don't think she has a reason to.
I think if Scorpina's playing it on RoboGoat, they know after, because it's after they vote, they play the idol. So Scorpina's going to play it on RoboGoat. They know that Scorpina's betrayed them. I know. Tanya, I think, plays it on someone. It's just a matter of, does she play it on herself or someone else?
I know. Tanya plays it on Kendall because Kendall, Tanya, Scorpina, Tanaya were part of that. Like they were kind of like at each other's throats, and they were all part of the Red Alliance.
So Tanya thinks that the likely target from the other side is Kendall.
Yes.
All right, I buy that, which means Mick stays the casualty.
Mick, God, unfortunately, Mick is the casualty, but idols are out of the game right now.
Yes.
Both idols have been played, and we've got a fairly dramatic thing going on.
Yes. Well, we've had The Burger Lady Civil War is now out in the open.
Right. And see, I keep forgetting to do that tribal council. We get so into this that we're like, my God. Well, here's the thing. We are going to episode 12. Let me just clean up this list a little bit.
I like in the chat, Hitmonkey says that, Tanya has to play it for herself. I think that's the scary thing is like when you're at tribal council and you're blindsided by someone else's idol, you're like, oh shoot, I wasn't planning on playing this today. Like, what do I do with it? Do I do it for myself? You have to like think on the fly. So I could see her, sort of whiffing a little bit and maybe putting it in the wrong spot.
Yeah. So episode 12 is Are You Feeling Lucky? This is when someone makes a fake idol.
Okay.
The fake idol in David versus Goliath, this was when Nick made a fake idol so that someone else could find it.
Oh, gosh. That's right.
So that he could take the heat off of himself, who had two idols. Now that no idols are in play, is someone making a fake idol out of desperation to make the other side nervous?
I think if anybody's doing it, it's Kendall.
I like that.
I think Kendall is somebody who would have been thinking of this as a potential play the entire game. So I think she's crafting a fake idol. So
in the show, it was Nick who kept, even though he made the fake idol, he quote unquote discovered it in front of everyone and kept it for himself.
I think I think she could try that. Why not? I think if she's desperate, she's making a fake idol. I think the potential play is, me, Tanya, and Gia, we're sticking together because you blindsided us, and we have an idol, and I will use it for whichever one of us I think needs it. And I think it's a public display. You know what I mean? In an attempt to scare somebody, basically to scare Scorpina Tanaya into potentially turning on Rob and Cosmo so that they don't get idled out.
Right.
I think basically Kendall says, I'll play it on whichever one of us I think you're targeting, and that'll fall on you unless you want to, give up one of your guys.
Okay. But let's get into the reward challenge.
All right. How does this break down? This has got to be individual at this point, right? Come on.
Well, here we go. It is individual reward. So yeah, there's no more teams right now. Attached to a rope, castaways will need to first race through a series of obstacles to untangle their rope. If they think they have enough rope, they will then need to go through a second set of obstacles in order to reach a table of sandbags. Using the sandbags, they must attempt to knock down a tower of blocks. The first castaway to completely knock down their block tower wins a helicopter ride to the Mala Mala Club, and 2 are chosen to go on reward.
That's right. Yep. All right. Let's see who it is and then what they choose.
I'm nervous.
Oh, gosh. Come on. Just give me a name here. Thank you. Ooh, okay. All right. Tanaya wins.
Nice. So Tanaya is part of the heli.
She gets to bring 2 people with her, right?
Yes.
So I think her only move is to try to do something strategic here. She's got to bring, I don't know if that means she brings, Scorpina and Kendall, or if she brings Kendall and another ranger. I think it will it upset Scorpina, or will they have already said, like, if you win it, it's, I'm not going to bring you, but don't worry about it, or I don't know.
Look, I think Scorpina is tight enough with Tanaya 7 that I think that they she would understand.
The two of them are like, whichever one of us wins, we got to bring two of the other burger ladies.
Right, to solidify and keep up those false pretenses if they're trying to make a move.
Well, I think, and the Civil War is out in the open, so it's really a matter of like, we got rid of Mick, but that wasn't a full Civil War. It was just Mick. Like, we didn't go after you three because we like you three.
Here's the thing. They're like, look, I know exactly how to play this. They're telling whoever they take on the Ranger side, they're like, look, a woman has never won Power Rangers Survivor.
So we got to stick together. It wasn't against you. It was Mick.
It was Mick. He is a humanoid of male gender.
He's too likable. He hasn't pissed anyone off.
He's super likable.
Right. He's a mentor. People view him like a parent. We didn't think you were going to go against him, but we knew that he would win if he were sitting at the end. We made the move, so you didn't have to.
And Josh in the chat is right. A goat has never won Power Rangers Survivor either.
Big truth.
Truth. You live your truth.
All right. So who does she need to bring to convince? Like, who of Gia, Tanya, and Kendall, who is it that she needs to convince?
I think that in order to amend the original Red, because not only can they come at this from a woman alliance, but they're like, look, there's 4 of us Reds. Like, we got this.
Yeah, that's true. That's very, very true. So she would need to choose Kendall and Tanya and try to pull the Red sort of like, look, we've had a lot of history. We get each other. Here's where I'm coming from.
And look, she's like, look, Scorpina's totally on board. It's 4 Reds versus everyone else. And not only that, the 4 Reds are female. We totally got this.
And it's perfect that she didn't. It's perfect that Tanaya and Scorpina didn't bring each other, because that leaves one of the 2 of them back at camp to talk to whichever Ranger lady is left. Which is Gia. Right. So while Tanaya is working on Kendall and Tanya, Scorpina is working on Gia.
And she's saying, look, Tanaya needed that chance to talk with Kendall and Tanya. My chance was here to talk with you. We're still burger lady strong. We're still female strong. Let's do this.
Yep. I think that is their strategy. And I think the Ranger ladies kind of have to go with it, because
and
they're down in numbers if they don't.
Josh also brought up a good point. There's still a pseudo yellow alliance.
Right.
With Tanya, Gia, and Scorpina.
Right. I do think that makes sense. I think it makes sense from a Ranger lady's perspective.
Yes.
Because Scorpina and Tanaya are basically like, yo, we need you, you need us. We could knock out the next 2. We've got the next 2 votes figured out, and then it's the 5 of us. It's sort of a risk on Tanaya and Scorpina's part, because then they're down 2 to 3. But I think when you're at the final 5, at that point, you're sort of hoping to rely on your own merit and challenge wins and resume and all that. So I think if you can get to the final 5, you're in good shape.
Yeah, absolutely. I think final 5 is pretty strong. They can definitely pull that out. So between the reward challenge and the immunity challenge, an idol clue and idol are found. It's only good for this upcoming tribal council.
Okay.
But they can wager their next vote for a chance to extend the idol's worth for 2 more councils.
All right, let's see who's faced with the choice. It's gonna be, come on now, Kendall.
Perfect. Here's the thing. Is she risking her vote to extend the idol? And I will say she isn't, because in the show, Davy was doing it from like a God perspective. Like, oh, God gives me a sign. But analytically, Kendall can come to the same conclusion. Like, no, I'm not going to risk my vote because we're already kind of on the outs here. We're only 3 Rangers.
Right. Well, it's one, they're potentially doing something risky. And so why get rid of your immunity around when you're risking something? And then like you said, if you do lose your vote, you have brought less to the table for, you know what I mean? For moving forward.
Here's another thing. With this, she not only has the fake idol, which everyone knows, but she's got a real idol in her back pocket, which is kind of how the real show worked out.
I love when that
Swear
happens.
to God, we do not plan this shit.
Oh, well, more than ever, people know that because they're watching us do it.
Exactly. This is just like weird coincidence at this point.
For real.
So let's go to the immunity challenge. Castaways must stand on a small log while balancing a ball on a wooden disc. At regular intervals, more balls are added to the plate, and there are 3 balls, which will increase difficulty. At any time a ball falls off the disc or castaway loses their footing on the log, they will be eliminated. The last castaway standing wins.
Wow, a balance and ball challenge. Who could have guessed? All right, so let's see who pulled this one out.
Of the balls,
Gia
with the strength of yellow spirit.
Well, this is perfect too, because that means that Kendall has immunity, Gia has immunity, and Kendall has the fake idol. So even if, it basically all plays out in such a way that the women are going to work together, because Tanaya and Scorpina already want to work with the 3 in order to get to that final 5. Although it is weird that they would want to get rid of RoboGoat and Cosmo. But I guess the fact that Kendall has the fake idol, Gia has immunity, and they're sort of like, if Gia has immunity, then it's a 50-50 split as to who ends up with immunity. So it kind of actually strengthens the Scorpina Tanaya working with the women thing. You know what I mean? Like, it would make sense for them to want to go with the 2 goats, literal and figurative. But the 3 Ranger women have so much power that they're sort of flaunting, especially if Kendall's like, hey, you have this fake idol and you show that off. I've got my idol that's real and I'm going to show that off. And Gia, you've got immunity necklace. As far as they know, all 3 of us are immune. So it's up to them to take a chance.
Here's the thing. This is a question that Josh brought up. Why bring Tanya to the final 5? Oh.
So, yes. I guess at this point, everybody strategically should want to bring at least one of, if not both, Cosmo and RoboGoat to the end.
Right.
I think the question is, how do you pull that off? If I guess there's a few things at play. One is, you made the point that they're all conscious of the fact that a woman's never won, so that's sort of drawn them together.
Yes.
Also, the Rangers have been sort of stuck together for many, many rounds at this point.
Right.
And how do you get to the end with RoboGoat and Cosmo at this point? Because here's the thing. If you got rid of Tanya now, because Tanya isn't immune, right? Gia is immune and Kendall is immune. If you got rid of Tanya now, you're basically creating a 2-2-2 thing with 2 Rangers, 2 villain women, and RoboGoat and Cosmo. So you'd be sort of relying on. Right. I think here's the question. You might not want to go to the end with Tanya, but you're kind of giving up your numbers,
right,
if you get rid of her, because if the 2 villain women stick to their word and get rid of either, if they're pressured into getting rid of RoboGoat or Cosmo, then the 3 Ranger women have an advantage.
Yes.
They have a numbers advantage, if that makes sense. I do think it makes sense, right? Like, you shouldn't want to take Tanya to the end.
Right.
I also don't think Kendall should be afraid of Tanya.
No, because they were working together.
It's kind of one of those things where I guess you'd have to decide whether these three people are these types of players, but you either go to the end with goats that you're confident you could beat, or you're like, you know what, we're evenly matched, so let's fight it out.
Yeah.
And I think there's potential for those three. If those three Ranger ladies can get to the end together, I wouldn't be surprised if they were like, let's just fight it out. Like any one of us stands a chance.
They do the honorable thing.
It's a matter of are they willing to go against the people they've been working with for $1 million, or are they more interested in fighting it out at the end? I guess that I don't know. I hope that addresses that question. I don't know if that's really.
And Josh pointed out that Gia, Kendall, Scorpina, and Tanya is a strong foursome.
Yes, very, very true. So do the 5 women. So here's the thing. You've got Gia is immune from the challenge. Kendall is immune because she has an idol she has to use this round.
Yes.
Kendall's also already flaunted
a fake idol.
So even if they don't know about her real idol, the chances of Tanaya and Scorpina, quote, getting it right as far as which of Kendall and Tanya to vote out has gotten to a 50-50 shot. I don't know if they're taking that chance. Especially because Scorpina has been like, I have been playing this game round to round. If I feel confident I'm here the next round, I'm going to take that chance. And if we can get rid of RoboGoat or Cosmo and that gets me to the next round, I'm going to do that.
Yeah. So I think it's a clear choice between Rob Goat and Cosmo. Scorpina's going to work the female angle, the Burger Alliance angle, and now the red team angle.
Okay.
So between Rob Goat and Cosmo, are we doing a coin toss?
I guess so. They're kind of filling the same spot right now.
Because both of them are goats. Both of them are unlikely people to win this.
Well, yeah, you have these 5 women who all stand a good chance of winning the game, and 2 goats that you want to sit next to, but how do you get them to the end at this point when 5 out of the 7 people?
Right.
I just don't know how they navigate it. I'm not really sure. So I think it has to be either RoboGoat or Cosmo, right? With that much immunity being flaunted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we flip a coin between the 2.
Let's just do it because I'm getting tired.
All right, RoboGoat is heads, Cosmo is tails. Cosmo.
They're voting Cosmo out.
Yes.
Oh my God, RoboGoat lives.
I cannot believe it. How is RoboGoat still here?
Because he's a literal goat, Doug.
That's true. He was made for this game. He was made for the end game.
All right. So Cosmo is the 7th member of the jury.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Rob Goat to the final 6. That's right.
Lord in heaven.
Okay.
So Kendall's idols are out, correct?
Kendall played her idol. She also exposed her fake idol. Yes.
Now this is even more interesting. We'll get. Let me do the notes here real quick. Cosmo is out because episode 13 is with great power comes great responsibility. This is the final episode, but it is a triple episode.
RoboGoat made it to the finale.
RoboGoat is in the finale.
Yes.
First off, this episode kicks off with not only an idol clue, but an idol found. The idol clue leads to an idol on top of a tall rock that they will need to dig out a ladder to get.
Oh my gosh, this is another beautiful moment on the season.
So much drama.
Angelina is an absolute treasure.
I'm kind of on the fence about her, but she played a good game.
I don't even know if she played a good game. I just think she's an amazing TV character.
Oh, TV for sure. Like some of the most funniest moments are because of her.
All right. So the person who gets the clue and ultimately gets the idol, right? That's what we're pulling for. Okay.
I swear to God.
Okay, it's Tanaya.
Okay, Tanaya is playing hard.
Dang. All right. Woo.
All right, Tanaya 7. So now we go straight to a reward/immunity challenge
Mhm.
because we are nearing the end game.
Yes.
So let me go to the immunity challenge. Castaways will have to race through a series of obstacles. They will need to toss a ball on a rope to release a set of stairs. After that, they will need to build a staircase puzzle, allowing them to get to the top of a tower. Finally, they will solve a 63-piece puzzle. The first person to finish their puzzle wins immunity and a feast of spaghetti and cake. 2 people can join.
Spaghetti and cake.
Oh, spaghetti had meat and vegetarian options.
Of course. All right. So the winner of that is Tanya.
Oh my God.
I have to be so careful because both Tanaya and Tanya are still in the game.
Bless America. All right. So Tanya is out. We are now going straight to tribal council for
right.
the first time of 3. So this will lead to the 8th member of the jury.
Yes, and it should be said that both Tanya and Tanaya are immune. So Tanya has the necklace from the challenge. Tanaya found an idol, and I do think she has to play it at this tribal, doesn't she? Or is she able to play it the next time? I guess we'll get to that road when we cross it.
No,
Huh?
because the next immunity, the next tribal council is the last chance to use idols.
Okay, gotcha.
Not this one, the next one.
Use it this time, but she doesn't have to.
Right.
Well, it's weird though. So Tanya can't go anywhere.
Right.
Kendall already played 2 idols. Tanaya is probably pretty confident that Kendall doesn't have an idol because she found it. I have to imagine Tanaya is telling Scorpina once again. The 2 are sharing information. If we're assuming that they're going to continue to work together.
Yeah. What if Gia is the casualty of the Red Alliance?
Do we think that they are? Do we think that Tanya and Kendall are willing to get rid of Gia for that?
I think they still want to keep Robin play as a literal goat.
I think Tanya, Kendall probably. I mean, everybody should want to sit with RoboGoat. So at the very, very least, Tanaya and Scorpina should be doing whatever it takes to sit with RoboGoat.
Okay.
So Tanaya and Scorpina should not be going after RoboGoat.
No.
They could basically go to
Goat too.
Goat 2. I mean, I guess they could try to force a tie again. That could be how they get Gia out if they can pull it off.
I think they can.
So Tanaya and Scorpina basically say we're voting for. Oh, it doesn't really matter, right? All they have to do is make sure that Tanya, Kendall, and Gia vote for
Goat.
Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. Tanaya and Scorpina tell the 3 Ranger ladies, all right, we just got rid of Cosmo. Now let's get rid of RoboGoat. Let's fight it out to the final 5. Let's do this. That's what you guys want to do. That's what we want to do. Yep. Let's fight it out. And then they basically play the idol on RoboGoat.
Yep.
And then they get out Gia.
Yep.
Okay. Dang.
Holy crap-a-moly.
That was easier than I thought. I mean, Tanaya has to play her idol to get it done, but why not?
Yeah, because at the next one, who cares?
Right. And then, yeah, and Tanaya, Scorpina have Robogo. They basically say, we saved your butt. So they're in pretty good shape for the next round.
Yeah, I think
That shook out a lot easier than I would have expected at the final 6.
so. Tanaya did play her idol.
Yes, because they convinced Tanya, Kendall, and Gia that they were going to continue working together.
All right, guys, this is our top 5. We have Kendall, Tanya, Scorpina, Tanaya 7, Rob Goat. No matter what happens, we will make Power Rangers Survivor history with either a female winner, a villain winner, or a Robo Goat winner.
That's true. That's very true.
So either way, history is being made.
First, no matter what.
So we're moving on to the next immunity challenge.
Alrighty.
Castaways will stand on a perch and use a leaky bucket to fill a chute to obtain a key.
I love this one.
Once they have the key, they can unlock a set of block puzzle pieces. The first castaway to finish their puzzle wins.
All right, so let's figure this out. This is a cool challenge. I really like this one.
Yeah.
I know it's a perch, but it's cooler than the average perch. All right, who's it going to be? Tanya, pulling out a pretty critical win here.
Wow. Tanya is coming back full force. She has immunity. Wow.
Her yellow lady just got knocked out. One of her ranger ladies just got knocked out. I have to imagine Tanya and Kendall were going very hard at this. I imagine Tanaya and Scorpina probably were going pretty hard at this too. Basically, the 4 ladies are still sort of civil warring. They've basically been burned twice. The ranger ladies. So
now I think it's pretty clear. I think they're going after Scorpina or Tanaya 7. They want to keep Rob Goat to be the goat on the jury. Do you think so?
I think Tanaya and Scorpina want RoboGoat there. I think those 3 can't vote for Tanya, but they can certainly vote for Kendall.
Oh, no.
I mean, the question is there any reason for Tanaya and Scorpina
to save Kendall? There's not.
Yeah. Especially if RoboGoat, because again, they saved RoboGoat on the last one.
And Tanya's immune, and Scorpina and Tanaya can do the Kendall because of that original grudge.
Well, and it's just their best shot to get to the end.
It is.
If they want to sit next to RoboGoat, they got to keep him around. And
then the mayor is done.
Oh no.
Mayor Kendall Morgan,
the POTUS of Power Rangers Survivor, right? Wasn't that her?
God, I was pulling so hard for her.
I just can't envision a scenario where, having pulled off the last round,
right,
where they convinced the Ranger ladies into, like, they goaded the Ranger ladies into voting for RoboGoat.
They goaded. Shut up. Holy crap. Oh my God. Doug. Okay. We're going to the last immunity challenge.
So here's the weird thing about Survivor in the modern era. They recently moved the final immunity challenge to the final 4. Basically what happens is whoever wins the final 4 immunity challenge gets to decide
who do they go with to final tribal.
Yes.
And they say to make fire.
Yes. So they say, all right, you're coming with me. The other 2, you have to battle it out in a fire making challenge. Whichever one of you wins gets to come and be in the final 3. So the final 4 immunity is a big, big, big deal.
It is. So with a really big deal comes a really big immunity challenge.
Yep.
With one hand tied behind their back, each castaway must drop a ball into a metal chute. The ball will travel down a spiraling metal track and exit out of one of 2 points, which are there's like a thing in the middle which randomly sends the ball one way or the other. The contestant must catch the ball and drop it back into the chute at top. At designated interviews, an additional ball is added to the track until 8 balls are simultaneously in play. If a ball exits the track and is not caught at any time, that castaway is eliminated from challenge. The last person standing wins.
It's like it's like juggling, but with like a track almost.
And it's difficult.
Disorienting is what it is, for sure.
And in the show, this really made Kara crack because she thought I was gonna. She's like, I knew this challenge. I was pumped for it, and in the end, she just looked away at one point, and that was it.
Yep, this is the kind of challenge anybody could win. It's not based on physical strength. It's not based on balance. It's based purely on concentration.
Yes.
So let's see what happens. I'm actually really nervous.
I'm nervous too. This changes. No way in hell. Rob Goat wins the final immunity.
He's won like nothing. He's won like rewards and he's won team challenges, but what in the world?
What in the hell?
This is wild because
this breaks anything I ever thought was going to happen.
Okay, so RoboGoat was basically the person everybody wanted to bring to the end because it's like, who's going to vote for him? He's done nothing. He's a diva. He's kind of annoying. He doesn't win anything. And granted, other people have won a whole lot more than him. Like Tanya's won a lot of challenges. Tanaya has found a lot of idols. Scorpina has been playing day to day. All three of the other people certainly would have a lot more respect from the jury. But what a weird thing to happen for RoboGoat to secure himself a place in the final 3 and have the power to pit 2 people against each other. So what's weird about this is there's no obvious choices. I don't know who RoboGoat chooses to sit with him at the end.
Is he just oblivious and goes with a Scorpina, like Scorpina or Tanaya, and then lets the other 2 fight it out for fire? And Hitmonkey makes a good point. RoboGoat never voted anyone out, so the jury won't be mad at him. This is insane.
I think that's true, but I also do think you have to have the respect of the jury. So even if you didn't tick anyone off, like they still have to believe you were a player. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I get that. I do think you could say very similarly that of Tanya. I think Tanya was screwed over a lot. I don't know if she necessarily screwed over a lot of people. So I think that RoboGoat probably is, for sure, I think RoboGoat's going to make Tanya make fire, because Tanya, I think, is probably somebody, like Josh said in the chat, you wouldn't necessarily want to sit at the end with if you had the choice.
Right.
So I think she's making fire. So it's a matter of who does RoboGoat bring to the end with him, Scorpina or Tanaya? There's a couple things to consider. Can you hurt somebody's reputation by being brought to the end? I don't know if RoboGoat's hurting anyone's reputation at this point.
No.
Like any of these 3 women who make it to the end, we're not dragged there.
Oh, no. And again, I think, RoboGoat is a literal goat. He has done nothing that will earn the respect of any of the tribal council unless the villains are like, okay.
There are 5 villains on the jury currently and 4 rangers on the jury currently.
So they could make him win, or any villain win, just on that fact alone, just to have everyone win.
Right.
But let's do you want to just pick a name that he takes, or is there some strategy? He's definitely not picking Tanya.
I just don't think RoboGoat's I don't think he's been strategic this entire time. So I think flipping a coin between Scorpina and Tanaya makes sense. I think he's smart enough to know that he can't bring Tanya.
Is it me that I just want Tanya and Tanaya to face each other so I can stop with this name thing?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
So then how are we doing this? Who does he pick to go with him?
I think the fact that we can't figure it out means it is pretty equivalent to a coin toss.
Okay.
So
Scorpina heads. No, Scorpina tails. Because Scorpion.
Perfect.
And Tanaya head.
Okay. Tails. Scorpina wins that coin flip.
So RoboGoat is taking Scorpina.
And you're getting what you were hoping for, which is to eliminate one of the Yas.
So Tanya and Tanaya.
Tanya and Tanaya are building fire. RoboGoat and Scorpina are in the final three, no matter what. And I think
crap.
We probably roll for whoever builds fire first, right?
Let's roll.
All right, between Tanaya and Tanya.
Tanya.
T versus T, that's right.
Tanya's 7. Tanaya. Oh God, it went on the floor. Tanaya is a 9.
Oh no!
We have an all villain.
Wow.
An all villain top 3.
You know what that also means? It means that the jury is split half and half between villains and rangers.
No.
Good and evil, half and half. Because we've got Divatox, Sneckle, Imperius, Capri,
God.
Cosmo, and then Kendall, Gia, Mick, TJ, and Tanya.
What is happening?
That's pretty wild. So no matter what evil wins, I do think that we have to figure out exactly how we're going to do the winner between the three. I do think RoboGoat, it's going to be an uphill battle. He's got Scorpina. He's sitting next to Scorpina, who he might have brought to the end, but was somebody who said, as long as it's not me every single round, and was willing to jump from alliance to alliance, make things happen, take big risks, and basically say, I know I'm not in the numbers, but I also know I'm not going home, and I will be here next time. And then you have Tanaya, who found a number of idols and advantages, was willing to work both with villains and rangers, which means she's both got relationships on the jury and has burned people on the jury. But no one can deny as a strategist. You know what I mean?
Right.
You've got women who played incredibly hard. You've also got RoboGoat.
But here's the thing. So we do have a villain winning on National Power Rangers Day, which is crazy.
In the casting episode, we laughed about being potentially an outcome. Technically, it is 1:37 a.m. in Eastern time, so it is.
And I am running on 24 hours of no sleep at this point.
So, do they win on Power Rangers Day?
Well, they will, because
It's true.
There's 3 villains. So I want to reward the people who have been watching the whole time.
Okay.
We promised that the jury is our listeners in the chat.
It's our audience. How many people are currently in our chat right now? I think it's
Hit Monkey. We got Super Samurai. We got Josh Moore. I think those are the 3 active. We've got 7 watching.
okay. If you're active and you want to vote, you got to say something in the chat. Don't necessarily vote, but say something so we know you're here.
Okay, so please sound off that you're here. We've got Josh.
Yep. Roll call chat. If you want to vote, we got to know you're here.
If you're viewing and you want to vote, we have to know in the chat.
Hit Monkey is here.
Okay.
So that's 2 folks.
Super Samurai is also here. I think these are the three consistent people.
I think so.
Guys, it's time to vote.
Oh my gosh.
Please submit your vote now.
I can't look. I'm so nervous.
Please submit your vote.
I'm so nervous.
I would say just consider the tribal council, consider the final three, work it out in your head. We'll give you some time.
Oh man. This would be such a bizarre finale for me to watch.
Yes.
With this combination and knowing that the actual jury of players is sort of split.
We got it.
The actual jury is sort of like, I've seen a little bit of who they've been rooting for, which makes me kind of nervous, but I also know they've watched the whole thing, so I trust them.
We've got the winner, guys.
Oh, should I look?
In a 2-1 vote, Tanaya 7
Whoa.
is Power Rangers Survivor Good versus Evil winner, which is crazy because she's also good at the end.
Oh, there you go. So we have our first villain winner, but also
Lady redemption.
Our first lady who's won the game. I think our first android that's won the game. Although she's not really an android, is she? I don't know. She's kind of like
so Hit Monkey gave his thing, his explanation.
Yeah, give us your voting confessional.
So Hit Monkey says no one is voting GOAT. Scorpina played for herself meant she pissed off too many people and didn't form alliances. So that's why he picked Tanaya 7.
Strategic enough, and not too ruthless. You know, good balance between the two, it sounds like.
Yeah. I really like that reasoning. This is crazy. This has been wild, y'all.
I know we're going late, so I don't want to necessarily go too much longer, but do you have any sort of thoughts about along the way what you thought might have happened? Who were some favorites that got cut? What is your impression of Tanaya winning? Did you ever see that coming?
I didn't see it coming because I thought just as an overall character, I thought Scorpina really hit the challenges hard. At the end, I was really voting for Tanya to win.
Yeah.
I was rooting for her. I was like,
I love Tanya.
Tanya is amazing. I mean, she's essentially fourth place.
Mm-hmm.
I think Rob Goat is third, Scorpina second, and Tanaya 7 is the winner.
We've got another voting confessional. Josh says 2 immunity wins for the GOAT. He survived. He got fat on a reward food and was a good soldier.
He said, I never thought of Tanaya as a champ. I felt like Scorpina in actuality was probably the most deserving. Tanya bailed out at the end. Super Samurai said Scorpina was kind of all over. Rob was carried to the end. Tanaya was more of an underdog.
That's true. I think if you can pull off an underdog story that plays really well in your favor, I do think Tanaya was left out of a couple key votes, but managed to find her way back into scenarios where she had some strategic say. I think if she hadn't found advantages and immunity idols for her and Scorpina to use,
right,
then she might have been left in the dust and Scorpina might have sort of run the table. But Tanaya really kind of did the grinding that was necessary towards the end.
So I think this makes sense because I think the majority of the villains would vote Tanaya 7. And I think she convinced enough key of the good people because Scorpina was the one that really initiated the fight between Kendall and her.
Yeah.
So I think because Tanaya 7 and Kendall were helping each other out.
Well, I think there's a difference between being self-interested and being sort of like ruthless, right? So we kept talking about how Scorpina was a anybody but me, but she was willing to create discord in order to do that.
Yes.
Whereas Tanaya was sort of sitting and waiting for the opportunities, even though it meant riding out some of the times where you were left out. So the two of them both played this sort of like floating around trying to get to the next round, but maybe Scorpina brought out her claws a little too much and burned some bridges along the way.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
Well, dang.
Oh, guys, I want to thank all of our listeners. The recording that I have, and I know we did a break and there was some trouble in the beginning, but either way, this is going to be a 5-hour podcast.
Oh boy, it is long.
It is
Luckily, the live stream is there. The video is there, right? So as far as getting a recorded version out, I think there's some, people can check it out right away if they want to, based on the streaming version. If they want to wait on the audio one, that's cool too.
And that's coming out this Saturday anyway. So I'm not going to do a super deep cut because that'll take me a week to do.
Plus, what is there to hide? The whole thing is unedited in video.
Yeah, there's nothing to hide. So, Doug, I want to thank you for doing this wonderful journey with me.
Of course. I missed it.
I missed it too.
It was like a whole year between.
I know. And you moved, I moved, we moved. So I really am glad that we were able to do this live stream. I really want to thank the people that have stuck with us from the beginning.
Wow.
You guys are the real goats.
I can't believe, I am like, my heart is so full that any of you stayed the whole time. I mean, that was amazing. And the fact that you were active and giving us, feedback and suggestions and reminding us of things, that's great. I love the live aspect of this.
It was fantastic. And I told Doug, if this was a success, that any future Survivor is going to be live.
Woo! Which means I can use this new camera again.
Oh, yeah. So we don't know when that's going to be. This was a lot of planning into effect.
We need a break.
We need a break.
These are hefty.
and with the casting episode, this has become our longest Power Rangers Survivor ever.
Easily. We might have to do some processing afterwards.
And if you guys are listening to a 5-hour podcast, God bless your heart. Thank you so much for listening and supporting. And I just want to say, Ranger Nation, thank you for listening. If you want to check out more of our stuff, it's at rangercommand.com. You can catch us on Twitter at Ranger Command PH, Ranger Command Power Hour, all one word, on Instagram and Facebook. Doug, plug away your stuff.
Yes, you can find me individually on Twitter at IckyBooley, ICKYBOOLEY, which is actually a Survivor reference. And then you can find me on more podcasts here on the 4-Eyed Radio Network. You can find me on Victory Road, a Pokemon podcast. We are very excited that there is a new game coming out. So it is nearly Pokemon season in full gear with Sword and Shield. And then you can also check me out on Walloping Web Snappers, also on the 4-Eyed Radio Network, where my co-host Derek and I deep dive really, really deep, like Marianas Trench deep, into every Spider-Man cartoon episode ever made. It's a lot of fun, and we hope that you will check both of those things out.
All right. Everyone, thank you so much for staying up with us late at night. I have got to get to bed or I'm going to tomorrow.
Yes.
So thanks for watching.